Είναι αυτό που μιλήσουμε τώρα. Να σε κόσω. Το πάρεις να κάνεις γύρω-γύρω λίγο έτσι να παίρνει, γιατί είναι live το video. Τίποτα, κάντε μια γύρω-γύρω. Ναι, μια γύρω, θα το πάω να κάνω το καρέκλα. Εντάξει,
Άντε και γαμίσου. Δεν καταλαβαίνεις ρε μαλάκα.
Όλα τώρα θα συμβαίνουν.
All right, folks, just to give you a heads up that the conference will be kicking off in about 10 minutes from now. Just to let you know that that is about to get started here for BSides Athens 2025, and really looking forward to it. And be sure to follow along with us on the podcast today. I'm Dave Lewis, and I'll be joined by Juliana. And yeah, it's going to be quite an adventure today. So we will be back in about, 9 minutes now. See you then.
Should be really close.
Yeah, this mic is always the best thing.
love me like they love pop. So I in New York, y'all to tell you I'm local. And the plan is to put the rap game in the choke. So I'm fully focused, man. My money on my mind, got a meal out the deal, and I'm still in the grind. And Shorty says she feeling my style, she feeling my flow. A girl from with it, they buy, and they ready to go. Honey, yeah, bro. Bottle full of bug, mama, I got what you need. If you need to feel the buzz, I'm in having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug, if you're getting rough, you can find me in the club. Bottle full of bug, mama, I got what you need. If you need to feel the buzz, I'm in having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug, if you're getting rough.
You're no good, can't you see? Brother Louie, 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 I'm in love, set to free. Oh, she's only looking to me. Only love breaks a heart. Brother Louie, 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 only love's paradise. Oh, she's only looking to me. Brother Louie, 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 oh, she's only looking to me. Oh, let it do me. She's only looking to me. Brother Louie, 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 oh, two months do. So let it do me.
My show brought me the dough, that bought me all my fancy things. My crib, my cars, my clothes, my shoes. Look on me, I done came up and I ain't changing. You should look way more than you hate it. Oh, you mad? I thought that you'd be happy I made it. I'm that cat by the bar, toasting to the good life. Moved out the hood, now you tryna pull me back, right? When my dog get the fucking in the club, it's on up with my eyes. Shit, she smash and go. With the roof on fire, man, just let it burn. Talking about money, homie, I ain't concerned. I'ma tell you what banks told me, cause go ahead, switch the style up. And if they hate, then let them hate, want the money pile up. Or we can go upside their head with a bottle of bug. Come on, they know what we be. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bug. Mama, I got what you need if you need to feel the buzz. I'm in having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you're into getting rough. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bug. Mama, I got what you need if you need to feel the buzz. I'm in having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you're into getting rough.
You're no good, can't you see? Brother Louie, 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 I'm in love, set to free. Oh, she's only looking to me. Only love breaks a heart. Brother Louie, 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 only love's paradise. Oh, she's only looking to me. Brother Louie, 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 oh, she's only looking to me. Oh, let it do me. She's only looking to me. Brother Louie, 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 oh, two months do. So let it do me.
This is not a test. This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the commencement of the annual purge, sanctioned by the Security BSides Athens governing body. Cyber weapons of Class 4.2 and lower have been authorized for use during the purge. All other cyber weapons of mass disruption are restricted. Conference and CTF officials have been granted immunity from the purge and shall not be engaged. Commencing at the siren, any and all cyber warfare activities, including APT activation, for complete target takeover by exploiting remote code execution zero-day vulnerabilities, will be acceptable for the next 12 hours. E-crime units, C-certs, certs, and DFIR services will be unavailable until the allocated timeframe is completed, when this cyber purge concludes. A huge thanks to those bad practices that make these attack scenarios possible across the globe, approved by imposter cyber leads, snake oil services, and severe lack of cyber due diligence practices. This is Security BSides Athens 2025, the Purge Edition. May the odds be always in your favor.
Welcome to Security BSides Athens 2025, our 10th year anniversary running this conference. This year's conference is themed as the Purge Edition. We are here to purge all bad practices and learn to defend against impossible situations by being well prepared. Commit to a future-looking mindset for achieving cyber resiliency. Join me in thanking the whole Security BSides Athens team for putting together a community-powered conference, bringing together security professionals from all over the world. A huge thanks goes to all speakers, sponsors, volunteers, our special guests, our keynote speaker, and all of you for making this event a successful event. The day is full of knowledge, activities, learning outcomes, networking opportunities, and much, much more. There is a live podcast being broadcasted on our YouTube channel where speakers, sponsors, and special guests will have the opportunity to communicate their message, reaching the broader InfoSec community across Greece and beyond country borders. Subscribe now to our YouTube channel and let everyone who is not able to be here physically to join the live stream. Be ready. We might interview any of you during the day for the live podcast. Last but not least, our deep appreciation and thanks to the University of West Attica for being ahead of the curve, trusting us and hosting this world-famous event for a second year. The University of West Attica has taken very important steps towards designing and delivering courses in cybersecurity that are already ahead of the curve. Join our extended team, volunteer, and help us organize the next conference. Talk to us and bring your expertise and talents into the Security BSides Athens team. We want you to support, participate, volunteer, present, and above all, have fun. Take the time to visit our sponsors, talk to them, understand what they do, how they do it, and why not, seize the opportunity to plan an interview. A huge thank you to ThreatScene for supporting the community and going above and beyond in becoming the diamond sponsor for this year's conference. Please join me in a round of applause for ThreatScene for making this event a reality, breaking all expectation we had originally. May the odds be always in your favor. Hack the planet. Let the purge commence.
Finally let us out of our cages. And this is pretty awesome. We are kicking off here at BSides Athens. I'm Dave Lewis, and I'm here with Uliana Seiko. Not Psycho. I got it right this time. And so good morning, everyone, and welcome. We are a community event celebrating 10 years here at BSides Athens. And apparently I am so tired that I'm tripping over my tongue. Uliana, welcome, and I understand that you are originally from somewhere local to where we are right now.
Oh yeah, close to the Balkan region from Albania.
There you go. And I got to witness a Greece versus Albania scrap this morning. It was really fun.
Welcome to the Balkans, Dave.
There you go. Well, we have 35 talks today. We got hardware hacking, we got hands-on workshops, quantum computing, and all the things. So if you want to check out the speakers that we have today, please check on the website. And what kind of updates we got there? Got some drones, some hardware hacking, all that sort of fun stuff. It is going to be a very fun day, and it looks like we are kicking things off on the main stage with some housekeeping items. And I'm just seeing myself on video here, and I look like an unmade bed. This is like wonderful.
Say hi to the camera.
Hello, camera. It says that the camera adds 10 pounds. I just lost 30 pounds, and now I'm looking on the camera, and I look like I gained 400. This is
Yeah,
just...
they're getting my double chin. Not happy about that, but we'll survive.
Well, see, that's why I grew a beard, and that was my one way to hide mine.
Very strategic. I have nothing that I can do there.
Well, back in Canada, you know, it gets really cold, so I had to use some sort of face covering. It also gave me some growth in my life.
Built-in scarf. Could be helpful in Chicago.
Yes, yes. That's where the snow goes sideways. All right. And we're giving some shout outs to the sponsors. Oh. So they can't hear us or they can't hear us?
Showing outside, you are speaking normally.
Oh, okay. So apparently we're doing a voiceover for while they're on stage right now. So we're giving a shout out to our sponsors right now.
Couldn't do it without them.
Yeah, well, that is absolutely true. So we have in our bronze sponsors, we have the Cybersecurity Challenge, Greece, and Vizio, Nexi, and what are the other two there?
BSides Chicago.
Nice.
I recognize a flamingo from anywhere.
And Cyberflip. Well, thank you very much for y'all.
And look at the next sponsor there.
There you go. We have our very own Canadian 1Password is sponsoring the after party. And hopefully we'll get that all sorted out before the day is out. What else we have? Silver sponsors of ProNet and Performance. And I missed the slide with the gold sponsors. That's not good on my part. And special thanks to our CTF partner, Hack the Box, and supporting partner, OWASP. Can you tell we have not rehearsed this yet?
We have a lot of community partners, though.
Oh my, that is, I'm not even going to try. Go ahead.
Lots of local B-sides, Cyprus, B-sides Tirana, B-sides Chicago.
Oh,
that
44
is too
common.
tiny for me to understand, but...
We have the Hellenic ISC squared, or ISC, or however they're calling it these days. My apologies, I don't remember.
And the university.
And wow, that is a lot of past sponsors as well. Thank you all to them for making this the event that it has turned into being 10 years.
Wow.
Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, being part of BSides is really interesting. The one thing people have to understand, this is a community-driven event, and it is not possible without the interaction of the volunteers and getting people in the community to be part of this. This is an event for you, by you. So if you get the chance to chip in at wherever you are, there are BSides literally around the world. If you check out the BSides website, securitybsides.org, I believe it is the exact URL. That'd be good. Now, speaking of community, we have our core organizers are up on the screen right now. Dr. Greg Fretzkos, organizer, Jessica Russo, Olga.
Nikos. Miltos, Dimitris, double,
and another
triple
Dimitris.
threat.
We got 3 Dimitris. No waiting. All right. Well, this event is actually, not possible without all of the amazing volunteers, and the fact that they let Uliana and I be able to voice over this and ramble all day is quite a nice touch as well.
We love doing this. I mean, we came all the way from the U.S.
Well,
I
you
came
did.
from Chicago. Sorry, let me clarify that for you, Dave.
I came from Canada.
They don't claim us. And a shout out to our volunteers and our extended team for making all the magic happen behind the scenes, and our local team here at the podcast room.
Who I'm sure are going to be sick of us by the time the day is over.
I'm just going to throw in some Greek jokes and they'll be happy again.
And thank you to all the viewers that are tuning in to have a look here. Really glad you could be with us today.
We see you.
Yeah, if you just click on that attachment that says document.doc.exe, we'll be off to the races. Kidding, don't ever do that.
So how many times have you been to BSides Athens, Dave?
BSides Athens, I think this is my third or fourth time being here, and I was really fortunate to be here for the second BSides Athens in 2017, where they were either nice enough or deluded enough to let me be the opening keynote. I haven't really decided there, but it was just a fantastic opportunity. And this event has changed locations a few times over the years, which makes sense because it's now over 1,000 attendees. And it's just absolutely fantastic to see these community events really turning into quite literally the mainstream. Because I remember when I first started doing B-Sides, like I was at the first B-Sides Las Vegas and co-founded B-Sides Toronto. And back then it was a few people in a bar or something like that that got together and sharing information. And now you have events around the world that are literally thousands of attendees. And it's really quite fantastic to be able to see the growth of this and how they are, in a lot of cases, dwarfing the mainstream commercial events now. And I find that really quite something.
All great ideas start at a bar.
There's a lot of that, yes. In one bank that I used to work for, we had all these network designs designed on napkins from a local bar that was a block away from the building. I wish I was joking, but we really did.
An actual network design?
Actual network
Vizio
designs.
who?
Yep, you could see the ring where the pint was sitting right on it, and it's like, okay.
Is that a challenge coin?
That is, yeah, for the first 50 people that signed up. It was designed by Demetrius Saris and Carrie Lander. Pretty nice looking.
Beautiful.
And the first attendees on site get an RFID block card. I just used the plate in my head, but that's okay. I'm kidding. They haven't put that in yet.
If you're watching, just take a screenshot. That is your personal challenge coin.
I don't even know what that is. A limited edition POAP protocol, Ethereum based. A QR code. All right, I'm not even sure what that is, but if you're watching the live feed, you'll see that come up in just a minute. A bit of a delay between the slides and the voice. So I don't know if our voice is actually coming across out of sync or in sync with the slides. So that'd be an interesting question.
Well, look at the next slide.
Oh, there we are. We are
What is
live on the
that?
air.
Catfishing out here.
Oh, dear.
We'll let the audience be the judge of that.
Exactly, yes.
Except they can't really quite see me from
It-
this angle.
It's funny, that picture from 2019, I still use it.
Mine is also a little outdated.
The best was I actually saw somebody had shared a picture on, I think it was LinkedIn, of themselves, and I know that person, and I also know that the picture they shared was at least 25 years old.
Oh, when I first joined my team, one of the oldest members, he still keeps his first picture from when he started 20 or 30 years ago at the company. And of course, I got tricked.
It's quite something. Yeah, I saw a lot of people in their badge. They have that OG picture when they started, and it's like maybe you want to update that because as you're going through security, yes, there's all the electronic aspect, but if somebody physically challenges you, you're like, yeah, that's not you. Yeah. It was once. All right, really cool thing too is we have a soldering workshop here on site, and people will be able to try their hand at a little bit of hardware hacking. And a drone center. With all the various types of kinetic warfare events that we're seeing today, this has really come to the forefront in conversation about drone technology. And if you're familiar with Mikko Hyppinen, he was with F-Secure for many, many years. And he has now actually gone off to join a company doing drone technology. So
very cool.
Really cool stuff there.
There is also a book exchange.
And also the opening keynote today will be Craig Jones, and looking forward to that. All right, now Craig Jones is taking to the stage with his talk, Craig's scrapbook, The Early Years. I don't think, is that his actual title?
Conventional.
No. Yet unconventional.
Law enforcement career.
Of course, his first slide is completely throwing me for a loop.
Well, I definitely haven't started my BSides journey like you, Dave, but only been around 2 years in the community, attending BSides events all over Europe and the US, and I'm ready to get schooled and take some notes from all these amazing presenters today. And you as well, which you are presenting later today.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They gave me a broom closet to go hide in.
It's being modest.
That's part of being Canadian.
I wonder where our audience is from. Would love to see in the chat.
Yeah, if people want to jump into the chat there and ask some questions or what have you, or let us know where you're coming in from, that would be pretty cool.
You're welcome to type in Greek as well. We'll translate it.
Yeah, well, Juliana's on point there.
Μιλάμε ελληνικά εδώ.
I can say nai and efaristo and
The important stuff. Giro.
Yero. Ah, yes, well, of course. That's usually at 3 a.m. Or it was many years ago. It must be really difficult to be in law enforcement these days when dealing with cybersecurity, especially when you take into account all of the different technologies that are being pulled into the mix, artificial intelligence and what have you, that really is making it not only easier for organizations to better protect themselves, but for attackers to be able to increase their abilities as well. And then, of course, there's the various companies out there that claim to be using AI, and it's like, oh, no, that's just a bash script. Thanks for coming out.
How long did we go till we said AI finally?
Well, we do. Oh, my goodness.
Hey, good job.
We have, the booth is being invaded.
Oh, wow. A special guest. Oh.
All right, the purge has begun. I volunteer as tribute.
That is a wonderful team. I don't think I've seen that one yet. Very beautiful design work. Shout out to everyone who has worked on that.
Yeah, that's quite something.
I'm excited to wear the shirt later.
I have to actually get my hands on my my shirt as well. I haven't actually picked up any of my stuff yet.
You should do a giveaway. Do you do those?
I don't. When I first started in radio, I actually did a giveaway because every other radio show at the station I was at, we were getting concert tickets and things to give away, and nobody gave me anything. So I went out and bought a canned ham, and I gave away a canned ham on the air. And it was so popular that I actually had the most people call in out of any radio show ever to that point in time. So I got hauled into the manager's office, and I thought I was going to get in trouble, and they just couldn't even keep a straight face. They just started laughing.
Look at the wires, and then use the code book and make the wires go across the right bits. And then just to
Are we back?
And if they didn't, I was the one in trouble because I hadn't wired it up correctly. So the way we had to do that was broadcast out there where people sat in the communications room. We were receiving those signals 24/7 effectively. So that's how we used to communicate. And then we had technicians which would maintain the equipment. So there's a very clear division there between an operator and a technician. In 1990, I had a career change. I joined the police, PC 1675 at Craig Jones. And my role there in Hampshire Police, so that was a small town, Hampshire, down the south coast. There we go, down there somewhere. So I went out and patrolled the streets, and I walked in the community, and I protected the community. The role of law enforcement is the protection of life and property and the prevention of crime. So very clear difference there. Protection of life and property and prevention of crime. Prevention came afterwards. So that protect piece came out. And with the theme we have here as well about, you know, those sort of built-in vulnerabilities to the networks and systems that we have, and the prevention piece, you know, where are we now, I would suggest, in that world, but we'll come on to that in a little bit. So in 1990, we would sit at a parade room, we would be opening the book, we would read the messages, and we'd know that job leader attending because the bottom right-hand corner would be ripped off. We had Pam doing the telexes, so she would call us up on the radio and we'd go to our jobs. No mobile phones, no email, no internet, effectively. We didn't use it in 1990. And then it all started changing. So at that point then, the internet was being developed, emails came in, mobile phones, we had the analog phones, which didn't have the SIM cards in, those sort of things. But what we realised was criminals were starting to adopt the technology, and they were adopting it very, very quickly. We weren't adopting it quite so quickly because we were public servants and it cost a lot of money, and we didn't quite foresee all the opportunities that it was going to afford criminals, but also the opportunities for law enforcement. Until about 1995, when I was involved in the Bruce Glover inquiry, it was a massive fraud inquiry into a very famous Liverpool footballer, and there'd been talks about betting, you know, throwing matches and things like that. And we took all the mobile phones, and my job was to then examine the mobile phones. So starting to pull the data out, and it really was, I taught myself as I went along. I spoke to mobile phone operators, I said, okay, I'll play *#47, that brings out that data. Okay, how can I read that message? I'll just take a photograph of it. That's where we were about to say, but we weren't dealing with large data sets. And then we realised that these things here, cell phone masks, phenomenal. We could start tracking criminals by their mobile phones. And this was uber secret at the time. We weren't going to share it. You know, no one's going to know about this technology ever. No one's going to tell, we can't share it. How wrong we were. So fast forward now a few more years, we started having the digital forensics side. We've been overwhelmed on that side. I was in digital forensics and forensic world. We've been overwhelmed by the amount of data sets we were getting in.
We were then looking at cybercrime increasing as well, so the frauds, those sort of attacks. And what we did in the UK was we set up regional organised crime units. So these are specialist units and specialist capabilities, because we realised we didn't have the capabilities within each individual force. So 43 forces in the UK effectively. So we started to set up specialist capabilities, and the one I joined was the South East Regional Organised Crime Unit, which was covering 4 sorts of areas here. And I was doing digital forensics as forensics. And then we had a national cyber report come out. And what we had to do then was effectively develop a cyber capability. Blank piece of paper, go and create a cyber team effectively. So how would you create a cyber team when you haven't created one before? So we looked around at best practice, we looked around at how we investigated crime effectively, and then I went and spoke to this man, Cowlini. Cowlini was a really good hacker. Cal basically was a criminal. And Cal was a criminal, and he got into the hacking side of things because he was interested in computers, his family had no money, and he needed to provide for them. There are other reasons as well, but I went and met Cal at a railway station and spent 3 hours talking about how he did what he did, and how he thought we could catch cyber criminals. We then had a moment in about 2014 where we set up a National Cybersecurity Centre, and I know a lot of countries are going through this process about who's in charge, whose role is it to protect the nation effectively? Is it law enforcement, is it the government, is it the private sector? Well, we all know now it's all of us, don't we? But we needed very clear rules and boundaries and policies about who did what effectively. So within my cyber team, I set up investigators, analysts, researchers, digital forensics, research and analysis, and our job then was to investigate the high impact cybercrimes that were impacting the UK at that time. I'll just take you through a couple of them. Lizard Squad, 2014. DDoS over Christmas, Sony, and my Christmas was ruined, as well as many other parents, because there was a lot of complaints going on then about how could we stop this type of attack. This was impacting the whole of the UK. Okay, it's upsetting a lot of people's Christmases, but the Lizard Squad were a group that got together. But what they realised by doing that was they could make some money. So from that, they got offered some money to stop the attack effectively. VTech was a children's game company, global game company. 2015, they got hacked. If your password's admin 1234, you are leaving yourself wide open. And a very enterprising man got into their systems, was shocked by what he saw. He exfiltrated the data, encrypted it, and dumped it in 2 data centres, one in Belize, one in Germany. We got asked by lawyers to investigate it. Now, so from a law enforcement point of view, it's very strange when you're looking at your victims, you have a lawyer phoning up and say, I'm acting on behalf of the client. We then had 2 days of negotiations with the lawyers about the data and information that they had. Effectively what they've done a full analysis, recovery and identification. They've done all our work for us, and they presented the case, and the quality of that case was something my team couldn't have done at that moment in time. It then allowed us to go and arrest the individual, which we did. He admitted the events in full. But a person is guilty of theft if they dishonestly appropriate property belonging to another with the intention of permanently deprive them of it. That's the Theft Act in the UK. Data is not property. So from a law enforcement point of view, we had to use the Computer Misuse Act to charge that person. The powers of the Computer Misuse Act were not as strong as the Theft Act. And what we were trying to do at the time was to bring our legislation up to date, which I wouldn't say is still correct in the UK, I'm not sure in other countries as well. But when you try and identify what crimes have been committed, coming back to that protection of life and property and prevention of crime, our role as law enforcement is to protect the community, and one of the ways to do that is taking away people's liberty and taking them through the court process. He went through the court process, he admitted what he'd done was totally incorrect, and the judge felt sorry for him, and he got a conditional discharge. He promised never to do it again. 18 months later, we arrested him again for more serious offence, and this time he had a suspended jail sentence of 2 years. But one of the ones that changed it for us was this man here. started getting messages through on his home computer and on his TV, and his wife was very upset by this. So the full weight of the US judiciary went after these hackers. It was a bunch of kids, again. That's what they've done. It was for, excuse my French, shits and giggles. That's why they did it. But when you're stood outside someone's house in Coventry at 4 o'clock in the morning on the phone to the US agency, and they're saying, right, go through the door now, or you'll be able to catch him. We went through the door, we caught him. They did query why we didn't shoot him. They were sort of saying, you know, you have guns, why no, we don't do that in Britain, that's not our role. But the interesting part about all of these jobs was how we worked and who we worked with. So we were part of the European Union, time UK. A lot of our work for law enforcement was done through meetings at Europol in The Hague. And we were sharing information there, all our data has been uploaded there. But really when it worked at its best was when we had a case conference and we got the case officers together. So it comes back to some of the best communication is when you're sat with people talking about cases. The Lizard Squad attack, when we talk about there was a hacker from Finland, Kimi, in 2015. We were speaking about our different people, and we realised that Finns had been on surveillance, and they followed Kimi and others to the meetings. Well, we wouldn't have known this unless we had that face-to-face meeting. Easily enough, Kimi was arrested and sentenced last year, 10 years after his first offence, for a large-scale ransomware attack in Finland nowhere. So he's still at it, effectively. But the Europol model worked quite well, that cooperation between policing from local to regional to national to international, effectively. But then this was a big change for us in the UK, was the WannaCry attack. So Friday afternoon, I was driving down to this little place here called Ilfracombe on the southwest coast, North Devon. Lots of meetings going on. But does anybody recognise Marcus? So strange enough, Marcus was sat in a house over here, in his mum and dad's house, sorting out WannaCry, and I was coming down to my house over here. So these little small connections, it's funny how things come together, but what happened to law enforcement? We raced around the country, did loads of digital examinations. No. Totally the wrong thing. We weren't funded to do it, we didn't have the resources to do it effectively. So as part of that then, we did a sort of branch review of how we did things, and I joined the National Crime Agency, so that's like our main agency. And my role there was to do the prepare piece for UK law enforcement. So a budget of about £55 million per year, and that was to go out to law enforcement to help upskill and build capability and capacity. We're also looking at a moment in time about leaving Europe. So all the nice blue people here, you're all part of the EU, it's all wonderful, you play nicely together, you work really hard, you get great results. We decided to leave in the UK. So we had to look about what our other options were. So we looked at Interpol. Okay, that's the band, I might have got it wrong at that point. But Interpol is the international policing organisation. It has 196 member countries. Within every country of those 196, you have a national central bureau. This is how we connect Interpol, this is how we connect police globally. I wasn't really aware or new to Interpol up until I got to National Crime Agencies. We'd always worked through our different contacts, we'd always worked with our trusted countries. But the simplicity and the beauty of Interpol was it's a neutral organisation. It can only deal in crime. So Interpol has a constitution for its 196 countries. Part of our role was you can only deal in crime. So anything political, military, racist, or religious, you can't touch. So when you overlay cyber against this, you have an interesting sort of piece there, because cyber historically is linked to state, nation-state attacks, near-state actors, agencies, those sort of things. So within the programme then that I led, so I went in as the Director of Cybercrime in Singapore, Marcus was just there, a very nice office. And my role then was to devise a global programme. So we've gone from D199405E Craig Jones on HMS De Morgan, looking at teletext machine, to running a global cybercrime programme. So anybody here is a programme or project manager, you know, you have to have the objectives. So our was simple, it's to reduce global impact of cybercrime and protect communities for a safer world. So keeping that policing theme within it. So every conversation, every meeting I had always started at What we devised out in the programme was prevention, detection, investigation, disruption. So how do we prevent, how do we detect, how do we investigate, how do we disrupt effectively? And we brought in the world. So not just law enforcement, we brought in the private sector as well. So the data sets that we got from the private sector are phenomenal, but it had to follow our rules of processing data. So if there's any lawyers in the room, I'm sorry, but my life was made very, very hard by lawyers in Interpol. But actually for the right reasons, because we have to look at the privacy side of this as well. So as part of the programme then, we designed out different responsibilities in regions. So we had the Africa desk, we had the Americas, we had Europe, we had Central Europe, and then we had Asian and sort of the rest of the Asian countries. And our role there was to bring in law enforcement officials, train them, and have them work directly in their own countries. But rather than just train, we always did it with an operational focus. So we ensured they had the capabilities. When you're working in Africa and you're trying to communicate with a police officer in Africa or in Nigeria who's on a Gmail address, how do we know he is who he says he is? So again, we developed the tools and platforms to come on through the Interpol channel so you can verify as a police officer through their national central bureau in each country. And then we gave them secure platforms to share the intelligence and data as well. So what we do then is we coordinate and facilitate the operations with the private sector. And you'll notice some of the private sector companies named at the bottom here. Fortinet, one of the sponsors, are one of Interpol's private sector companies, so they provide data sets to us as well. But that's where we get the data from. We then coordinate the activities in each country. And this is a very recent job, but prior to 2019, we were doing more trainings. Within the team I had, just to give you a bit of a flavour, I had an assistant director from the US, an assistant director from China, an assistant director from Brazil and South Korea. I had someone from the Iranian cyber police within my team effectively. So it really was an international team that we had there. It was made up of seconded officials such as me and contract staff as well. And again, coming back to the role of the programme. But during that time as well, what happened was at the UN, they started negotiation in 2020-21. A proposal was put forward from Russia around having an international convention on cybercrime. Now, seamlessly this will work. One minute. There we go. So during this process then, there was negotiation of the International Crime Convention, which was for law enforcement. It leads to, so this now leads to a common language for law enforcement to work to effectively. It's been negotiated, it's been agreed, now it needs to go out to all countries to be ratified effectively. So last year, I decided to hang up my boots from a national crime agency, sit in front of a fire and retire effectively. But after 40 years, I couldn't do that. So I came out of retirement very quickly. I'm now on the board of the Global Forum Cyber Expertise globally. I've advised cybersecurity companies as well. I'm a senior associate fellow at BSides. This is not a plug for any more employment, but this is about a career can change many different ways as you go through it, effectively. Like everybody here, I'm a volunteer. I've come here under my own steam, paid my own tickets and things like this because you are the really important people in this room here. There's a number of you here that are doing your training at the moment, you're going through your education or through your qualifications. But these are the people that I want to protect. This is my mum, she was 90 last week, bless her. She used to be a Wren, so there's a naming theme. My mum's not connected to the internet, well she is sort of, but she's never logged on or anything like that. My mum has been a victim of cybercrime or attempts on multiple occasions. There was a data breach 18 months ago in the UK, the water agency, her local water agency. We put her down there as a vulnerable old age pensioner because she has a few health issues, she lives on her own. On that data breach, they could see that. Her phone number was on there. she was getting up to 15 phone calls a day from people trying to scam her. So where we are now is we are now looking at international scam centres. I won't click on the link to this, but there's a lot of work going on at the moment. 2019 in Africa, our regional heads meeting, we had someone talking about this. They'd gone into a house, there'd been about 20 people in there in Nigeria, didn't quite know what to do with it, sat in front of lots of computers. Fast forward to where we are now, we're seeing highly organised crime groups operating around the world, impacting our communities, people like Liz. When we look at the cost of cybersecurity and we look at the rising impact of cybercrime and the costs there, we're talking trillions effectively. So from a law enforcement point of view, our role is to create communities to protect communities. This is what all of you are going to do or are doing now currently. Our role here is to make the world safer effectively, and we all play our part there in some small way.
So we don't have any preset questions for that. Oh, yep, we are back on the air. I'm Dave Lewis.
And I'm Odiana Seiko.
And we are back here at BSides Athens 2025, and really excited for the opportunity to be here. It's really an amazing experience for the people that are here on site to be able to actually, be right in front of the speakers and hear all the information firsthand. And I mean, it's great if you're online. If you can get here today in person, that would probably be an amazing idea, because the amount of people here is really quite staggering. Like even in the lobby, just people milling about and sharing conversations and drinking all the coffee. It is quite something to see
it's
that
a full
interaction.
House. Yeah. But most importantly, the chance to network with so many practitioners and people that, we took a flight all the way from the other part of the world just to come here. So definitely recommend every chance you get to go to a local BSides and attend in person. The tickets are usually very reasonably priced.
And that's the truth of it too. It's invaluable compared, or the interaction rather you get with the people in your industry to be able to have these conversations firsthand is invaluable, is where I was going with that. And it's just not to be missed, because when I got started in this industry, I remember early on, I think one of my very first conferences was DEF CON 7. And
Wow.
I still talk to some of those people to this very day. And it is really amazing how back then we were all, reprobates with shaved heads or green hair. And now here we are, all in various large roles in industry. It's just amazing to see how that has really evolved. And a little later on today, we are going to be having conversations with folks and being able to have some people come in here and talk about, well, their talks.
Yeah, you get a chance to get a sneak peek for a lot of our speakers that are going to go later today. And then we'll talk to some speakers after their talk as well.
And it's really amazing, too, that one of the first things that I heard when I got here was I got a message from one of the attendees. Name's escaping me at the moment, but he said, "Welcome to the really hot Athens." And it's full on 32 degrees Celsius today. But when I left Canada to come here, it was 42 Celsius. So this is actually a nice cool weather for me, and I can't believe I can actually say that out loud.
I can say the same, still hot.
Well, yeah, like the Chicago area can be...
Listen, I'll take it over the snow and the wind of Chicago. No complaints.
Well, that's fair, because that's one of the very few places in the world where I saw snow going sideways. And
Me too, along with the snow.
well, exactly, yes. The wind will pick up something fierce, but yeah, Chicago is definitely not without its character, that's to be sure. So, we have, we're just waiting on our speakers to come in and have a conversation with us. If you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat, and we'll see if we can respond to them. Some of the questions that have been asked, we can't do much with that particular audio level at this moment, but feel free to follow along. And, or, conversely, if there's a chance you can make it over here today, please go for it. All right, we have some folks joining us in the studio. Yeah. Oh, they. All right.
Okay, welcome guys. So we are gonna kick it off with our first speakers. Your presentation called SOAR, not...
They can't hear us.
We're going to talk about our first presenters here, SOAR, not SOAR. And do you want to tell us a quick overview about your talk? What should we be expecting?
About what, sorry? Say that again?
What should we be expecting from your talk today? Give us a little sneak peek.
Yeah, what's the highlight reel? What are you going to be talking about today?
Yeah, so we're going to be, first of all, thanks for the invitation. I'm Archie, and we have Stan here. We're going to talk about automation. To be honest, today's presentation is the volume 2 of another presentation we had in BSides 2020, SOAR not SOAR V1. So we're extending the strictly security automation to a more general perspective. So we're using a technology called SOAR about general orchestration regarding, on top of security, ITSM, compliance, AI, human to machine, etc.
Now with SOAR, do you look at this as a way as augmenting the security team, or do you look at this as a way to obviate parts of the security team? Because one of the conversations that I see happening a lot is about AI replacing people in industry. And I've seen a couple of companies go, we made a giant mistake laying people off, we need to have back in. Do you see SOAR as a way to improve or 1x the staff so they can be able to concentrate on the things that matter?
Yeah, practically this is the common thinking about, when everyone thinks about the SOAR, he thinks about a complementary system accompanying the CM and augmenting, let's say, some analysts and stuff like that. But in today's presentation, we're going to demonstrate some things about what you can do with SOAR without, let's say, bringing the factor of integrating it with a CM or with a SOC team in order to augment an analyst, but instead use it in order to perform hectic tasks like things that take a lot of time again and again and again and again, and things that you can automate using the SOAR and orchestrate it through our platform.
We are still pro people, so.
I still remember back in the day, if we wanted to automate anything, it was a bash script. So that was a long time ago. What can people, what is the big takeaway that you want people to, learn from your talk today?
From what?
From your talk today, yeah. What is that one thing you hope people take away and internalize?
I mean, they ought to offload to machines the hectic, as Cam said, the hectic stuff, because inevitably, if you're doing repetitive hectic stuff in your life, you got bored, you're prone to mistakes, and inevitably you look for something else. So they need to create we're seeing SOAR as a way to create more quality time for yourself. Is more of a generic comment, not just strictly to to IT and information security, but this is it is what it is.
So use it as a supplemental.
Exactly.
Is what I'm doing.
So I get that from the title, SOAR, not SOAR, because yes, I remember back when the world was flat, when I first got into security, the SOAR part was really a part of it. Everything you had to do was hand cranking. So, being able to have automation now to improve things is absolutely a fantastic aspect of things. What is your favorite piece of this automation piece beyond, taking away the mundane? What do you see as the value add proposition for enterprises in general?
Okay, so first of all, we're going to talk about an enterprise solution, but for this specific use case, because we're also talking about, we're having, let's say, people from the community here, we're going to utilize the community edition of the solution in our demo.
Oh,
and
cool.
We're going to show and present the amount of out-of-the-box automation and playbooks that already exist within the solution. Currently, we use and we leverage something like more than 850 ready connectors in order to be used for various solutions and products within the that are being used by enterprises daily. And we're going to show them how easy it is to onboard a SOAR solution into an enterprise, and practically, as Giri said, how we can start having in mind the automation part in order to avoid having mistakes, automating hectic tasks, and bring up more quality time for engineers and in general staff in enterprises.
It's funny too, because I remember starting out in this industry, I learned the best lessons from the mistakes I made, but taking those mistakes away in this instance is actually a hugely beneficial thing, because it really is helping organizations to obviate the ability to have catastrophic failures. I really appreciate you both stopping by today. It really, this is quite an awesome opportunity. And it's really amazing that you're actually here as part of this community effort, because BSides Athens, this is the 10th year. This is quite a watershed moment for, most conferences don't usually get this far. So it's really good that you're here contributing and being part of the community. And this community edition will be released today, did you say? I heard that earlier?
It's practically, there is already a community edition. There is a perpetual trial solution of the product itself that anyone can use it, anyone can deploy it. There is already documentation in our site, in our website about the solution.
The thing is that there are not a lot of people that they know about it.
They are aware about it.
So we need to make aware that, okay, we are fortunate, we're a global, we're a top-notch cybersecurity company, but still we contribute, we're open, we're very open, even as an enterprise vendor, and we have a flavor that is really free for the community. So
very cool. So make sure. If you are checking out the talk, it'll be in track 2 today to be able to ask them about this, as well as get the. I'm sure the URL will be in the slides as well. For the community? Yeah.
Well, yeah, sure.
Edits will be coming, yes.
Yeah. Track 2, we present with our own gear. So, yes, it will be in 10 minutes.
Awesome.
Or in 5 minutes from now.
That works out.
Okay.
Any parting last shots before we wrap things up here today?
From my end, we're still, even with SOAR and We'll try to keep it without many referrals to machine learning and AI, just to make it, because it's the two buzzwords I struggle a bit about. We're still prone to mistakes because you said that the learning, the learning curve and the learning experience is a journey that you make mistakes. As my psychologist said, with SOAR will allow people to make new mistakes. Not the repetitive ones that I've been doing for the last 10, 15 years.
You and me both. Nothing like running with scissors.
Yeah.
His psychologist has a PhD in cybersecurity also.
Well, thank you so much for being on today. We really appreciate you stopping by, and good luck with your talk today.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Goodbye.
Cheerio.
All right.
Anything not to get sore.
My headphones are dead.
Oh.
Okay, so when do we have our next speaker coming up?
Should be coming up. It's Open Sesame, the API Defenders, a superhero's quest for digital justice.
Yeah, they're dead. Oh, now I got it now. Yeah, now it's working.
We need those.
Yeah. So no, I just wanted you to say something so I could see if it was working. Well, if we are still on the air, I had a timer going there. Yeah. So that was 7 minutes.
Okay.
And then we should. Where is the next one? All right, we are back on the air. This is Adventures in Podcasting. All right, we have our next guest is joining us here in the studio.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
It's an honor. It's an honor being here, guys.
Welcome. Do you want to do a quick introduction for us?
I'm Panagiotis Fiskilis. I am a senior pen tester at Enviso. And today is going to be, for me at least, a quite interesting day.
How is that?
Yeah, we have a talk about API hacking, source code review, compliance, guidelines, SDLC, everything. Everything AppSec related. Today we're going to talk, hack, and have fun.
And where does the digital justice part? Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
It was about the compliance part.
Mm.
It was everything related to compliance.
Okay, so when you say compliance, what should our viewers and our audience, what's a key takeaway they should get from your talk today?
Hopefully, I don't know if they're really going to take that that info home. Hopefully, they'll learn how to perform some basic tests on APIs and how to hack them, and also how to write better code and, most important, more secure code.
Yeah.
Because okay, we have all read some book or have done some training about how to write clean code or read multiple books about C and paradigms. But what about security?
Yeah. And that's the real problem too, because a lot of these APIs are exposed to the internet and not fully documented as well.
Or sometimes over-documented.
Fair play, fair play. So which do you think is worse, undocumented or overly documented?
As a hacker, I love having my documentation. I really love having my Postman collections, my Excel files, everything. But in a bug bounty perspective, I also think that if the documentation should be public and the API should be publicly available, okay, give the documentation publicly. If the API is private or only in a subscription or you have to pay something, the documentation has to remain private.
Mm-hmm. When you're doing, is pen testing part of your role as well?
Yeah.
So when you're doing pen testing, what do you find is the likelihood of success on a percentage basis? Say you're going up against a client site for the first time. What do you think, where would you categorize that as the likelihood you're getting in?
Well, that's an interesting question.
Yeah. Because that's one of those things. It's like, I remember back when the world was flat, I used to do some pen testing, and there were some sites I just couldn't get into, and other sites I could get into very easily. And there was never that clear delineation as, is it going to be successful or not? And somebody that does this for a living, I figured you probably have more of a benchmark.
If I had to put a specific percentage for the AppSec part only, like APIs, web apps, fast clients, mobile applications, etc., it would be something like, I don't know, 75, 80%.
Nice.
There is always like a 20% where you basically can't do anything. There are no access control issues, or the application is way too flat, way too static. So what are you going to test there?
Yeah.
Static HTML?
Yeah, there's sometimes the code is such that you just can run over it and it falls down, and that's unfortunate too. And when you're getting, the attendees to listen to this and look at ways to better improve security, you talked about from writing better code. Do you have any key takeaways that you would share right now with the audience? And what do you think they should do first?
Tiny spoiler for the talk. Always break everything into functions. Everything must be a separate function. I am a guy who is always like, okay, I have to do this, this, and this. I'm going to write this amount of functions. End of story. I'm not going to over-engineer a single function or do a ton of stuff together or via one endpoint create a huge function. No, I'm going to call multiple and it's going to be fun.
The simplest advice is always the best, right? And back in my coding days, that's what we were taught. Break everything into functions.
Very cool. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Really appreciate it. Good luck with your talk. And
thanks a lot. It's an honor. It's an honor being here.
I mean, this is the beauty of community, getting everybody together to share these stories with, 1,000 of your closest friends. And I'm sure you're going to have a great time on stage today.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Have a good one.
Bye.
welcome back. We are here with our next speaker. We actually have a huge sponsor for BSides Athens here with us, Threat Scene. We have Chris. Chris, do you want to do a quick introduction for us?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you with the mic. A quick introduction for us?
Yeah, sure. I'm Christos. Hello, nice to meet you. I work as a senior penetration tester in ThreatSync.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, so a little bit about ThreatSync, right? Can you tell us a little, what is artificial intelligence today? And how is it related to cybersecurity? We hear that buzzword a lot.
Okay, yeah. Basically, it's a super hot theme to discuss, artificial intelligence. So basically, today artificial intelligence mimic the human behavior so well in different areas. So even though it's early, it's already in our lives in day-to-day. It's a day-to-day thing. It's almost trying to remove Google from the mid lane and just starting and Googling in ChatGPT now. So,
Google dorks to ChatGPT dorks, I guess.
Yeah, they are making their own AI, and every big player is making their own AI nowadays. So.
And one of the questions that comes up is, can AI hack, and is it already being used for attacks? But I just saw news a few days ago that there's a major bug bounty program that the number one contributor is actually an AI.
Yes, exactly. I was going to talk about that, to be honest. They are the guys that are making this, they created this AI and they trained it with live data. They were trying to do that off the record with offline data, solving CTF challenges and all that kind of stuff. But specifically, they got access on a big bug bounty platform, as you said, and they are trained. They trained the bot to live data, and right now it's the first bug bounty hunter out there. Even though what the AI finds out is not that kind of impact, huge impact. It can't replace the tester yet. But it finds a lot. It finds a lot more faster the things that a pen tester can do.
So it's finding a lot of these things faster, but is it also finding a lot of noise? So, like, we see that it's the number one successful on the that bug bounty platform, but how much of that was garbage that was submitted where they had to filter through and go, yeah, no, this
probably
is
9%. Probably 9%. So to be accurate. These guys need to public their logs or something, but in a blog, probably, and we wish for that. But specifically, 9%, I'm almost certain that 9% of that it's just fuzzing around and submitting things that they are not even there.
Yeah. Can attackers manipulate defensive AI systems today?
Yes, basically they use AI even for attacking the AI itself. So basically they are trying to manipulate inputs. It's something like command injection, but it's called prompt injection. They're trying to manipulate the AI, thinking that it's their admin, or they're trying to get local files to the AI or all that kind of stuff, but they're using it to manipulate other AIs, basically.
So
it's the adversarial AI.
Yeah, so when we're looking at that, and we talk about AIs, like, what are the likelihood that AIs are going to be finding 0 days? For example, like the DARPA Grand Challenge before DEF CON a few years ago, they had a bunch of systems on stage that were attacking each other, and I got to walk behind all of those. Some of them were like water cooled. It was rather amazing. But one of them actually did find a 0 day in one of the other systems. Now, I don't know if we're actually seeing that today with current systems. Have you seen any evidence of that so far?
We do. I don't know if it's good or bad. I think that there's a known researcher that used actually recently, 2 months ago, used an O3 model of ChatGPT. It's the basic model of ChatGPT.
Yep.
Used it to analyze a non-binary called SMB in it's a non-binary with both Linux, Windows, and all that they're using it. It's a sample set. He used it to find actually a 0 day in that binary and used it to source code reviewing. To be honest, yeah, analyze the binary because it's open source. Gave it to ChatGPT, and it's impossible to change ChatGPT with a real AppSec person or someone who's writing code for I don't know, maybe 20 years, or an expert in penetration testing or source code reviewer. But it can do things really quickly.
And when we look at this across the really quickly aspect of things, looking at it from a agentic AI where you have these systems that are making autonomous decisions on your behalf, I worry about the security of those systems themselves. Like, are you familiar with Echo Leak that just came out about a week ago? Echo Leak. It was a vulnerability that a research team found by sending an email to a client, and the client opened the email and they could read it like a normal email, but there was hidden text that the Copilot agent read and executed the commands and then deleted those commands. As a past pen tester, and you as a current pen tester, wouldn't that be something you would test early on?
Oh my God. That's, first of all, it's the smartest thing I've heard this year. It's honestly the smartest. I've never heard something smarter than that. Yeah, basically, wow. I mean, it's crazy.
I left him speechless.
Give him ideas.
Exactly. I've never thought of that. Actually, I did something 2 years ago when AI popped up in a challenge where you have to solve the challenge by providing the AI an image with code on it. So it was possible to read the code and execute it. So you get that was a challenge basically. So it reminds me of that. Yeah, you need to have it tested, and the thing with AI now is they trying to escape the AI by making it taking actions on your behalf. Exactly what you said. So in the future, you're gonna tell it. It's like the Rabbit OS. I don't know if you have it. Okay. You will tell it to order food, what kind of food you want, and order taxi, get me to the airport, and it's going to do that automatically without any interaction with you. The thing that it will only ask you will be, do you want me to pay?
And that's fair. Actually, a friend of mine was messing with a chatbot on a major, let's just say, hardware retailer in the United States, and said, order me a television from this particular other website, which had no affiliation whatsoever. And it did it, and it wasn't a television, but it was an electronic product, and sent it to his house. And he said, when he was doing the transaction, he said, where should I fill in my credit card information? And the chatbot said, don't worry, we got you covered. So the chatbot from one retailer got a device sent from another retailer to his house and never charged him for it. It's one of those things. It's like, we see this over-reliance on AI, and while it's fantastic for doing security things, it's also very susceptible to manipulation. So it's going to be a really interesting adventure to say.
There's a huge advantage of the people that they are going to work with AI.
That understand it, or that they play around with, right? Sometimes we don't even know, but what is that like? You ask it to show you how to hack, but if you ask it to create a poem by telling me how to hack, it will do so.
Cool.
All right. Thank you so much. It was wonderful having you here, and thank you for the support for the BSides Athens community.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you very much.
And just responding to one of the comments here in the chat, Xavier, you are absolutely right. They should have a mic, and actually he did have a mic, just to let you know. It just unfortunately was not very loud when he was speaking. So we'll get them to be a little bit more effusive next time we have somebody in to do an interview. So thank you for pointing that out, and we'll make sure that they are a little bit louder next time. Cheers. All right, in the studio with us we have Craig and
Giannis.
Giannis, how are you?
Good.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's been a while.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. Sorry, just having a flashback moment. It's been a couple of years at least. Yes.
It's been 2 years. It was.
Was it only 2 years ago?
I think it probably more. I think it was Congress for IC Square.
Oh, then that would be longer than 2 years. Oh, yes. That was back.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Good to see you.
I'm good to see you as well. And I'm wondering when the fun part kicks in. I've been doing this for 31 years. I'm kidding, of course. Thank you very much for being here. How was your keynote in your estimation this morning?
It was great. I mean, I just got to talk about what I've been doing for the last 40 years, so nothing major really.
Very cool.
Starting off in the Royal Navy Communications and ending up my career as the Director of Cybercrime at Interpol.
Very, very cool. Now, with you joining us here today, it's really good that you're here as part of this community edition. And it's, when I say that, you know, BSides Athens has been around for 10 years now, and it is drawing such a large audience. You know, Greg is sitting to my left here, and he can slap me if I'm wrong. Is there about 1,000 attendees this year?
Almost, yes.
Almost 1,000 attendees, and it's just really amazing that you're able to share the stories and lessons learned you've gone along the way. Now, with Interpol as one of the examples here, did they ever have any sort of community involvement type aspect of things? And this is not a trick question, I was just genuinely curious.
No, I mean, it's really interesting. So Interpol, for those that don't know, is the International Policing Organisation. It's been around for 100 years. And it was set up back in 1924. And a lot of it was to do about communications. So it was about where the telex machines were. So we're post First World War, how do you communicate? And at that moment in time, if you have a telex machine in your office, you have the power because you're able to communicate. So if we were trying to set up Interpol today, we wouldn't have a cat and mouse chance to do it. So, you know, it's a neutral organisation and it's aimed just at countering crime. So it's developed over the years now. It has a number of crime programmes. 2015, they started the cybercrime programme based out in Singapore. And Interpol is seen probably as a very Western, Northern world organisation.
Canadian.
So what they tried to do and what they did in Singapore said, right, we'll stump up the money, we'll build the centre.
Yeah.
And I was based there for 5 years, and that is a very impressive centre. The real estate where it is right in the heart of diplomatic quarter. They maintain it. So there's a real investment from that side. So what Interpol then said is, okay, we'll do a global cybercrime programme, and they based it in Singapore. We also have a counter-terrorism one, organised immersion crime. During my tenure, they set up a financial crimes programme as well. Now you could argue, and I was one of those maybe that did argue a little bit, why do we set up these in isolation? And this is about the community piece. We set up different communities and we don't always tie them together effectively, whether it's in an organisation. And I think this is where BSides works very well. You encourage different sections of community to come together.
Yeah.
You don't do it at high cost, so people want to come. Greg tried to get me here last year. I couldn't come because I was still at Interpol. I'm here now because I'm retired. I wanted to come and support the event. I wanted to share my experience, but also listen to the community as well. So in Interpol's role, working with the private sector in particular, we have a gateway program where we can bring data sets in from the private sector. Has to be done through our rules of processing data. It's very boring, but we have to follow these rules. But in terms of prevention, detection, investigation, and disruption, it's the private sector that see what's going on. Law enforcement, we don't. Our uniqueness is we can take away someone's liberty. We can do that disruption piece quite effectively. But the private sector do that. In the case example I gave around VTech, there's a hack there on a worldwide gaming company that had lots of children's data, and it was an independent DFR response that did that investigation and brought us an evidence pack which would stand up the test in court. They had all that information, they identified the person. So that's how law enforcement has to work more effectively, doing it on an international level but delivering it locally effectively and protecting the communities locally.
And that's one of the amazing things too, of setting up these centers of excellence, like in Singapore. Like Singapore has been on the leading edge of cybersecurity in a lot of ways, and we're seeing a growth in that here in Greece as well. I mean, like at this event alone, we have about 74 different countries that are represented at this particular event, including Canada. Sorry, I always have to get the Canada bit
Albania.
And oh, there you go.
New Zealand, UK, depending on how we're
What do you like to see in the future? Like, as we're like, for example, that you used there, that was like hard work done by investigators and things like that. Do you see? And I can't believe I'm actually saying this out loud, but do you see artificial intelligence having a role to play in investigations in the future?
I mean, it already is. Effectively. So when we looked at the private sector and how they're doing it, we dress these things up in words, don't we? Cyber. It was all very confusing. I used to do it in the UK government. I'd write a 2-page report. Saying very confusing, don't worry, these are your objectives in your cybersecurity strategy, we can help solve this. Give us 7.2 million, I can get an extra 113 staff. So sometimes we use the language and people in power, and we were just having a discussion about this earlier, is you don't want to seem to be the stupid one in the room. I'm happy to be the stupid one in the room, but I had to say, stop, I don't understand what you're saying. So when we talk about AI, what does that actually mean in the context of cybersecurity? We can see the criminals are using it already. And it's early stages, but at least we're having that conversation this time. What we've seen in the cyber journey is it's just grown exponentially in terms of the cost of cybercrime is in the trillions, the cybersecurity industry has increased as well, but the gap is widening. So for me, I'm quite excited now on the AI piece is, okay, how can we use AI effectively to protect users, end users, because they shouldn't have to be worrying too much about when they're logging on. You know, we should be taking that away from them, the onus on them effectively.
So if we're taking the onus away from them, how do we handle it from a governance perspective when you take into account things like agentic AI and where you have these systems that are making autonomous decisions on your behalf? What if the data was then poisoned, the model zoos were then corrupted? What are the concerns that we have there?
So if I look at the traditional tabletop exercises that we all have grown up with, now they involve scenarios where people turn up in, I don't know, a harbor or some other piece of semi-critical or critical infrastructure, and they have QR codes that are basically poisoning or using the poisoned model to obfuscate the presence, therefore not triggering the human element in the video card. And that's turn one in what's typically a 20-turn exercise, a TTX. Now, I don't know about you guys, but having done a number of tabletops, we're not used to that modus operandi. Please note that this year is the year that cybercrime passed the 10 trillion mark, right? So we're at 10.5, and that's not projected, that's factual.
Okay, sorry, I just got to jump in there because the cynic in me can't help but when I hear numbers like that go, really? How is that number arrived at?
So there are a number of Gartner-type measures for indexes of corruption. I know, completely, right? And what happens with cybercrime is they put it up against basically the cost of running Bitcoin wallets, Monero wallets, the cost, and please note, this is response, not recovery.
Right.
So they're not taking into account the cost to an organization, but how much does it cost criminals to run a telephone center as the one that was in Greg's slides?
So that total cost of ownership is basically coming down quickly.
So, as a counterpoint, I'm not a counterpoint, like I did in my presentation, my mum's 90. These are the people I'm talking about. Big businesses, etc. The onus is on a business to protect its customers. If they've got customer data, PI information, they should be protecting it. And then you have the carrot and stick with regulation. So I'm sort of trying to bring it back to the perspective of our local communities. How does a small business deal with this? How does my mum, who's 90, deal with this? The real world impact. The scam centres operating now, the sort of the love scams, where people are actually now committing suicide.
Yes.
So the real world impact of this is massive. And we talk in these facts and these figures, and I totally agree with the facts and figures that you're coming up with there, because it's really hard for us to get these facts and figures. But then we look at the cybersecurity industry coming up with these facts and figures, and part of that is that scare factor as well. And you probably in the same way, you've been in those boardrooms after a cyber attack.
Yeah.
And you sat down with the CEO and the team, and you see their whole world has basically imploded on them. So there is then an onus, on that protection side of it as well. But it has become so complicated now.
Yes.
And trying to cut through all the different layers and making sure that, that it's a risk. Cybersecurity is a, we're looking at a risk here. So it's that governance piece. How do we bring that into the borders? I've gone off at many different tangents there. I'm sorry, but
it's quite
there are many different facets to this. So coming back to the conference here, this is where I see you've got so many different people coming together, and the learning you get from this, the shared coffees, maybe a shared glass of something later on today as well. That's the real value of these conferences as well. And
having that is exactly it. You're knitting together all these different aspects because, the security vendors by and large are worried about the enterprises. But you're absolutely right. Elder abuse is a real and present danger. Like my brick and mortar bank back in Canada, I went in there and there was a big poster on the wall about things to look out for if you are an elder dealing with things online. And I've seen people go after my mother's email, and I read these things and it's just like absolutely insane. But they're going after the easy targets. The small, medium business, again, that's another target.
I don't know what it's like, Greece, but sitting in Singapore whilst I was there 5 years, coming back, they punch above their weight, Singapore.
Yes,
they really do.
They really
in terms of the resources they have available to them, their place, and they call it the Red Dots, that's the company they call themselves, but they're very significant. So they have the ASEAN region that they look after, they are the cyber shepherd in that region. But one of the things they came up with was they were looking at the elderly being scammed.
Yeah.
So they set up a sort of scam centre as well to combat that. But as a lot of the elderly people were, they just couldn't get cybersecurity. It was beyond them. And it was really hard. You think, oh no, it's fine, everybody, you just log on, just do this. No, they're not going to do that.
They're not.
So they had a number of different schemes, and they looked at the cultural element of this as well. How can we engage effectively? Because people are receiving these texts or emails or phone calls, and they did simple things like putting a layer on top and said, this could be a scam.
Yeah.
So you would see that when you picked your phone up or something like that. So it's these little nudge things that you can do as well.
And that's one of the other things too, like yet another call out to Singapore and the way they approach things. Like at one point I had some IP address from Singapore was trying to break into one of my systems, and I have this really bad habit historically of outing them on social media. And I put it up and I said, oh, kudos to this IP address for trying to get into my systems. 25 minutes later, I got an email from the second in command for Singapore Cyber Command saying it's been all dealt with.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn, I wasn't worried about it, but they didn't even mess about.
So David Cohen, he's the head.
Yep.
He's been there. But what's interesting as well, I think, is that consistency in leadership and management within Singapore. What you see often is countries and governments and law enforcement, we're very transitional in our careers. I made a conscious decision to stay in cyber because if I wanted promotion or whatever, at some point you'd have to leave.
Yeah.
And you look at how David Coe and his team have done it with the civil service. They've got a really unique way of how they work. But I say they've also got a bit of luxury in terms of a very stable government and things like that as well. They're not chasing the votes necessarily so much as well. So they're able to implement plans, etc.
Cool. Well, I got to be honest, this has been a wonderful conversation, and I'm getting the proverbial hook from the side stage right now, but thank you so much for being on the show today. Thank you very much for being here to be part of this event, and we really appreciate your input.
Thank you.
All right, cheers. All right, you're listening to BSides Athens 2025, and we are going to be going dark again. I see my mic is about to be cut, so we'll be back soon.
See ya.
we're back.
Yeah, welcome Demostheni. I know your talk is coming up here, AI-powered cyber defense, detecting malware through behavior. Tell us a little bit, what should the audience expect from this talk?
Can you repeat?
Yes, what should our audience expect from your talk? Give us a highlight.
Okay, so I know this is an offensive-driven, let's say, conference, but through this talk, I will try to prove that cyber defense is cool too, right? So the idea is to see how we can fuse two modern trends of the modern cybersecurity and, let's say, IT world. So we have artificial intelligence. Everybody does artificial intelligence.
Yeah, you said the magic word.
Yeah. So so somebody has to do that and try to fuse that in cybersecurity and see how we can automate and enhance things, because the adversaries are already doing that. Yeah.
So when you say cool, give us a couple of examples. What do you mean by that?
Well, you know, people usually talk about how they hacked into a system and how they found these vulnerabilities, but nobody actually sees or brags about how he defended an attack, or how he actually managed to, let's say, avoid 1,000 or 10,000 attacks within a day. And you know, there are a lot of cybersecurity engineers that work in defense, and these are unseen heroes, I would say, behind the scenes. So yeah, this is what I think it's cool about. And you know, when you fuse AI is cool by itself, so.
Elevating the blue team game with AI in it.
What do you say is going to be one of the key takeaways that you want people to internalize when they leave your talk today?
Yes, so since we are playing with technologies that are coming, are proving to be the future of cybersecurity, I want, let's say, to give a small sight to people on what we might expect in the next 5 to 10 years to see in the domain, and how the domain might change drastically, because every other IT domain is changing, and not only IT, using AI. So I presume that cybersecurity will do too, because we have stayed a little bit behind. You know, we have very strong human factor still.
And that's the key underlining piece of it, is like, no matter how much we get into artificial intelligence, you know, under all of it is the human element, and we have to be very cognizant of that. So if we're doing stuff like, you know, detecting malware through behavior analytics and things to that effect, I mean, that's going to make it easier, ostensibly easier on the operators that have to go through this, because AI can do the adequate, but the human has to do the excellent.
Exactly. You must have a supervisor on top. You do not remove the human element. You just hide the garbage that one had to see so far, and show them insights on what he might or she might expect, and where to concentrate for an analysis.
Well, thank you so much for doing this community service and making sure that Blue Team steps up their game and stays cool with AI advancing so quickly. We're excited to follow your talk, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Appreciate it.
And we're back. Next up, we have Chris and Konstantinos with Cybersecurity Challenge, redefining capture the flags. That sounds intriguing. What do you mean by that? Redefine how?
Nice to be here, first of all. Chris.
Yeah, welcome.
When we talk about cybersecurity challenge, it's a normal CPF line shortcut. academia, maybe the students, and the professionals, the industry. So everything we do, we focus on that. Other than that, it's like a normal CTF life with some minor habits.
Sounds perfect. What are some three key points that our audience should expect to walk out with today?
Can you repeat the question?
3 key points our audience should expect today from your talk.
Yeah. So we're gonna start kick this off with a quick introduction to the CTF, but it's been where else it's happening, because it's not only in Greece. It's actually a Belgian thing that started off from 2015.
Very cool.
14, correction. It came to Greece, so we're gonna kick things off with that, and we're actually gonna speak about the main things are the write-ups. So give a bit of explanation on how exactly we solve the issues, the challenges, not issues, and the outreach challenges that we had. Because in Greece, typically it's a bit hard starting out something new, especially CTF, especially when there are already so many of them out there.
Right. Yeah.
Another quick thing is also the transition from the Jeopardy style, the main thing that typically everybody do, to a more scenario-focused approach.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the main concept, of course, not to compete from now on, but rather to have a learning experience and provide a value towards a professional experience as well. So the idea is to learn already for students that are not working at the company how exactly a professional approach to the way.
So I have a question. Like, one of the things that keeps coming up is people will say, how do we get into cybersecurity and things like that? And one of the things I do suggest is CTFs and things like that. What would you say to somebody that asks that very question? What is the draw for them to get engaged? Because a lot of times they feel intimidated, and you want to have it as a welcoming adventure for them, because I'll be honest, the first time I did one, it was way too much fun. How do you bridge that gap from a psychological perspective?
Yeah, that is an excellent point. Indeed, cybersecurity is, although it seems to us like a field that has a lot of resources and free of them, a lot of people don't know about them. Mm-hmm. So nobody pretty much knows about cybersecurity challenges, and that's the outreach challenges that we're trying to solve. That's exactly what we're going to speak about. It's mostly community-based, it's resolution eventually. But yeah, it's up to now, cybersecurity and entering the field is mostly with help from somebody that is already in the field. It's not something that you can just say, okay, I'm gonna do it without knowing anybody that can actually point you to the right direction. There are plenty of platforms like TryHackMe, Hackbox that are free. They have a lot of boxes, a lot of free content that is actually pretty well written, amazing. But yeah, it's something that they really just need to Google. But how do you know how to Google when you have absolutely no touch with the field? So that's something we need to solve from the universities themselves. That's where everybody starts, right?
And
I actually think
to add to that, just one point that I feel it's quite important here. Cybersecurity is not a different field. Mm-hmm. Everyone says cybersecurity is something different. Okay, I would study information technology, computer science, and I would just work in cybersecurity. That is not going to work, at least not in the long run. You need to establish a very strong foundation of the key components of computer science, networking, operating systems, programming, and then start thinking about cybersecurity. Then everything will come naturally, and it will help you in the long run. So we have to focus on the basis. Don't start with a cybersecurity certification. There are so many of them out there. Start with a networking certification. Start with a Linux certification.
I tell people that all the time.
Naturally to cybersecurity.
Absolutely.
It will take more time, but the progress will be faster. So we will make that.
And I think they've hit a gold mine with a localized, if we call it that, localized content for CTFs. There's a lot, and I speak 5 languages, right? So in my head, I was not exposed to any CTFs in Albanian, but you got me thinking now. So all of the CTFs I've done are in English, but I don't mean just a language barrier. I mean the cultural context that you put in with that, the scenarios you build, right? There's something about customizing the experience to that local users and students' culture, right? And it really will stick with you better and memorize things better, I think, when you do the cultural play and the localized version of a CTF.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much for being here today. I really appreciate that. Do you have any parting words that you want to share before we wrap up our session here?
Well, we have a talk in approximately 10 minutes.
Oh, 10 minutes, just enough time, yes.
Yeah, so feel free to join everyone that wants to learn more and meet us in person. We are open for questions and we are happy to help.
Excellent. Well, you're at the right community event for that. We've been speaking here at BSides Athens 2025, and good luck with your talk in 9 minutes.
Good luck, guys.
Awesome. That's funny.
Thank you.
Did I get that right? Sure. All right. We are back here at BSides Athens 2025 with, I'm not going to make a butchery of your name. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hello everyone, I'm Krean Papathanasiou.
Try saying that, Dave.
I'm with 12 Greece.
And thank you so much for saying that, because my Canadian tongue can only do so many syllables at once. So I really appreciate you being here. And as a platinum sponsor here at BSides Athens, 12sec, it's a really amazing opportunity for being able to be part of the community, but also benefiting the community as well. What is your overarching drive at 12sec?
Excuse me, I didn't catch that.
Oh yeah, so like what is your mission and purpose at 12sec?
At 12sec, we provide security services to a broad clientele worldwide, which branches across security assurance, security management, security training services. We are active also in the field of compliance with the well-known DORA and NIS2 acts, for example.
Yeah.
We are very happy to work in an environment which provides us the opportunity to connect. Also, BSides, we're very glad for BSides Athens. It is 12sec always invests in the moving parts of the personnel, the consultants. On one part, it is the access it gives to its members to reach international cybersecurity conferences, but also through well-renowned certifications. If someone is active on our LinkedIn or Discord, they may also know that 12sec recently reached an agreement with Offensive Security. So it provides all its employees with unlimited access to trainings, labs, certifications. So we have a very specialized personnel across all these areas, and thus we can provide a very tailor-made service to a global clientele.
Very cool. So, for example, if WidgetCo or something like that, some company that comes along, I hope there's not actually a company named that, and they're looking for a tailor-made program for their organization, that's the type of thing that you'd be able to assist with?
I would be able to.
Be able to provide them?
Yes. It is something that the project management usually deals with communications with this client company, where on a very hand-in-hand approach. We will discuss and assess the needs as communicated by the client. This will be communicated down to the consultants, and eventually we always provide something that is of high quality, a high quality output that meets the either legal requirements or the actual needs, or both actually, of the client.
Excellent. So with events like BSides Athens here that's been running for 10 years, you know, what does it mean for you as an organization to be able to contribute to this, you know, community events like this?
It is actually a beautiful day today at BSides Athens 2025. We really love BSides and the opportunity it provides to get close to everyone each year. We've been together with the organization from the first time, and we continue together every year, and 12sec is also a platinum partner to the event.
That's fantastic. We really do appreciate you contributing.
It is something we are very happy about, and in our booth, we are there. We are looking forward to speaking to cybersecurity professionals, students, enthusiasts of the field of cybersecurity, getting to know each other and inform. We're waiting everyone there, of course.
I have to ask, is the t-shirt you're wearing part of the swag you're giving away today?
The t-shirt, yeah.
Yes? Oh, okay.
That actually is.
For those of you who can't see it online, it is a 10 Commandments of Cybersecurity, and oh, this is just cracking me up.
I need one of those.
I know, right? Yeah. That's awesome.
It's something everyone comes, and every year everyone comes together and bits and bytes of ideas, and a t-shirt comes out.
That's awesome. And this is an industry that absolutely thrives on t-shirts and stickers. I know that all too well.
Well, cool swag, certifications, and a tailored approach. Everything you need, 12sec got it for you. So, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for contributing and to making this an amazing event.
Thank you too.
All right, cheers. And we are here at BSides Athens 2025. We will be back in just a few minutes. All right, we are back here at BSides Athens 2025, and we are joined by Abdi Tamar, and thank you very much for being on the show. How's your day going so far?
So thank you for having me. It's a great honor to be today here joining you guys at BSides Athens. It's my first time, and I'm looking forward to connect with the speakers and the attendees of the conference.
Excellent. Well, one of the things that I noticed right away is your talk is about attacking SSO, so I like you already. Could you expand a little bit more on what you're going to be talking about today?
Yeah, well, I will start with a funny story about this talk because I basically submit the same content, but it was more on the defensive point of view, like how we can make SSO secure. So this year I tried to work a bit on my speech and my submission, and also my research to be more focused on the attacking perspective. So I think this is what got me here today in the conference. And I believe this is one of the most important subjects that we need to care of when it comes to application security, because identity is already a complex topic. We have a lot of stuff going on, a lot of standards, and attackers are getting more and more familiar with how to abuse these standards and how to exploit it. So in any mature organization today, you'll definitely find an SSO system. So it's important, in my opinion, to have this attacker perspective in order to figure out what can be exploited by a malicious actor in order to abuse our SSO system.
Excellent. Now, one of the things that I find is a real problem with SSO is it tends to be done in a piecemeal fashion in most enterprises, where when they deploy it, it's only doing core assets, and it leaves a larger part of the organization exposed. Has this been your experience as well?
Yes, of course, and this related to it's a shared responsibility between the applications and also the SSO system. So most of applications still rely on old-fashioned frameworks, which doesn't support the recent protocols or standards. So this opened the door for attackers to go through these open doors. The second point is related to this inconsistency between users who belong to the SSO and the other ones who are authenticated directly within this application. So from governance perspective, this may lead to dormant accounts and other open doors that can be exploited by malicious actors to get into these applications.
Has it been being here in BSides Athens?
Well, it's my first experience overall. The first time I'm visiting Greece.
Oh my God.
So it's again, it's a great honor to be here at Athens, the birthplace for democracy, philosophy, and also a good place for cybersecurity conferences. So I had the schedule for the next 2 days. I'm so excited about it. I came from Paris, but my roots are from Morocco, especially Marrakesh.
Oh, wow.
So the weather here is a bit close to my hometown. So
I have to come visit Morocco because I only just found out a few months ago that I am 0.2% Moroccan.
Oh,
it's not a big piece,
you heard it here
but
first.
I got part of it, and I was just like, that is super cool, because I was hoping for like variety when I did my DNA test, and it turned out that I'm 99.6% Irish. So much for variety. What is your biggest takeaway that you're hoping that people have when they see your talk today?
The most or the important takeaway I want to my attendee to have is go for the recent version of the RFC standards that define how to use OAuth. So a lot of efforts has been made to secure how we can implement this flow or this grants. If you check the previous one, you'll see that there is definitely a lot of security holes that can be exploited. So it's important to keep up with the latest version of the standard, and this for sure will guarantee the secure implementation of this protocol, especially in multi-stacks.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for taking time to sit down and talk with us in this very, very hot little room. Really appreciate it. Merci beaucoup. Bonne chance.
Merci à vous.
And salut.
Salut.
Thank you.
All right, you're listening to BSides Athens 2025, and we will be back in just a few minutes.
Welcome back. Shout out to my little fan here for this, because it's really hot in here. But welcome to our next speaker, George. I know you just had your talk. Tell us a little bit about your talk, Beyond Volume, APT-style data exfiltration detection. What was it all about?
We took a deep dive into how the APT groups, you can hear, right? Yeah. In how APT groups exfiltrate the data, but in a sense, because a lot of our guys in the incident response business, they are looking for the action, but a lot of times you do not have the artifacts to find this action for the exfiltration as it. But you can find the artifacts of their methodologies. For example, they use zip files where they zip all the content and upload it, for example, in cloud storages. Or another exfiltration method they use is DNS. So we took deep dive, simple thoughts, because my main problem in a lot of talks is I go to a talk, I'm singing, I understand the half of it, and I'm like,
do I remember? What
had just happened?
Yeah.
So my main concern on that presentation was simple things that I want to get the attendees to get the idea, basically that you can track the methodologies, not the actions. Because in a recent incident that I was in, for example, we didn't have the network artifacts, we didn't have the exfiltration patterns on the network and the network logs. So we came up with another type of methodology to find what happened. Basically, we take the ransomware group at the time, profile what tools they're using, what they're doing for their exfiltration, and try to map it out and find what host had these artifacts. For example, the certain group that we were chasing and using rclone. So when we found some commands there that used rclone, we were pretty certain that this was the exfiltration point. It was the NAS server of this company, so it fits. So this is the main concept, that you're not going to always have every bit of information. So you have to think outside the box.
Now, when you're dealing with these sort of threat actors, what is some of the actionable intelligence that you give your audience when you're giving your talk is what they can use that is tangible today? Because unfortunately, the media likes to spin off in different directions as, ooh, scary and all that sort of thing. But what's some practical advice you would have for them?
At the end of the day, they are using simple things to exfiltrate the data. So a common misconception is that these APT groups, these ransomware groups, are going to use some super sophisticated tool to exfiltrate the data. But at the end of the day, the thing that it's more practical, and this is the thing that is not going to get blocked, is things that an employee is going to use in his day. So this is what they are using. Basically, they want to blend in.
Yeah, they're going to go after user activity. Like users, we're taught to click things. So I mean, yes, when by definition, we're our own liabilities. So yeah, it's just definitely a longer conversation to be had there.
Awesome. So have you presented BSides Athens before, or was this your first time?
This was my first time, and my first talk in English. So
congratulations.
You're doing great.
For my English, as I have been told, my English are the most Greekiest English accent that you can hear.
I have other friends. You're good. You're good.
You're good. I'm Canadian, and let's put it this way: your accent is just fine. I'm still trying to figure out how to speak English, so there you go.
Oh yeah, let's try watching Dave give a presentation in Greek.
I would fail so hard. So what's next for you? If this is your first talk in English, do you plan to give other talks in English as well?
At this moment, I don't have something planned out, but I loved it. So I'm eager and waiting for the next one to come. But I will tackle ransomware groups on the next one for sure.
Very cool. So that's one of the really amazing things, is having these community conferences where you're pulling together like 1,000 of your closest friends, and there are literally BSides all over the world. So there would be lots of opportunities for you to give presentations exactly like that. And it's amazing that BSides community events have really spawned from basically nothing to now they are basically the mainstay. In a lot of markets, they're actually bigger than the corporate events. And that's really cool. So I really would give you a much bigger audience. And having been a speaker now for about 13, 14 years, I can safely say it gets addicting really quick. So you'll have a great time.
You're welcome to come to Chicago or Albania for B-Sides for your next one.
Or Toronto.
To be honest.
Well, thank you so much for being here today. I really appreciate it. But before we wrap up, do you have any key takeaways that you would like to share before we put an end to this?
About the presentation, right?
Whatever you want.
In general, be creative with your investigation and think outside the box, because the problem is we tend to, have a very standard methodology and cling to it. And this is the problem. And another thing that I want to use is a problem that we have here in Greece with a lot of cybersecurity experts, as we can say, or professional. When you are referring and telling them for about APT groups, they do not want to get on that. But it's like the example I gave to the talk. If you think about it, if you are a football player, you want to look at the big guys. So this is happening, and we have to have our eyes open.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, George. Really appreciate it. And you have been listening here to BSides Athens 2025. And we will be back in just a few minutes. All right, we are back here at BSides Athens 2025, and joining me today is Bill from Fortinet. Bill, would you take a moment to introduce yourself, sir?
Okay, so my name is Bill. I'm from the house of Fortinet, as you say. I'm leading a team of security engineers from different aspects. Okay, so talking about me, I'm doing cybersecurity also for myself. Okay, but what I usually say, I like to build stuff, okay? Not break, build. Or break and fix. Okay?
Well, that's fair. Yeah. I started out as a breaker, so it's...
good.
Yeah, eventually got to the builder side of things. And so how's that working out for you?
Good. So, what do I want to discuss about? Let's speak about a bit how we see the cybersecurity I will not say only in Greece, but the trends that we see recently in the market. Of course, I'm not speaking about sales, let's speak about the technical aspects, okay? So the fundamental thing or issue or challenge with the skill shortage, I will leave that aside, okay? So looking at the event of BSides, which we love as a vendor all of this community-driven approach that connect us not between companies but between different individuals. Okay, and we consider this that it's one of the key factors to find new candidates that they want to do cybersecurity, and the candidates seeing it's not like seeing it from a recruiting, let's say, approach, but seeing more and more people interested in cybersecurity, and it's I would say the different sides of the event, like from actual hacking, red teaming, blue teaming, or whatever we make it, and you will see a lot of young people, challenging people. Some of them you see them also in companies and big accounts, as we say. But at the end of the day, there is someone kind of line doing something, okay, either offensive or defensive. So it's just great content. That's one thing. The second that I'd like to mention is like we see more and more work that needs to be done on the SecOps things, okay, SecOps or DevSecOps things.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is one of the main driven, excuse me for the wording, you know, of the business sides in our region. I mean, the traditional network security is no longer enough. Okay. And we see a lot of different companies trying to fill not the technical skills, like okay, to get more people on doing it, but to understand how to secure it better. Of course, will the automation, I will not speak about AI, okay? Yeah, of course, every single presentation has an AI thing on it.
Well, it's really become the choice of the day. Like, I actually serve on the CFA review board for Sector Security Conference in Toronto, Canada. And we had almost 400 submissions, and a large swath of them were speaking very heavily towards agentic AI. And it was amazing that a lot of the speakers that had submitted were specialists in agentic AI, but last year they were cloud specialists. I'm like, interesting how the market pivots so quickly.
The market pivots, and you know, everything is being run from marketing, so you become an AI expert in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay? Or you become in a cloud, you have a cloud expertise of 50 years. Okay? It's the same like with a new programming language that someone become an expert. Okay, it's here to stay. Okay, it's solving. I hate this thing like solving somehow the skill shortage. Okay, in some entry-level positions, which is okay. We expect also that the shops will become more and more automated. We live in a world of big data. Actually, we lived in a world of big data even 5 years ago, but now it's coming more up. So it's here to stay. Sometimes I consider it. I have a motto like security is like teenage sex. Okay. So now we switch to AI. AI is like teen sex. Everybody knows how to do it. Nobody knows how to do it. So everybody's doing it.
It's really amazing how things just pop up and people are like, oh, it's an overnight success, like AI. But meanwhile, AI was coined as a term back in 1954. And so it's the longest overnight success I've seen in a while. And, you know, with all of the different aspects of things, you know, cloud security, right back to the beginning of the dawn of the internet, security seems to be in a catch-up phase in a lot of respects. Like when the internet was born, it was point A, point B, and security was never part of the equation. And do you see that being replicated again today with artificial intelligence, where security is again being forced to play catch-up? Or do you think that we are hopefully getting to that point where we're ahead of the charge this time?
Good question. So going back a lot of years, okay, when we speak about network security, it was mainly access control. Okay? Over the last, I would say, 10 years, and we'll go on the AI thing, we are seeing things that we didn't know that existed, because we didn't know what attacks were coming. Okay. So the challenge with the whole cybersecurity is like trying to catch the next big thing. So from an attacker perspective, or from an offensive, let's say, position, you always try to find what is the next, not the next big thing, but trying to catch really, really fast. We, as individuals, let's say, I will not speak about the companies, we're always falling back a bit on the technology and trying to catch up things. The good about the market that we are, I mean, the whole cybersecurity market, is that it's constantly changing. So what we see now, we couldn't predict it, even the term exists from the 70s, as you say, that we have this boost and it's being applied everywhere. So my personal opinion is that we're still trying to catch up to understand how we better can we use it, and of course it plays another aspect in the cybersecurity, how we will secure it, okay? Or how we'll secure it, or how we will use it to make things where they will bring us, they will remove the actual noise, but are we train them really, really good that they actually remove the actual noise, or not? Okay. It's here to stay. The challenge again is that we don't have a lot of people knowing about it. I mean, not knowing how to use it, but knowing.
That's one of the benefits of having a conference like BSides Athens, where you're able to share these stories. And I want to say thank you very much to Fortinet for being a platinum sponsor here to help enable a community event like this.
We love community events. I will say that again. So we're a big sponsor, and we really like the actual cybersecurity events. Okay.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for being here today. I really appreciate it, and I hope you have a great rest of your day here at BSides Athens 2025, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Thank you.
And welcome. Let's try that again. And welcome back to BSides Athens 2025.
Woo-woo. Here with us we have Dimitri and Lefteri. They had a presentation about called Painted Purple, and they're actually representing with the shirts today in blue and in purple, and we are told there is a red shirt going around. So the Three Musketeers, Painted Purple, wireless security at the operating table. This was a workshop not for the faint of heart. What do you mean by that?
Well, it was true to life. It was an attack simulation.
Oh,
that
wow.
was an actual attack that a hacker, a malicious hacker, would have done in order to break in an enterprise network and go even further. Not just acquiring the password for the network, but also providing an evil twin, as it's called, an access point that's siphoning traffic and manipulating traffic any way you want. So you can have, let's say, present a fake website. If you present a fake website of an internal device, like a fake firewall, then you can capture the username and the password that the admins are using to log into a security device, or maybe other infrastructure, which is also common because in internal networks, the IT administrators commonly do not use actual verifiable SSL certificates, and they are typing in the IP addresses. So when they are presented with a warning that says, okay, this SSL certificate is not valid, this is also common. So if you manage to siphon the traffic on an evil twin access point, which is the next thing we're going to do after getting the password, then you can also siphon and get out any kind of login credentials they use to log into their own infrastructure. And if you actually manage to do that, then you've actually pawned everything. If you can go into the firewall, you can open up the defenses and exfiltrate things and do whatever. So wireless security, because everything is switching into wireless, is of the essence these days. And can we actually secure that? Yes, we can. We can do certain things.
Tell us, Lefteri, how can we secure it?
Yeah, well, we can do a lot of things. We can do the chip security, as we said. So we can see manage the IPs that we have. So if we have a certain range of IP devices that we are using, we can say to the network, okay, we're not using any more C class 254 IPs, but we are using 10 or 12 or 20 as long as we are sticking to the number of the people working inside. We can even do it better and say, okay, we can use our MAC addresses, chip also. Spoofable, yes, but you have to know them first. So this is chip 1, 2. We can go even further and implement WPA3, and this is very important. We cannot stay on WPA2 when we're talking for enterprise sizes right now. And
you can use the enterprise, WPA enterprise also, which is stronger.
So there are a lot of things that we can do and work around. We can use the authentication frames. The what's the acronym?
Oh, the PMF.
Yeah, and
the .11w protocol.
And make sure that we are not deauthenticated easily. And
because the attacker is going to deassociate you from the access point and then inject the fake one in between and then allow you to authenticate again, but it's going to be on the fake one.
Yeah.
So if you manage to not allow your associated devices to deauthenticate, then you have a very strong defensive point there for the network. So this is what WPA3 Enterprise and the protected management frames protocol is actually doing.
Because imagine that right now we're talking to a lot of companies that they're moving along with their laptops. They go and sit on a different desk, and it's very easy to let's say deauthenticate, to leave one access point radius and go to another. So deauthentication from one side to the other is something that it can become very easy, and it's part of the process.
But you can.
So you don't understand when it's really an evil thing happening on your laptop.
It's something that, okay, yeah, I switched to the access point because I moved to the other room. So it's something that it's okay in the everyday.
You cannot do that globally because you have IoT devices, legacy devices. You cannot do WPA3 enterprise with a legacy industrial system. So you have to segment. You have to provide different SSIDs for different things. Then you have to allow for for certain MAC addresses and certain associated clients. Let's say you have an industrial system with three clients connecting, and then you have 200 employees working in the offices. You cannot have them all together.
How do you see things coming up like a legacy hardware, for example? Like my wife was recently in the hospital getting some tests done and stuff like that, and we saw a pump there with various fluids in it, and it had an Orinoco Wi-Fi card in the back of it.
Yeah.
So it's back when the world was flat.
That's exactly what I was saying. All legacy devices are providing us with a good set of challenges because changing laptops and mobile phones. They come up with new, with support for new protocols, okay. But when you have legacy devices, then you have to compensate. You have to provide segmented networks, you have to provide the stronger security you can have on them, and at some point, evidently you have to rely on the security they can provide. And this is the most difficult part when we're talking wireless. Because you can have an SSID for the pump, let's say, okay, but also the pump has to be able to protect itself at some point. And when they age, this kind of old devices, they cannot really protect themselves very well. So some managed systems provide alerting, and you have to use wireless IDS systems that are going to monitor IoT, all the devices connected, in particular, very sensitive SSIDs, as one for the pump.
But one of the problems that I have with that is a lot of these IoT devices have minimal compute power available to them, right? So you look back to the example a few years back, actually quite a few years back right now, where there was a light bulb that had a Wi-Fi attached, and you could actually attach to that light bulb wirelessly and pull the credentials out of it.
Yeah.
And the problem is in order to replace that within the network, because then you would have access to the network, each one of those light bulbs would have to be manually replaced. So it's like, how do we get to a better place where we're, doing security in a good way that is going to obviate those legacy or ill-conceived ideas?
You need the purple team, mentality, really.
Yeah.
Nice. Well played.
You definitely have to always test.
Yes.
So
that's why we get the red guys come in. Yeah, test the things, see what the flows are, where the vulnerabilities lie.
Yeah.
And
then the blue teams are going
get
to
secure
everything.
The blue guys in. They would start talking about segmentation and make them very strict and try
update
to
the firmware if you can. Let's say the blue team is going to
start with.
Sorry?
Your mic just turned over there.
So the blue team is going to go, have you updated your firmware? So, okay, you need to do all these things, but you need to attack and defend and all the things together. So you go purple instead of just red and blue. And essentially we have to put some pressure on vendors.
Yeah.
We have legacy devices, but they have to provide a minimal set of security features, add-ons, years of support. You have a legacy light bulb, and it has 1 year of firmware upgrades.
There you go.
And they have untested firmware, so you can fetch things. So it's not just about protecting your things. If you are a big corporation and you can pay for purple teaming, let's say, okay, the vendors themselves have to abide by certain regulations that are going to make them step up into the products they provide.
And hopefully we'll get to the point where we're going to patch the matrix.
That's right. Well, there you have it, folks. Always be testing, always be securing, and that's how we painted it purple. Thank you so much, Dimitri and Deftay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your...
Cheers, and thank you for being here at BSides Athens 2025.
Thank you for having us.
We'll be back in a few minutes. And welcome back to BSides Athens 2025. We are here with none other than Sakis. And no, I don't believe he's going to sing us a tune anytime soon.
How was your talk? Tell us a little bit about how it went.
Hello everyone, thank you for having me here. I believe it went well. It sparked a lot of interesting discussions after the talk, so I believe that everyone got an impression of what's happening right now with browser extensions. They're right now getting back to their offices on Monday, trying to review what they have already approved and what's in their list in their enterprise. Hopefully they are going to block a lot of them and they won't get any malicious ones installed already.
And it's not just the malicious ones, the ones that are just poorly coded that I've seen that have been really catalytic events that have led to bigger problems. So it wasn't that they were written specifically to be malicious, but yet they have the same impact too. So how do we get to a better place where, you know, these browser extensions are doing what they're supposed to do and not exposing organizations to risk, or individuals for that matter?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. Problem is right now everyone can develop an extension.
Mm-hmm.
So we are also getting the issue with less developers. The problem that we're seeing right now for our reviews is that everyone that wants to develop an extension, they don't fine-tune the extensions and the requirements and the permissions that they want to use. So they just follow a guide for a different extension, totally different kind of extension. They add all the permissions over there, they request access to everything, your storage, your cookies, your session, everything. And the extension does only one thing, just clicks a button and pops up a specific message or replaces a word. And yet they require all the permissions. Problem is that once that's approved for your organization and you use that, that developer someday might go over there and sell it. That extension would have all the permissions to access everything. You already have reviewed that, it's already in your organization, someone else owns it now, and they can do whatever they want with that.
So do you recommend stuff like an enterprise browser as a way to help reduce the risk for an organization?
That's one option that we can use, but you have to restrict the browser extensions over there.
Right. And that's what I was meaning by that, is having a browser that's controlled by the organization, so that, you know, people like me won't be able to add all sorts of extensions or write a poorly coded one. I felt really called out at that point. I'm kidding, of course. The last time I wrote code, I think God was a Boy Scout.
It's not necessary to use a specific browser for that. You can just use policies on the browser extension that the company is using. So there is no need to use a specific one that's related to security that can do that. Just you can use just policies or specific tools, so you can restrict that, or use a whitelist if you need some browser extensions for some tools that you are using internally. So you can narrow down the scope as much as possible.
Okay. So you gave your talk earlier today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So during your talk, was there any questions that really came from the audience that resonated with you, that you thought were really good points that you would like to share there, or was any key takeaways that you want to share?
With one question, it was essentially related to what's happening with the environment right now. What I want to point out, and what everyone should be aware of the browser extension right now, is that I would say it's a wild west right now, although there is a new enforced policy by Google at this point. It's actually enforced at the end of this month, so today.
That's true. Oh yeah.
It's supposed to enhance the security, but as I've already presented in my talk previously, there are already a few ways that you can evade all restrictions. I've pointed out some specific details so you can look at where you are doing your analysis. So right now, although it's more secure, it's harder to do it, but you know, when you're trying to do something, there are always a way, and it's always that game, cat and mouse. You are chasing, the one is chasing the other. So we're evolving. As we are evolving, they are also evolving. So that's that constant race. Everyone's trying to be ahead of the other.
Right. Is there any browser out there that you would recommend people use in order to reduce risk? Or is it, when you say Wild West, it's like full on Wild West across the ecosystem?
It's more or less the same on every browser. Right now, the majority of the extensions are deployed on, because it's the widely used browser.
Mhm.
So the majority of those extensions are for Chromium-based browsers. For example, Google Chrome, Brave, Edge right now uses Chromium-based. So all of those browsers are using the same extensions. So it's expected that they are getting all the hit and all the attention from the attackers. If you want to stay safe, you can opt to use a different browser, but that won't help you in the long term. If you don't click the correct URLs, if you don't pay attention to what you are installing, it would end at the same position. But the attack surface is probably smaller because you are in the 1/3 of the extensions that's listed on the stores.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for being here today at BSides Athens 2025. Really appreciate your contributions and being part of this community-driven effort. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for having me.
And welcome back here at BSides Athens 2025. We have with us in the booth Juho. Thank you very much for being here. And could you take a moment to introduce yourself, sir?
Alrighty, thank you very much. So my name is Juho Jauhiainen. I know it's quite hard to pronounce for non-Finnish people, but so I'm based in Finland. I'm working for Accenture. I've been doing cybersecurity for 11 years, I think, yeah. Mainly digital forensics, incident response, malware analysis, and so on. I'm very active in the cybersecurity scene in the Finnish local scene, but I'm now involved with the malware village in DEF CON as well, and doing this kind of stuff. So organizing as well as speaking in the.
Are you going this year to DEF CON?
Yeah, I'm good.
Well, I'll see you there.
Yep, we'll all be in town again. I was actually a DEF CON goon for 13 years, so that was crazy.
Yeah.
So your talk is coming up in just a few minutes. You're going to be talking about weaponized open source applications. Do you care to elaborate on that before you head on stage?
Yeah, so basically my talk is about KeyPass, and one Blackbuster initial access broker who has been using KeyPass as their initial vector to the organizations for the past year. And I came up with the, I was actually dealing a case where the client was compromised by this vector. And then I started researching it, and I had a first talk about this, I think in February this year, and there was nothing on the internet about the campaign. But then in May, kudos to WithSecure company, who had also been researching the same thing, and then they released their report on, I think in late May this year. But that's about it. So it's malware analysis about the keyloader, which is the malware they have been using to get the initial access.
So was the, malloader a compromised version of KeyPass, or was it?
Yeah, so basically they are doing their own fork from KeyPass, and then they are creating fake websites and doing malicious advertisement on Bing so that they can deliver the malware to the client. And so on.
So that antivirus 2009 was probably not something I should have installed on my computer?
Yeah, but to be honest, it's, for example, the case I'm talking today about, they had the MDE, the Microsoft Defender for endpoints, and until this day, I don't know if it still detects the keyloaders. So.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's disconcerting to say the least.
Any best practices, key takeaways as a teaser for the audience from your talk?
Well, of course, like I'm talking about one case, so there are lessons learned section as well, and also, what I really want to highlight for all digital forensics incident response companies is that you have to do the malware analysis part as well. Many companies are just doing the forensics, and many companies don't want to pay for the malware analysis, but you miss a lot of details about the incidents if you don't do that. So that's my own agenda too.
Yeah, absolutely. Holistic approach, right?
Very cool. All right. Well, in the interest of time, we'll start to wrap things up here because I know you have to get on stage. So I may be butchering this, but Kitos? All right.
That's correct.
Hey, all right. I got that right. Well, thank you so much for being here. And I really do have to find out where you get your tattoos done because that's some excellent work, by the way.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being here,
good
you
luck.
And
Thank
good
you,
luck.
Raj.
And yes, best of luck with that on stage. And be sure to check that out if you are here on premise today. Thank you very much. And you are listening to BSides Athens 2025. We'll be back soon.
Woo-hoo.
That's quite interesting. I've seen it other like you can dump it where you rewrite up.
μετά. Καλησπέρα. Είμαστε live στο podcast. Δεν θα πει τι κάνουμε στο workshop.
Λοιπόν, είμαστε εδώ στο workshop, κάνουμε soldering. Μαθαίνουμε όλοι να φτιάξουμε το μπατζάκι μας εδώ πέρα. Να κολλήσουμε λεντάκια, τις τασούλες, να μάθουμε πώς απλές μέθοδους προστασίας, ας πούμε, πώς να προστατεύουμε όταν κολλάμε πλακέτες, basic electrical engineering και τέτοια πράγματα. Οπότε σας περιμένουμε εδώ να έρθετε. Και εδώ είναι. Προκειμένου να... Το μεγάλο κάτω. Ξέρεις τι, μπορεί να φτιάξει και το πολύ. Αλλά είναι ακριβώς. Λοιπόν, έχω φτιάξει τώρα κάνουμε πάνω. Είναι ένα χάρτη τώρα. Αυτό είναι το άλλο. Όλο το έργο στο θέλω να το γορίδι θα γράψω δηλαδή αν θες να ψαχτείς, καλά όλα. Δεν πάει άλλο. Αλλά το γορίδι δεν στείλας, στο έθνο έτσι άλλο. Δεν θα το παραπάει. Έξω σωστά.
offline. All right, so I will take this. This title of this really intrigues me about weaponizing a conditional bypass in Intune. Could you tell us more about that?
Yeah, so first and foremost, for the audience who might not be too familiar with the subject matter, basically Intune is the device management suite for the Microsoft ecosystem. Basically, companies can manage their corporate devices on that system, basically. But the way it works is a lot of companies are restricting sign-ins to their corporate emails, productivity, apps, all that to lock down to company device only. So there's a check that, okay, if the user signs in from the company device, you're allowed in. If you're not, then I'm sorry, even if you have the password, even if you have the 2FA. So historically, company has felt quite secure, quite safe, having these kind of controls in place. And so when there was rumors in December, winter last year, saying, oh, someone can get past it, there was like some ruckus in the community saying, is it possible, is it real, is it not?
Isn't that a day that ends in Y, a ruckus in the community?
Well, I suppose a lot of organizations rely on this.
That's fair. That is fair.
It's sort of like the data boundary, corporate data boundary. They trust Microsoft or some other vendors to implement this feature security. At least it sounds like something you should do really, really well, because you claim that the attacker can't get in without company device. Then it should be that way. So I suppose there's a bit of like what kind of.
So there was no veracity to the story that was going about, or?
Sorry?
There was no substance to the story that was going about that you're referring to, or?
So a little bit, but not too much. I guess I'll talk about the nitty-gritty here, and I'll do the technicals in the talk instead. So initially there was a rumor because it was a paywalled wall garden tooling suite that I shall not name. One well-known developers in the space, he's saying, oh, I'm going to give a talk at said wall garden, telling people how to do this, and everyone else was like, oh, okay, it's paywall, but if you say you can do it, fine, we trust you. and then subsequently, so let's name him researcher A, and then researcher B came on Black Hat Europe in London to talk about the same bypass, and then the bird is out of the cage now, and then researcher A come on out and say, okay, fair enough, okay, it's now public knowledge, I shall give the community a little more hint. And it was from that hint, so what was given was the Intune company portal app, as well as an application ID in the cloud. We come in the story now. With that knowledge, we were among the first to rush into, reverse engineering from that 2 bits of information to get the bypass working and release it to the community for sort of like the community sake. Because we believe in open knowledge. We don't think as a red team we should hoard our TTPs too much. Because the more open the knowledge is out there, the better everyone is. It's my belief.
I wholeheartedly agree with you on that point, because sharing this knowledge will help improve security across the board and ultimately float all boats. Forgive me on the timing, because I'm a little sketchy as to when things are happening. Have you already given your talk, or you're about to give your talk?
We'll be in at quarter to 3 p.m.
Quarter to 3 p.m. All right. So in lead up to it, are there any key takeaways for our audience online that you would want to share?
So that's a very good question.
A little teaser.
Yeah, little teaser. I've talked about sort of the like the lead up to it, I suppose, and in another BSides Hong Kong, I talked about more the disclosure part, where so for the audience, we published a blog post and the tool on 20th of December without much public fanfare, because we don't want to make a big deal before Christmas, right? Because Blue Team needs Christmas. But then on Boxing Day, so a lot of drama there. We're hearing whispers again of actual exploitation while using that, as well as some other researchers, sharing our repo without, crediting us, which not very nice behavior.
No, that's abjectly bad.
So fortunately, I have made all the socials ready. Just need to hit send. And so, we hit send on 27th, and that post blew up overnight. And the rest was history. Originally, I'm going to talk about the vulnerability in the talk itself, so the audience can anticipate or feel excited about attending, and also we'll upload the talks later anyway. So for those who can't make it, so don't worry.
Excellent.
But what my takeaway was, there was a couple of community figures around the disclosure which did not credit us, and I asked nicely, hey, influencer X, it's been very nice that you share this, but can you give due credits where it's due, because there's a lot of hard work from our end to make it happen, and we want people to read our blog post as well, because it has original content and so on. So they responded nicely and fairly reshared our content and so on. So it was all good in the end.
I was about to say name and shame, but you didn't have to. That's really good of them.
Exactly.
Well, I want to say thank you so much for joining us today, and really appreciate your contributions here at BSides Athens 2025. This has just been an amazing event, and it's really cool to be able to talk with folks like yourself. And so, good luck with your talk.
Thank you, Davis. I do have one job in the last.
Of course.
If I'm allowed to. So, JumpSec, we are planning to open a Greek branch.
Oh, wow, nice.
So for those in the audience, we'll shout that out in the talk as well, but we'll be working with the uni and some other industry partners to expand our business in this area. So look forward to that.
So you heard it here first, JumpSec is going to be hiring in Greece. Awesome, thank you so much, and good talking to you. Cheers. You're listening to BSides Athens 2025, the podcast, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. And we're back here at BSides Athens 2025. My name is Dave Lewis, and with me is? And I think there's something wrong with your microphone because I can't hear you through the headphones at all. Test now, test now.
Testing. I am coming through. No?
Not so much. Anyway, we are very fortunate to have the sponsor here from Alphabet as a gold sponsor to BSides Athens. And if you could, well, it's good to have you back in the room. And I have to admit, it's so hot in this room that I actually have already forgotten your name. Could you introduce yourself again for the listeners?
Yeah, sure. My name is Dimitris Georgiou. I am the Chief Security Officer for Alphabet Cybersecurity and also the founder. And today I'm a partner. Alphabet is a cybersecurity company that's stemming from the realities of cyber insecurity coming with IT. I've been around since many years. It was since 1996, 1997 that I have discovered a few things going not so right with networking. So coming from IT and ICT and the convergence of things, I found out that there's a true need for information security and cybersecurity as we call it today. So the company founded 2008 has gone through a cybersecurity transformation. Today we are a specialized company doing 95% of cybersecurity work. We have three main pillars of operations. The first one is what we call governance, risk management, and compliance, also providing the technical aspect of risk management for our customers, meaning vulnerability management and penetration testing and different security assurance activities that go hand in hand with proper risk management. On the second pillar, we are providing security operation support for our customers, as in managed security services and operational assistance on projects or on different things that they need. And on the third pillar, which we are very proud of, is we are providing incident response and mostly digital forensics work. We have our own in-house laboratory. We're not, dripping information to different laboratories. We do all the work in-house. We have our own analysts who are certified, and we are very, very proud of the support we are providing for customers, going from initial breaches or incidents that have been discovered, all the way to supporting the C-suite on decisions that have to be made, on providing assistance on how to contact the authorities, providing assistance to legal teams because they need to, tend to the interests of their customers, and all the way into the courtroom, whatever is needed for customers to see their interest through a breach or a cybersecurity case that has to do with digital evidence, etc. So that's Alphabet. We have a good understanding of the cybersecurity chain. We are stronger in other parts, less strong in other, but we can provide a strong support for our customers, and that's what we do.
And that's one of the really key pieces there that you just highlighted on, is saying that you're strong in some places but not in others, and that's not a bad thing to say.
Yeah.
And there are so many companies out there, they'll say, "Oh, we do everything." It's really disingenuous to the customers. So right there, you're really doing a lot to establish your bona fides and trust.
And most importantly, you're here supporting the community, right? It's events like BSides that are for the community, by the community, and thanks to sponsors like you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us again this afternoon. This has been interesting.
Have a great hot day.
We've got a very hot day, and also love the T-shirts. So if you're here at the event, stop by and see the Alphabets guys for their really cool swag.
Thank you so much, guys.
Cheers. All right, we will be back in just a moment.
Μεγάλες δυσκολίες να αγοράζονται και τέτοια, ξέρεις, πρέπει να περιμένεις 100 χρόνια. Είναι τα καλά του δημοσίου.
And we're back here at BSides Athens 2025. And it is my sincere privilege to be able to welcome none other than the founder, Dr. Greg himself, to the podcast. Welcome.
Thank you. Nice to be here. Nice to be interviewed by the one and only Dave Lewis.
Well, it's not only me. We have Uliana as well.
Hello. Uliana, yes, of course. I'm coming to you first because I'm waiting the ambush. So.
Oh, okay. Saving the best for last.
Yeah, let's
ambush.
See.
Ambush. Would I do that to you? Only because you saw me in this little hot room and I'm sweating to death. But the really cool thing is I came in here weighing 180 pounds. I'll leave here weighing 112. So I do appreciate that aspect.
Pros and cons.
So this has been quite an adventure for you as a founder of an event that has been really become a wildly successful thing. Like first time I was here was back in 2017, and it was a very small offering then, but it was really good. It was really well done. And I was quite taken by that. And here we are 9 years later, the 10th anniversary of this event, and 1,000 people. Like, how does that feel?
It feels amazing, but we are exhausted trying to do it as a community event. Thank you for being here as well, Iliana. Thank you for supporting us with the podcast. 1,000 people, yes. We can go much larger than that for sure, but it takes a lot of effort, and it's not only me. I mean, I have a team that they're equally motivated, they're equally inspired by giving back, sharing, learning from each other, and this is amazing. Stefanos, who's been his first year volunteering, and he's jumped into helping us with the podcast, for example. One of the things that we kept saying while setting this up, we're learning new things, we're learning new things. It's so nice, we're learning something beyond of what we've done before. And I'm sorry to the viewers and to the listeners that we haven't done it perfect. I'm sorry, maybe some sound problems, some visual problems. It's a community event, please forgive us. We will try to make it even better the next year, but everybody's having fun, and at least for the people who are here, everybody's having a very good time, apparently. And minor things I think we can oversee for now, and we will improve in the future.
Well, and that's the beauty of it is with events like this, it really is a learning experience, and it gives opportunity for all sorts of people within the community to work together on things like this. And when I had a moment to step out earlier into the lobby there, it was absolutely staggering how many people are out there having very engaged conversations all over the place. And it's really cool. And when you say that you can grow it in the future, I jokingly last year, or maybe 2 years ago, was poking you about having it at the amphitheater by the Acropolis.
Yeah.
And then I realized how bleeping hot it is here in Athens at this time of year.
Unfortunately, this weekend, it became really hot suddenly. We were not expecting to be that hot. One of the core values of this event, and what we all looked from the beginning, was to invest a lot in the quality of the event, as much as possible, as much as we can.
Yeah.
So we want people who come to the event, respect the venue, respect the effort, respect the speakers, respect the participants, everybody, respect each other. We try to do our best, and I think over the years, a lot of speakers and a lot of previous participants, like yourself, you came the first time in 2017, you've seen that we're trying our best. Honestly, we're trying our best to make a very safe environment, very friendly environment, very welcoming environment. The event gets this kind of reputation, and speakers like travel from so many different places across the world, including Canada. and
including Albania.
to be here. We had from Japan, we had from South Africa, we had from all over Europe, we had from Brazil. Like, it's amazing to see that people take the time to plan and come to Athens for this opportunity.
And that's the beauty of it, is when I come here, I'm actually seeing people from quite literally all over the world. So I really appreciate the effort that you and all the volunteers have put into this, and I really thank you for taking the time to speak with us today. I'm being told I have to give you the hook off of the stage, but yeah, I'm sure you have plenty to get back to.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the experience. I hope you're enjoying, despite the fans, the heat.
I'm making a vacation out of this. I came here to practice my Greek.
Fantastic. Dave's been back so many times, and I hope see you again in the future. Don't skip a year because of the hot room, but
I left Canada.
The steam room.
I left Canada at 42 Celsius to come to Athens at 32 Celsius. So this is actually improvement.
Excellent.
There we go.
Good. Thank you so much.
Efaristo.
Thank you. Παρακαλώ.
Okay.
All right, we'll be back. At BSides Athens 2025. Thank you all for listening in. And we have our next guest in the room, Alex Holden. Would you take a moment to introduce yourself for the listeners? I would appreciate it.
Absolutely. My name is Alex Holden. I'm Chief Information Security Officer at Hold Security in the United States and here in Europe. We do cyber threat intelligence, incident response, and old-fashioned pen testing and red teaming, and find interesting things, scary things on the dark web.
Amazing. Welcome to BSides Athens. First time here?
Absolutely, first time in Athens as well.
Perfect, perfect. Quite an interesting title you have there. Why I go to the dark web every day. Tell me about that.
I spent beginning of my career in cybersecurity over a decade in corporate structures, building defenses as high walls as possible so the bad guys can't get over it. And then 15 years ago, I went into private consulting practice and started getting questions from our clients. Who did this? Why did they do it? What are they going to be doing with data? And I realized that over a decade of defense, I didn't even think about it. So I started asking questions and also understood one very interesting thing. Technology changes and makes extremely difficult for us to figure out what the bad guys are up to. But humans don't change, and the humans that we can change and monitor right now, cyber criminals on the dark web, so that's why I go there to be ahead of the curve.
Amazing. That's a great strategy to keep up and keep reinventing not only yourself, but the way you think and keep up with the attackers. I know you had your talk already. Any interesting questions that came up during your talk or any interesting thoughts that the audience shared?
The big thought is, for most people, like, why should I go on the dark web? So, I can explain why I do it, but why others? And the big thing is that we need to learn about adversaries. Building defenses for the sake of defenses don't work, and we're not effective enough. And we, in many cases, being sold by vendors, by society, by media, a problem that may not really exist. Understanding what the nemesis is against and what they're doing currently right now actually helps us to build much better defenses, make us much more conscious and more up-to-date information security professionals.
Absolutely. Can you share maybe a couple of key findings that you have come to realize in the past few months just from browsing the dark web?
Absolutely. One interesting thing right now with ransomware, the threat actors actually offering their affiliates access to lawyers. So it's no longer your stolen data that will be available to the bad guys to sift through. It's a lawyer who works for the bad guys going to go from compliance, from legal, from all these components, and that lawyer would actually evaluate the data, will tell the bad guys what is potential value of the data, how to blackmail the company correctly, legally, and the lawyer would actually do negotiations on behalf of the bad guys. You're not going to be dealing with a half-drunk hacker who just sit there and types. It's going to be a trained lawyer who's going to be putting pressure, which actually they learn in law school, how to extort the victims. And this is just one of the many, many findings.
I can see some grounds for disbarment at that point. So it's really amazing in that whole market space is like, if you look at, DDoS for Hire is another great example. I've seen videos that they produced advertising their platform and that they have 24/7 help support and things like that. So having lawyers available, that doesn't surprise me, although it does at the same time. They're so well organized as attackers that they've turned it into effectively a business.
It is a business, and if you think about it, an average successful ransomware game makes in excess of $10 million a year. So it's not a small issue, and more people come to this because they are being lured to these monetary gains because they're completely unwarranted, they're completely illegal. But for many bad guys, it's much easier than doing it the old-fashioned, the legal way.
So $10 million, I think I have a new job prospect there. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. I really appreciate you taking the time to come in and have a chat with us. And unfortunately, we are short on time. But thank you so much. And yeah, it's great to have you here at BSides Athens 2025.
Thank you, Alex.
We'll be right back in just a moment.
Red.
'25, and in the booth with us we have Nick and Spiros. Welcome aboard.
Thank you for having me. Nice to be here.
First and foremost, Nick, you were the one that gave the talk today, correct? Would you like to give a little brief background as to who you are and
Sure.
what is it you say you do here?
Sure. So I'm an associate professor at Stony Brook University in Long Island, New York, and I gave a talk today about content integrity. And Spiros and I have actually formed a small startup that launched actually last week. And
Congrats.
we aim to sort of fix the issues that we discussed today during my talk.
Excellent. And just for those listeners that are at home that didn't have a chance to see your talk, what would those issues be?
So I made this bold claim that a lot of seemingly different problems on the web are actually symptoms of one greater problem. And we identify this problem as stateless linking. So when I link to be it a JavaScript file or a remote website, I actually have no guarantees about what it is that I will get today, tomorrow, a month later, a year later. So we are actually linking to boxes rather than the content of boxes. And whoever is the owner of that box can radically change what is being served when a user follows that link in the future. So in traditional security, there is this general concept of time of check to time of use attacks. We essentially have this variation, time of link to time of use attacks. So I can create a link today on the internet, let's say to a regular website that I like, that I trust, that supports my point of view, but there's no guarantees that in 6 months from today, that domain will not have expired, someone else has picked it up, and now whoever is the new owner claims the exact opposite of what the old link claimed.
And that's a very salient point. I used to have a link shortener. It was a .zip website, and I lost control of it because, heaven forbid, I renew the bill.
Exactly.
And yes, it's exactly what happened. A malware provider started trying to distribute links that way.
Exactly.
Interesting.
Any interesting questions that came up during your presentation from the audience?
No, we were running a bit late on time, so, I definitely saw people kind of realizing, as I was presenting more and more issues that were treated as separate issues, right? So we have, let's say, a domain name expiring that you used to trust for JavaScript. Now someone else registered this and can deliver malicious JavaScript to your website. So we treat this as one problem. Then I made another claim that a reason for our low media trust is actually because of content integrity. So we've published papers where we show that news outlets will actually change the headlines and the actual body of their articles post-publication.
I have seen that, yes. But the problem we have here is that humans are conditioned to click links.
Exactly.
So how do you, provide that level of security?
So it depends on what you're trying to do.
Mhm.
So for example, in our startup, we are offering a solution where we will use crowdsourcing to identify all your links, and then we pass them to filters. So I will find out, let's say, a link on a part of your website from 3 years ago is actually pointing to something malicious today. Or to something that's not safe for work, right? Or to a low-quality website. We have these cool findings. So there was this, if I have time, I can cover this.
We got another minute.
Sort of top-tier academic conference called AsiaCCS. And there was this edition of this in 2018. And they registered a website, asiaccs2018.org. And this was a website where all the papers were hosted, all the program was there, like Security BSides Athens, right? So what actually happened, at some point, someone stopped paying the bill, right? And if you visit this site now, and you have pretty much, the entire, let's say, academic web pointing to this AsiaCCS 2018, it actually redirects you to a Thai betting site. Right? And so we have this blog post on our site that is, from the ivory tower to putting it all on red, right? And it shows you essentially, this problem of content integrity, right? We have links, the links point to boxes, but whoever's in control of the box can radically change what is being served when you ask for that.
Very cool. All right.
What's next for the startup?
Finding clients.
You heard that, audience?
Yeah, that's right. So we pretty much have to convince people that, hey, this is an actual problem, right? Because people may not realize, oh, what is this thing that you tell? What are this link security? What are you talking about, right? So we have to convince people that, all your external links are actually part of your attack surface. And if your site is large, if your site is old, there is zero chance that you have a complete picture of what it is that you're linking to.
And not just if it's old, I mean, even new links as they come up. As you take your content and you publish new things, you can always fall short. It's an external link, now it's okay, but in 3 years from now, you might be vulnerable.
That's right.
Fair enough. Do you have any last thoughts that you'd like to share before we wrap up here today?
Just the final part that I showed on my talk, this triad of CIA, like confidentiality, integrity, availability, and I made this claim that integrity doesn't get a lot of love, right? And actually people should really think about integrity as a property that requires safeguarding.
That is beyond fair, yeah, because it's always the confidentiality, sometimes the availability, but seldom the integrity. That's a very salient point. Well, I want to say thank you very much for being here today, and thank you for being part of BSides Athens 2025, and I hope you have a great rest of your conference.
Cheers.
And And we're back here at BSides Athens 2025. And apologies there, we all had to have some lunch and touch grass, all that sort of fun thing. And it is really amazing to be back here in Athens, Greece, because we're really getting to talk with a lot of really cool people. And that is, to put a finer point on it, I've lost my train of thought, but
one of these cool people.
That's what I'm trying to get to, yes. And let you run with this because I'm obviously defective.
No, it's my fault because I kept talking to Dave outside at lunch, so he's out of energy. But here with us we have Konstantinos, which I had the pleasure of meeting yesterday, and his talk today is going to be titled "Cyber Warfare in Recent Armed Conflicts." Talk about a very, very timely talk. So, Konstantinos, introduce yourself a little bit for the audience and give us an overview of what they should expect from your talk today.
Right. So, hello everyone. I'm Konstantinos. I work as a senior security engineer at Performance Technologies. I also teach cybersecurity topics in York College. And currently I pursue my PhD in cybersecurity. So today's talk is about cyber warfare. I've chosen two current conflicts to examine. These two are Russia and Ukraine and Israel and Palestine. Due to recent events, I had also to change my presentation at least 2 times during the last month. I combine in this presentation international relations, geopolitics, cybersecurity. Yeah.
Curious question: do you also link it up with the kinetic warfare, or is it an overlay to it?
What warfare?
The shooting war, like for example, the physical war. Do you have it integrated? Conventional warfare. So do you have it as integrated with it, or as an overlay?
I try to focus more on cyber warfare, but as you will observe later in my presentation, you will also see that in many occasions they are used together, right? So yeah, this is an aspect of cyber warfare that is yet to be examined, and there is no current doctrine that defines how it should be used more effectively. So coordinated attacks are actually a thing right now.
Very good. So when you're giving your talk today, what are some of the key takeaways that you want your audience to be able to leave with respects to the content?
Well, first and foremost, that we're doing baby steps in the cyber domain. We have not yet explored the whole range. Also, I think that I would like to mention in my presentation some of the ethical implications of cyber warfare, because even though we don't have like mass killings or many people disease at once, it doesn't mean that cyber attacks are less dangerous than conventional ones. I think that these two sum it up.
I know your company is also a sponsor for BSides Athens. Do you want to spend a couple of minutes talking to us about your company?
Yeah, well, my company actually were not specialized in the cybersecurity field not until 5 years ago, when they created their SOC service, Security Operations Service, and their offensive team, and that's when they started the whole journey in the cyber world. Right? They were integrators at first.
Mm-hmm.
They implemented technologies. It's a very nice thing to have here today and also in this event.
Well, I'm sure you're going to represent them diligently, and this is performance that we're talking about. Good luck. I know you're a first-time speaker. Thanks. And a very respectable field of academia. So thank you for coming out and supporting.
Thanks. Those are good.
And I do have a question before we wrap up there. Do you have any spoilers you want to give away to our listeners who are not actually able to be here in person?
Spoilers?
Or maybe something that most don't know, or it's something misunderstood about your field of research?
Well, actually, many people believe that cyber warfare is like conventional warfare in the sense that it includes two sides, like two opposing sides, right? Cyber warfare is not like that. Since many APT groups and threat actors take part in these conflicts, they all have their secret agendas, so there are multiple sides. It's not like conventional warfare.
That's one of the interesting things I saw with the mapping of the various different threat actor groups and seeing how not only do they have share different operators from one operation to the next, like what Lockpick group might have somebody that ends up going to another group. You're right that they align with different geopolitical factions. So it's really amazing to see how that not only shifts, but shifts on a consistent basis. And for the average layperson at home, is there anything that they can do to better protect themselves?
Against cyber attack? Against cyber
Or educate
warfare,
themselves on. Or get educated maybe if they're not ready to defend.
Well, don't use weak passwords. like,
we left, but that's one of the simplest things.
Yeah, but
deal with cyber warfare have the same principles as we do.
Yeah.
Like it's the same thing, right? They exploit weak passwords, they exploit unpatched systems. Everywhere is the same. Like, yeah, they should follow the safe guidelines, and that's it.
Cool. Well, I really appreciate you taking the time here today. Sorry, I just had to throw in a couple more questions there because I am just innately curious and also very hot from the room in here. So.
Well, you're in the right field, right?
Exactly. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much, and good luck with your talk today. Which track are you going to be in? Which track are you going to be in?
Oh, track one.
Track one. Oh, okay. You got the big stage. Nice. Excellent. Well, thank you very much for stopping in, and you've been listening to the BSides Athens 2025 podcast, and yeah, we'll be back soon. All right, we're back here at BSides Athens 2025, and joining us in the booth is Yorgos, and thank you so much for taking the time to be in here. But before I say anything, I absolutely love the T-shirt you're rocking there with, your friend and mine, Darth Vader. Quite enjoyed that. So your talk today, what is it you're going to be talking about for the audience here? It's self-healing networks, am I understanding that correctly?
Networks? No, software systems. Yes.
Oh, systems. Sorry, I read that wrong.
Don't worry about that. So yeah, basically, it's largely I'm a PhD candidate, by the way, in Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and it's basically my PhD's work. We're trying to figure out if there is any way, should be any way, for software systems to actually be able to understand their own issues, for example, of security vulnerabilities, and be able to patch the issues on their own with minimal to ideally not human intervention. So pretty much like the human immune system, one would say. It creates its own antibodies and it kind of makes ends meet with adversaries.
So that's really interesting because I've never done it from a software perspective, but from a networking perspective, I did it with various different protocols using VRRP between firewalls and things like that, so that when one site would go down, it would seamlessly fail over. How do you accomplish that from a software perspective?
Accomplished, not yet. It's
I
still
see.
quite early. There are some good indications that we can accomplish to some extent. What you're talking about is also fault tolerance in one sense, which is part of the whole healing, let's say, process, if applicable, of course. That's also much more dynamic what you're talking about. In the software realm, whenever there is an issue and you need to patch it, you need to first find the solution and then, as we say, push it to production, whatever that may mean. Ideally not directly, because you may break everything, but there is a significant process which involves a lot of testing, a lot of CI/CD pipeline going over, and basically after everything is done, then it's pushed to production and merged. So that's when the issues sort of resolved. So it's a bit of a longer process time-wise, and having some healing part, some or all, ideally all, but let's do some first, and then we can transition to everything. Can greatly, hopefully greatly increase the response time in such issues.
All right, so which do you think is going to be more beneficial, the human intervention or relying on automation to address these sort of issues?
More beneficial in which sense?
For the enterprise, for example, from an enterprise customer perspective, do you think there is that possibility we can get to the point where automation or, God help me, AI is going to be of a benefit from protecting organizations, or is this more we have to rely on humans for the foreseeable future to protect?
For the foreseeable future, I can't really tell. A short story: when I was writing my PhD proposal, I was thinking that AI models and GPT-like models could be one final part, but from the moment I wrote it till we actually started the whole implementation and everything, the whole AI thing had skyrocketed to such extent that we just couldn't ignore it at all anymore. So it jumped into the whole forefront of the idea. So how soon it can be, I don't know. For now, we do need human intervention, and it makes a lot of sense. AI still makes mistakes, still produces unsafe code for everyone. You should know that. It's not always safe to rely on AI code. And it still is not proven at a large-scale enterprise level. So for now, I think we are based on human intervention and AI assistance. But needless to say, human beings should also be having the cognitive ability to understand issues and not solely rely on AI to solve everything for them, which is almost a crime against humanity sometimes, as we are using it, not we, everyone, but a lot of human beings, even high school students nowadays, can get their exercises done by GPT models, which is not very good.
Well, it's funny because MIT actually released a study recently, I think it was like not even a week ago, where they found they had 54 candidates and they did brain scans on them. Half of the candidates worked on ChatGPT and various other platforms like that, and the other half used it just to augment what they were doing. And they found that their brain processing capabilities dropped measurably on the ones that were solely AI for everything, whereas the people who used it as a 1X didn't have any appreciable declination there. So that's kind of interesting from that perspective. I thank you very much for joining us today. Do you have any big takeaways that you would like to share before you head off?
From my talk or in general?
Whatever you want.
Generally speaking, trust AI, but you also need to trust yourself, not the AI much more than yourselves. And knowledge is power, obviously, and we still need to have that knowledge in order to actually use it. And from my point, I do believe in a sense, I do hope that AI can aid towards having more secure software around, and but not completely replace every human being on planet Earth in software terms. And we also need to focus more on designing safe products, now that coding won't be an issue anymore.
Excellent.
Security by design.
There you go. Or security by default. Thank you very much, and good luck today. Cheers. All right, we'll be back in just a minute. BSides Athens 2025, and we're going to be introducing our next speaker, who is, oh, wait, crap, it's me. So my name's Dave Lewis, and I'm going to be talking soon, so I'm going to just stop and turn it over to you.
Exciting. Now you get just me and my emotional support fan. So how do you feel, Dave? I mean, you've done quite a bit of work here today, talking to speakers from all over the world about their presentations. But your title seems quite interesting. Black Swan Events and Building Anti-Fragile Cybersecurity Systems. A little bit of a loaded title there. Break it down for us.
Well, there's a rationale behind this. So there's an author named Nassim Taleb, and he wrote a book about black swan events, and these are large events that have massive impact, but in hindsight could have easily been fixed. And he wrote it from the perspective of trading in the markets, as an example. But when you take the lessons that he learned and outlined within his book and apply them to cybersecurity, they're absolutely applicable in that we see these massive data breaches, and then in hindsight, it's like, oh, somebody forgot a patch or something like that. But it's like, how do we avoid these issues, and how do we have systems that can take a hit and continue to operate? At a previous company, we had a system that was not 5 nines, it was 100% uptime. And we were able to show demonstrably that was the case. We even had one nation-state actor try to test us, and they weren't able to take us down. So nowadays, when I'm working here at 1Password, one of the things we're doing is trying to figure out how we can improve the lot for enterprises all the way down to SMBs and the individual, so that we're making them more resilient, so that when they're worried about their security, that our stuff was able to go in and be that connective tissue that pulls it all together. And so this talk is more of a high-level abstraction as to how we can do security better, because there's so many missteps. And I mean, I've been perfectly guilty of it too. I've done silly things over the years that seemed like a good idea at the time. But we really have to figure out how we can codify our practices, because you look at the medical profession, you look at jurisprudence, and you realize they have literally hundreds of years of shared information that becomes canon. And then within respects of cybersecurity, if we're lucky, we're 40 years old, realistically, as a industry vertical. And I think that if we're able to capture these lessons learned and build systems that can take a hit and keep on going, that ultimately will be able to obviate the issues that we see from black swan events that can be driven by bad passwords, shadow IT, poor implementations of agentic AI, all of these types of things that really expose organizations and individuals to undue risk.
Yeah, absolutely. Our previous speaker here was talking about a self-healing systems, right? And it sounds like you're going to go into that a little bit?
Inadvertently.
Okay.
Yeah, inadvertently. It's very much a similar type of idea. So for me, it was more from a network perspective historically because I built a self-healing network for one power company.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember at the time, there were two physical locations that one of the engineers had wanted to use BGP to handle the load between the two of them.
BGP.
Yeah, it blew my mind because the two buildings were 20 kilometers apart, so it was kind of pointless. So we were able to change that all out and have VRRP between the firewalls, all that sort of stuff, so that if an individual system failed at site 1, site 2 would pick it up seamlessly. So it was always a hot situation, not a hot, cold standby type of approach. Now, our previous speaker was talking about it from a perspective of software security, which, I mean, is absolutely applicable. And I honestly haven't spent a great deal of time in that space, so if you're going to check out his talk, that would be wise. Yeah, no, I think that we can and will be able to do things better in the future as long as we start moving away from tactical responses and look at it from a perspective of strategy.
What are 2 takeaways you want everyone to walk out with after your talk?
One of the ones is do the hard stuff, because anything worth doing is going to be difficult.
Mm-hmm.
The other piece of it too is, making sure that we are looking at how systems can be resilient under stress, because the attackers are coming at us with a sorry, for the listeners out there, the doorknob just fell off the door to our office.
We're still powering through.
We're still powering through. We're resilient. There you go. Anti-fragile podcasters.
That was not rehearsed.
That was not even close to rehearsed. But yeah, so looking at it from that perspective of building systems that can take a punch and keep on going.
Absolutely awesome. And you're no stranger to BSides Athens.
No, I've been very fortunate. I was here for the second one and a couple of instances since then, and quite amazingly, they had me back again. So I'm really glad to be here and be able to podcast with you today. And I'm going to actually turn it over to you completely for about an hour as I go off and do my talk.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Good luck with your talk. Your audience is going to be in for a treat. And then I'll catch you later. So.
All right. Thank you very much.
That's it. And welcome back, everyone. You're listening to BSides Athens. My lovely co-host is now presenting his own presentation, so you're stuck with me. And I have the pleasure of welcoming with me Martina from Accenture. And we both have emotional support fans with us today to keep up with the heat. I love it. Martina, introduce yourself a little bit for our audience.
Thank you for having us. I'm Martina Tsavli. I'm Security Manager at Accenture, and I lead the cyber protection stream in Greece and Cyprus.
Amazing. No small feat there. Have you been to BSides Athens before?
Many times.
Amazing.
But it's the first time Accenture comes as a sponsor.
Yeah, thank you so much for your support. We couldn't do it without you. Gold sponsor, Accenture. Tell us a little bit about Accenture and specifically your department and what you do.
Well, we have a new department in security, approximately 4 to 4.5 years, and we're mainly in application security, cloud security, data and AI security, post-quantum security, everything related to security and GRC, of course. So we handle solutions around security for all of our clients.
Well, you're definitely at the right spot in terms of finding practitioners and engaging in conversations with them, as well as asking them the right questions. What are maybe some key things you're trying to get out of BSides Athens this year, specifically with our 10-year anniversary that is this year?
You know, we as Accenture have believing that giving back to the security and the tech ecosystem is everything. Our core values align with what BSides wants. For example, we want to nourish a security culture. We want to collaborate with each other. We want to foster innovation. And that's exactly what we are here to do. There is no better spot to start than BSides.
How would you describe, I myself, this is the 10th BSides that I've gone to. I try to go to BSides internationally, go to where I speak the language, and try to understand the nuances of each culture for each community, different BSides. How would you characterize the community of information security in Athens, in Greece, and Cyprus specifically?
In Greece and Cyprus, yes. Well, we are quite a new community, but we have the privilege of being local but acting global. So we are able to listen to people coming from abroad, tell us a few things about the new technologies, what are the trends, what are the innovative things. And of course, Greece hasn't been left behind. I'm really happy with the state we are at now regarding to security, and of course things are progressing really, really fast. But I think Greece is at the right spot.
What are maybe tell me a few points of advice for young students or those transitioning in cybersecurity, as someone who's very successful, with Accenture. Share a couple bits of advice with us.
Well, at first, join communities and events like BSides.
Like this one, yeah?
Like this one, yes. It's a very good start, because here you will see other people having the same passion as you, cybersecurity. You will see new ideas, you will exchange ideas, you will network, you will find companies or vendors that you want to collaborate with, you will find interesting technologies that you didn't know existed. So start by being a part of an ecosystem and then build your network forwards.
And by that, we mean actually signing up to volunteer, even if you're intimidated or you have no idea what to do. A lot of times, the people that are organizing this, because it is for the community, by the community, it is best effort, right? So we try to show the ropes to each person that is interested. And then slowly you start to climb the ladder, and maybe you'll organize your own event. Oh, and if you're in an area where maybe there's no local community near you, why not take that bold step and you create your own?
Of course, additional to that, we need to focus on the inclusion and the diversity part. I see many people right now looking for jobs in cybersecurity, but unfortunately I can see little portions of women.
Yeah.
Okay? So I started with cybersecurity 16 years ago, and was the only woman in the domain.
I know a little bit of that.
Yes, and I would like to say that You can be from a physics department, you can be for a mathematician department, you can be for an exact and a different background, but also succeed in cybersecurity. There are so many streams you can follow. GRC, strategy, consulting, risk assessments, vulnerability assessments, even management, leadership in Greece and security leadership is missing. So we definitely need more people.
And I see quite a few women here today, so I'm excited for that. But that means we have work to do in training them to go into leadership. Any specific organizations you would like to highlight? I am personally involved with the local affiliate for women in cybersecurity, BSides. Yay! There is one, a local chapter here in Athens. Okay, perfect. And also Women for Cyber. I believe they have a little bit more representation in Europe, as well as WIS, Women, Security and Privacy. They're also a global organization, but they combine a little bit of the privacy side. So I actually get to work with data privacy lawyers, which that's a whole different side of security if you think about it, though they are legal professionals. But yeah, any local efforts you would like to highlight for Greece and Cyprus?
I'm also a member in the Women for Cyber. I've been their mentor for the last years. I am also expecting their big event coming in September, so I'll be speaking on this.
Oh, amazing.
Yes, yes. And there are a lot of communities that we can foster here in Greece, okay? I'm also a member in the organizing committee of Open Conference, that we also try to foster Greece as a strategic destination for venture capitals, for startups, for even digital nomads.
Yeah.
So I truly believe in the volunteering part of the community.
If we have any international audience right now, I think she just sold you on moving here, becoming a nomad, and contributing to the Greece cybersecurity industry. Amazing. Any last thoughts that you would like to share with the audience?
I'm really happy we're here.
So are
Besides,
we?
it's a very good starting point for a new professional to come and see what happens regarding security, to come and meet passionate professionals that really are eager to move forward with the innovation and with their new ideas. So I'm really happy to be participating, and I promise I will be participating for the next years.
Amazing. We'll see you here next year. That's it for now. We'll be back shortly. Hello, everyone. We're back.
Hello.
With us today, we have Olga. Olga is part of the organizing committee, specifically the the call for participation. Olga, I'll let you introduce yourself and talk a little bit about your involvement with BSides Athens.
Yes, of course. Thank you. So, I'm Olga. Many of you may know me because I've been doing the CFP for BSides Athens since 2016. I'm wearing the first T-shirt that we had today because I thought it's an anniversary. Well, there's many reasons that did not allow me to be in Athens today, and it's really, really frustrating that I'm missing such an event. But I believe everyone enjoys it, and it's been. I heard Greg earlier. Yes, we did put a lot of effort in. Every year, we're trying to make the event better for everyone, bigger, to bring in new ideas, introduce new things. And it's something that we do because we do enjoy the involvement, we enjoy the interaction with the community, and it's all about giving back to the community. It's about giving back to people, and that's the main drive for us.
And
So I just hope everyone enjoys it.
I tell you, I traveled all the way from Chicago to be here, and it's been nothing short of amazing. There's people from a lot of different places, and you certainly reached an audience way beyond Athens and Greece. Do you want to speak a little bit about the submissions, maybe? Did we have a variety?
It's since the first round of this event, since the first year, we've been receiving many and very interesting abstracts for presentations. Last year and this year, we can see the difference. The number of presentations we receive is beyond our expectations, I'd dare to say. It's been impressive. We love that people want to come to Athens. The quality of the presentation, the quality of the talks is impressive. There's times that the selection this year was very, very difficult. We've got an amazing review committee in place. We've got people from across the world supporting us with reviewing the submissions and the talks. And still, it becomes, there's so many, we've got the scoring system. So every year the call for presentation starts towards the end of January and runs usually until April. So we do give potential speakers quite some time to submit. And then we start with the selection process, the reviews and the selection process. It's impressive how many presentations receive very similar high scores, because the quality is impressive. And that's what we really, really also appreciate from everyone that is wishing to come to Athens and contribute to the event, because it wouldn't be such an impressive and successful event at the end of the day if we didn't have.
Thanks for your help. Thank you so much, Olga, for tuning in. We definitely miss you here, but we'll see you here next year.
Hopefully next year.
Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
you so much.
We'll be back shortly.
Thank you. I'll see you later. Bye.
Hello, everyone. I'm back. Quick change of headphones over there. My co-host Dave is still not back, but I'm very happy to have next with us Jessica. Jessica has been an amazing part of and the reason why we're here today with BSides Athens. Great job organizing everything. And she is an upcoming speaker for her session in 10 minutes, actually. So, Jessica, introduce yourself for us a little bit quickly and then talk to us about an overview of your presentation.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. It's very nice to be here. Thank you to our technicians as well. So, I'm Jessica Rousseau. I'm a core organizer here at BSides Athens. Thank you all for being here with us, making our dreams a reality. Also in 10 minutes I'm doing my talk on EU DORA, the Digital Operational Act, the regulation that has taken the financial sector in Europe by storm over the past couple of years. It went live back in January, and I'm here to share our lessons and our process for getting there, but also what does the next day of DORA going live mean for the industry.
I've heard a thing or two about it in the U.S. Do you want to give us some quick pointers about the takeaways the audience will leave with, especially for those who couldn't join with us in person today?
Yes, well, operational resilience is hard to grasp as a concept because it encompasses the company's own cybersecurity, incident management, business continuity, vulnerabilities management, third parties, risk management. It has so many information and data points to capture and process. But where regulators are looking at are not at the traditional incident management alone and the risk management where you have a risk register and you come up with your risks, you monitor your incidents and feedback into that, but rather the unprecedented threats. So how do you build capabilities for the futures for threats that you don't even know that you are suspect to? So make sure your organization is very robust and resilient and able to respond to those when they do materialize.
And what are, as an SME in GRC, what are some maybe bits of advice you would share with the audience today, especially for those that are maybe thinking about moving into this area or those already in it and want to become more successful?
Oh, very nice question that is. So my advice for the GRC program in the business, which wasn't exactly part of the question, is to plan for the future and to make sure whatever you build it can be repeated and scaled and improved.
Yeah.
That's the advice I'm going to give to GRC professionals as well. Technology is changing fast. New people are coming in the industries. We partner with different parts of the business, new challenges, new regulations. So make sure you always build for scale, no custom solutions, no point-in-time solution, but rather think strategically for your career and also for your job and the programs you build.
And any specific organizations you would like to highlight, especially for women in cybersecurity, at least here in Europe? And there's not many of us, so I know I've done quite a lot of work with BSides. Earlier we had Martina from Accenture with us, and we spoke a little bit about the programs we're doing with BSides, Women in Cybersecurity, with women for cybersecurity, which is more prevalent in Europe. But yeah, so I was wondering if you had any anecdotes to share with your involvement there.
Well, I live in London and I'm following the ladies of London Hacking Society.
Oh,
they are doing
okay.
great work there. They are all volunteers and they are teaching hands-on workshops from their own personal experiences. But also I found out that in the other events in the industry, like OWASP London, IS Square London, the environments are very inclusive.
Yep.
So I attend those as well because they are a great opportunity to network, to contribute, to learn, to offer. And yes, they are very friendly and open to any ideas.
Yeah, and I can attest to that. The audience here is very diverse today, and you guys have done a great job. So thank you so much for organizing all of this and inviting us. And I'll let you get to your presentation, and we'll be back with you shortly. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hey everyone. We're back. Next up, we have Javier Javier Martins. Can you do a quick introduction for us?
Yes, sure. I'm not really involved in BSides Athens, but I think I have a good experience with the event because I think, if I remember correctly, that except when there was the lockdown for the COVID, I think that I attended almost all the editions since the first one. And particularly, I remember the very first one because it's always like this when you have a B-sides even starting for the first time. It's always a challenge for the organizers because you don't know how many people will submit, how many attendees you will have, and so on. And I submitted, and I was accepted. And so I spoke at the very first edition. And if I remember, I think I spoke maybe 3 times, maybe 4. Anyway, I don't remember.
Oh,
But I tried
just
to.
for like that's a big deal. Congratulations.
But I try at least to be present every year. Since for 2 years, I'm also part of the reviewers for the talk. But unfortunately, basically, I'm sad this year because I had to travel for SaaS because I'm starting next week. I will teach in Singapore, so I had to travel, and I'm in Singapore right now. But I like to be in Athens. I like the atmosphere. I like the city. I like great people. I like Greek food. Come on, the Greek food is so amazing. Yeah. So this year it was not. I was not able to make it, but I hope that next year I will be back.
We would love to have you back. I personally came here this year because I want to speak in Greek. And I like to travel with B-sides wherever I can. But I actually came all the way from Chicago.
That's also nice, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm like you. I like to travel. So yeah. On the other side, you see Athens, Singapore. Yeah, it was very difficult.
It's really, really hot this weekend, so you dodged a bullet.
I think that we have pretty the same temperature. Yesterday we had 33 degrees. 31 today. It's but that's the typical weather in Singapore. It's super wet, super wet. So we had also some thunderstorms today, but tomorrow it will be better. So I still have a few times to visit nice places. But it's not my first visit in Singapore. So I know where to go. I know the nice places. And on Monday, back to work, I start my training.
Amazing. Javier, tell us a little bit about what it means to be part of the review committee.
Like it because sometimes for me the most funny part is that I see how people have crazy ideas. And sometimes my reflex is, oh my God, why I never had this idea? Because I submit to, so I speak at multiple events, and sometimes I also got an invitation, and the organizers, hey Xavier, can you join and can you present something? But I have no idea. You know, usually when you try to attend an event, people expect to have fresh meat, a brand new talk with brand new research, and sometimes I have nothing to say. And I said, yeah, but I'm out of ideas. And when I see the crazy ideas that some people have, I say, oh, it's crazy. So that's the funny part for me about reviewing talks.
Any advice for someone who's listening and wants to take the step and submit to talk to a conference like B-Sides? Give us some tips.
It's a huge debate because some people, I think that they are afraid to submit. And they say the feedback, because when I discuss with some people, they say, yeah, but I did something which looks stupid. Basically, I will compete with top level speakers and so on, and I will never be accepted. First, if you don't submit, you will never know. So submit. And it's better to be maybe rejected, but usually you get some feedback. And in this way you can improve. That's also very interesting because you can learn. For example, you have to work on your abstract, you have to provide more details, you have to go deeper and so on. So my best advice is don't be shy. Submit, 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 submit. And I think that there was also a rookie track, no, if I remember well, at BSides, or maybe not this edition, but there was 1 or 2 years ago, there was a rookie track. So if you are a brand new speaker and you think that you are not able to attract the attention of a complete room or a big audience using rookie tracks, but sometimes that's for the newcomers, and you can talk for the first time. So once again, submit, 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 have crazy ideas, and do not hesitate. That's my best advice.
I love it. Chances are that because this is such a tight-knit community, if you are speaking about something you're passionate about, most likely it will come through to the audience and they will see that. And a lot of people are super curious. If you're in cybersecurity, you're innately curious. So you will get an audience no matter what.
Definitively. And well, I think it's the same for all of us working in this field. We have patience. I think that if you are not passionate by cybersecurity, you will never work in this field. You can't. You can't. So if you are motivated and you have a crazy idea, go ahead, talk, and of course, people will see that you are motivated. And even if your English is not perfect, even if it's the first time and you cannot exactly express your ideas, you have your slides. And maybe after the talk, people will come to you and say, hey, by the way, I have a question about your research. Maybe we can collaborate. I tried another tool and so on. So once again, do not hesitate. Go, shoot and submit talks.
And we all get better with practice. So, I mean, English is not my native language, but the more I practice it every day, it's becoming like it.
Yeah, exactly. Don't be shy.
Yeah. Oh, and reach out to any people that have been former presenters and ask them if they can mentor you or maybe review your presentation before you submit it. I'm sure everyone will be more than willing to help out.
Some conferences do that. Honestly, I don't remember if BSides Athens do that, but some conferences, they have a mentor-mentee system. And basically, you can be supported, and I would say not an expert speaker, but somebody with more experience will be able to train you. Go this way, do that, write your slide in this way. For example, don't put too much information on your slide. Don't put Times New Roman 8 on all your slides because it's unreadable. Put nice pictures, try to make funny comments, have some memes on your slide and stuff like that.
Yes.
So it exists. It exists definitively, yes.
Well, thank you so much. We definitely miss you here, but we'll hopefully see you here next year.
Enjoy the conference.
Thank you.
Have fun. And I hope that next year I will be back. Yeah.
Thank you. We'll be back shortly.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Hello, everyone. We're back now with George. George, can you introduce yourself to the audience?
Yes. Hello from me. My name is George. I represent the company Krypton Drone Technologies, which is a Greek innovating company of dealing with drones and all the services around UAVs. And we are the first company actually in Greece who have developed a minivan, which is a command control center, mobile command center.
Very cool.
It's an innovation that can handle the crisis and all these disaster crises that can happen. So the van is autonomous 100% with fully equipped of generators and photovoltaic cells. We have communications, we have data center inside and servers. So let's say in the case of an emergency or a crisis or a disaster or even a war, all the communications can go down, our van's not.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna work, so we're gonna use it at any sorry, my English is very bad.
You can say it in Greek. We'll
Okay. In any industry, they can ask for us, let's say a Ministry of Defense or General Health or crisis management or civil protection. We can handle that. So yes, we are here to help our friend Greg.
Yeah. We spoke to him earlier today.
He used to be my student mate in the university.
No way.
Yes, I can tell you
Spill out the details. Yeah, okay. Oh my God, maybe enough for the podcast.
We was more than 6 or 7 years together.
Amazing.
Roommates and classmates, and so I know everything about him.
And that's what BSides Athens is all about: community building, friends showing up for each other, and supporting at each other's events.
Yes, that's true. We like to support all people, you know, whatever. We like innovations. We like people to do something and present new stuff and new ideas in our city, in our country, in everything. Mm-hmm. So yes, we encourage this kind of events, and of course we encourage BSides Athens, and this is our 5th year, I think, like volunteers. Oh, actually, it's from the first year, 2015, I think. Yes. Yeah.
From the start.
From the start, yeah. But like an organizer or a volunteer or how you call that?
Staff.
Yeah. This is our 3rd year sponsor. It's our 3rd year.
Amazing.
And we would like to see more.
Yeah.
We believe it's gonna be better year by year, and I can give you a hint for next year if you want. I think it's gonna be
spill the details.
Next year. The plans is already on the table, and I think it's gonna be massive, really massive.
I'm scared. They just, I made a little vacation out of this. I flew all the way from Chicago.
Okay.
But yeah, that's definitely a teaser. So you guys are welcome to come to Chicago as well. We have our BSides in October. Yeah, why not? Make the company go international. At the moment, is the company focused mainly in the Greek territory, or?
At the moment, yes. We have some communication with other countries as well. They are very interested in our concept because our van is a concept.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not. It's an idea, but it's a concept. Okay. Mm-hmm. And it's fully autonomous, as I said before, and also it is mobile, of course, which can handle a lot of things, and also it's modular. So you want to use it for a UAV control center, you can use it. You want to use it for communication center, you can do that as well. You want to use it as a data center or a penetration control center or data management, you can use it. Also you can use it like for anti-drone systems. So it's modular, you just put whatever module you want on it, and we can develop it and it can work like that way.
Very nice, and definitely a very noble mission behind it. Any last thoughts you would like to share with the audience? Maybe how you're enjoying your time here?
I think it's very interesting all these speakers that I had the little time to listen to them, you know. But it was very interesting about the new stuff and all this cybersecurity. I know nowadays it's very. It's not a fashion. It's not a model. It's not a something new for us. It's something very old because, as I say, I was a classmate with Greg, so I know all the story about cybersecurity and all this stuff. But I think in nowadays this is where things happened. Everything is gonna turn around in the cybersecurity, in the security generally, in this kind of systems. So it's very interesting to know new things and to know how you have to protect yourself, even with small bits, you know, like password security and Wi-Fi security and all this stuff. Every bit can handle all the cybersecurity that we need to know.
It's all of it's a responsibility for all of us. Not necessarily if we work, we don't have to work in it, but you know, we all have families, we have elderly people that we can take care of, and there's a lot happening out there that we should be mindful for. Well, thank you so much for coming out and supporting. We'll be back shortly. Thank you. Hey everyone, you're listening to BSides Athens 2025 podcast. This is Juliana, and with me I have my friend Wasim. Got a chance to meet him yesterday and talk a little bit about our cultural backgrounds. But I know you had your talk today earlier. How did it go? Share with us a little bit about your talk. What was it all about?
All right. I think it was a good talk. We're doing a niche cybersecurity area, which is protecting organizations who have SAP systems. So for some people, it was something new, exciting, For other people, they wanted to understand how can we protect a black box like this, because for cybersecurity and infosec people, SAP is a black box when it comes to their organization. So what we did, or what my talk targeted, is the open source project that I helped co-create and lead on OWASP, which is what we talked about, the OWASP Core Business Application Security Project.
Amazing. Did you have any particular interesting questions from the audience today?
I think mainly about how do we actually protect SAP environments. So there's a lot of shift in technology, and the recent technology of using a platform as a service, or using the cloud now with SAP is offering. So they had a lot of questions, and we get that a lot also from our customers, because we concentrate on this area, is how do we protect it?
Yeah.
So where do we start?
Let's go into that. Give us a little, maybe like a couple of points. I only have 3 minutes, but let's do it.
So I think the most important part is the main idea of our company, which is called No Monkey. And it comes from breaking these silos between security audits and IT personnel. So the first thing that you would do is break these audits, or break these silos, I would say. That would be the first step. It's easier said than done, absolutely. But I would definitely then look into building a baseline for SAP, understanding it from a different perspective. Because when you hear about SAP security, directly that community is built around authorization and access and identity access management. But it's way much more, and this is what we're trying to go beyond just authorization. It's a big part of it, but there's a lot of different areas within an SAP system that you can definitely exploit.
Amazing, thank you. This is your first time at BSides Athens?
Athens, yes. It was quite good, quite interesting. See how big it is compared to other BSides around Europe.
Right. I would say almost 1,000 attendees. That's a lot. I know we had one in Chicago, and it was around 300, and we're going to have another one, so TBD on the attendance. How are you enjoying your time in Athens?
It's quite good, other than the heat.
Oh my gosh, yes. Especially this room is steamy, but the audience knows that.
I could feel it, yes. But it's quite amazing. I've been to Greece before, but not Athens, and did some exploring the last couple of days.
Nice.
2 more days to go before going back to Germany. So this is where I'm based, yes.
What's next for you? Any upcoming BSides or presentations that you're going to be part of?
I think for the next month it's a break, because I was in Troopers before presenting.
I forgot I'm in Europe. You guys take vacation here.
Exactly. So the next talk would be in August, I'm guessing, somewhere, for a security event as well. But
Nice.
July is my off time. Well,
Amazing. Well, enjoy
not
it.
vacation time, but an off time from speaking.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much
Thank
for
you
joining
having
us.
me.
And welcome back to BSides Athens 2025. And we are back here in the booth of Sweat and all kinds of other stuff. I hope you are all enjoying the conference, either remotely or on site. It has been quite an event today. And we have another speaker here to join us in the booth. Liana.
Welcome, iTech. How are you doing today?
I'm fine. Probably you already mentioned all of you, but it's hot in here. But I got used to. Probably I'm gonna melt, but it's fine.
Well, let's talk about your presentation. How did that go?
I think it was nice, and it was the second time that I presented my tools. It was really nice.
Here in Athens, or?
It was in Pristina, Kosovo.
Oh, I'm from Albania. Shout out to Kosovo and Albania.
I know some Albanian words, but I'm not sure, so I'm not going to say.
Okay, we can go to your presentation. This is not an Albanian lesson. So, Perceptor, automating detection and rule generation with AI-driven threat intelligence. What is all that about in maybe 3 key points?
Sure. It's about like automating. It's going to be more than 3 words, but it's automating the process about intelligence turning into like detection contents, and it's using AI for making it more impactful and for also detection contents too. And I can give more details if you wonder, but that's like generally.
I'll admit I'm curious about the more details and like how do you get right into the weeds then?
Like I started to think about it like 3-4 years ago, because I was dealing with I had to read all the threat reports each day, like new bypassing techniques, new vulnerabilities, and I had to create detection contents for them. And I spent 3-4 hours for each report to create like Sigma rules or something. And then from that moment, I always think about to create this kind of pipeline. So when AI came, like I think that I can do something with AI. Undeniably, it's like hot point. But for blue team engineers, also automation is really important nowadays, because lots of things going repetitively, like burdening the engineers. So it's basically like can understand every key details from the threat reports, and after detection content creation process, even still user has to like review the contents, all the matching styles, but still it gives maybe 2-3 hours less for user. And I used few technologies when I was creating. I learned few technologies. One is LangChain. I have to say that if you ever heard it or not, you have to check it, because it's amazingly cool. It's not just you are not just asking something to AI. It's literally a bridge between user and AI, and the input is going optimizing with that. Outputs are also optimizing with LangChain technology. It has its own like LLM memory agentic stuff. If listeners you didn't check it before, definitely it's gonna be worth check it. The LangChain technology.
Very cool. And forgive me, you've already given your talk or it's coming up?
I just gave it.
Oh, how did that go? And do you have any interesting questions from the audience?
No, I got questions after my presentation when I was out to take a breath. They said they were a bit shy, but I am also when it's about asking questions. They ask really good questions about like the technology specifically, and some questions about detection contents and also the matching process. Like it's good to hear a few questions. When I was in Kosovo to present this tool, I also got amazing feedbacks. I am also at the moment working on these feedbacks. It's really I'm appreciated that I can give views. That's why I think like community for cybersecurity, it's really important. Everybody has to talk with each other, because I can learn too many things from someone, and the others can learn something from me. I believe that's really important.
And that's one of the beautiful things about community-driven events like BSides Athens, is having that group of people that are all sharing ideas. And it's really amazing how these events have really grown over the time. So do you see yourself giving more talks in the future?
Yeah, I already scheduled few.
Nice.
I'll be in Vegas for Black Hat.
Oh, I'll see you there.
Perceptor. And after, probably I will give workshop with Perceptor in Amsterdam in DevCon.
That's a great
and
time.
it's gonna be more and more because, as I told you, it's really cool that you can share something with the same mind of people, and also you can get feedbacks. And yeah.
And it's also kind of addictive giving talks. You end up craving
Yeah,
doing it again.
Yeah, you're right. I think when you try it once, it's like a poison. You have to continue.
Very true.
I love it. Well, we'll see you at DEF CON there. And also, BSides Tirana is in September, so...
Yeah, I know.
Did you?
Yeah, I know. I didn't send CFP, but I will try to attend and listen to the presentation. I will try to go to them.
Watch out, world. iTech is coming to your next local conference. Well, it was lovely having you here today with us, and enjoy the rest of your time. And we'll be back shortly.
Thank you.
And we're back here at BSides Athens 2025. I had to think of it for a second because I almost said BSides Netherlands because we were just talking about the Netherlands. And more importantly, we have another guest in the studio, such that it is.
Welcome, Mike. Mike coming from the Netherlands. And you haven't spoken yet, so your talk is coming up. The Security Godfather, Empowering Champions to Guard the Family. Ooh, interesting title. And 10 points for creativity.
Thank you.
Give us a little teaser. What is your talk all about?
My talk is about focusing on the people and the processes part. And what better way to do that when you are focusing on the security champions? Because then you can introduce your initiatives like all the tools, techniques, and activities that you want to use as a security officer towards the champions, and they can translate it for you to the developers, and so it is more easier to introduce it. They can do the translation for it, and because they are security minded, they will easily see the added value of it. So it makes your job easier, and you can go really fast in adjusting your tools, your initiative in such a way that it fits in their way of working. And that makes the adoption I like. So that is actually why I want to do this talk, because it helps every organization, and the talk's more about how to create the program. So what do we have to think on? What are the best practices? And all the way from what is a good security champion to, hey, have some strategies about identifying new ones on the loop, so you have a steady pipeline. Take out the risk of personnel changes, turnovers, and all those.
So, curiosity question then, what are some quick highlights that you can give to people that actually aren't here in attendance, that should have been here, we were looking for you, that would have as takeaways for those that can't actually attend the conference?
Of course, creating a good security champion program, you need to have a lot of friends, family, actually, core family team that covers everything, and you should have around 7 to 10 people being busy with the program, not full time, but at least a big part of it. And they should be from different backgrounds. So you've always some knowledgeable insights in every aspect of the SDLC phases, and all the questions can be asked from the security champions. Then make sure you have people who knows a lot about senior management on a small detail, so you know exactly how they think, how they want to have the proposals, because you need a lot of resources and time, and program creating with this skill costs a lot, and a lot of time, and also a lot of resources. So you have to make offers they can't refuse to keep in a team.
Speak their language.
And for the rest, it is more like interacting with the community. Let them lead you, because we can think of amazing things, but at the end, they have to do the work. So we have to make sure our goals, our achievements are being met, but that's only when they want it. So follow your community.
I'm curious, we touched a little bit on this, but what inspired you to do this talk, to create this talk?
No, you mean the topic, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
That's actually because in the Netherlands, when I work at a lot of companies or have a lot of conversations with other security fellows, then I see they talk a lot about the technology part. And like, for example, hey, we should use SonarCube. And it is a great tool, I admit it, but they say it's because it is a best practice. And a lot of teams use it, and it has a lot to offer. And I always say, it is great, but take a step back. Why do we want to use it? Does it actually work in the teams? Because I see a lot of times we use great techniques, great tools, but it doesn't fit in the way of the people, and that makes it less effective, less efficient, and then you get lost in it, and people see security as a burden. Well, I want to shift it and focus on the people. So yes, maybe the initial effect of the tool that you choose that fits in their way of working is less, but because it fits in their way of working, they will effectively use it, and they are looking for ways to improve it even on. Well, if you let them even contribute on it and have discussions with it and use their feedback, so you get actually enabling their inner sourcing and then you are going on the bottom line, netto value is more.
And that's a really key point. Like with any security company, sorry, any security. Wow, the heat's finally getting me. Any security program, the underlying piece of it is the human element.
Always.
And now, as a security godfather, do you get people to sleep with the fishes, or how do you handle Michael and things like that?
Sorry, can you?
Oh, sorry, Godfather, the movie references. I'm sorry.
I lost a little bit the question in it, but I'm like, okay, I get the reference, but what is actually you asking?
Oh, just how do you like you're encouraging people to be part of the solution? What do you do with the people that are not part of the solution but part of the problem?
Good question, actually. I focus first on the people who want to participate, because that is the easy one, and most of the time, statistically wise, you get 50% of your full people, and then because at least I hope this way, and I have done it multiple times, so it works the way, at least as what I am experienced from, is they see the added value, they see how I approach it, and they actually like it, and they can come up with problems with me, and I will solve it, and I will make it better for them. And they are talking to their colleagues as well, and that makes the ball rolling. And then at the end, you have always 20% that doesn't want to follow you. And then I'm saying, okay, what you should do with that part, but let's focus at the 80% because that are the biggest part. And that's like the Pareto analysis. 20% of your problems is 80% of the work you actually done.
Sounds like a plan. Well, good luck with your talk today, and thank you very much for speaking with us here at BSides Athens 2025, and yeah, looking forward to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Cheers. Athens, and I don't know why my brain keeps trying to change Athens, and I think it's because I'm just getting loopy at this point. With us today in the booth now, we have Marina, and welcome, and if you could take a moment to introduce yourself so the listeners can hear who you are and a little bit about yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Marina Buchenkova. I live in Amsterdam, but I am Ukrainian and I grew up in the US.
Excellent.
I
And
do digital forensics and incident response at a biotech company, which is totally unrelated to my talk, which was about smart city cyber insecurity.
so this is a topic that's near and dear to my heart. Back when the world was flat, I gave a few talks about smart cities. And so what is your perspective here with your talk today, obviating the buzzwords, but more to the battlefield?
So my goal is to raise awareness about things that we don't see happening behind the scenes. So the interest started with data privacy concern and then kind of spiraled down into the dungeon from there. But basically I bring together data privacy issues with attacks on critical infrastructure, as well as IT systems and services of smart city stakeholders, so municipalities, private companies that interact with them, academia, also individuals, kind of bring that all together to show how there are so many attack surfaces and entry points to very effectively combine cyber warfare on smart cities with analog warfare to increase the devastation and destructiveness of both.
And the other thing, too, that always strikes me with smart cities is in a lot of ways, with the amount of information that they're collecting, it ostensibly becomes a prison without walls in some ways of looking at it, because none of your movements can happen without some sensor picking it up. Is that part of what you've been looking at as well?
That is definitely, for example, one example I give is a company in the Netherlands that has multiple, well, millions of devices, smart parking locations, smart traffic lights, smart lampposts, and a standard for smart cities. But what they do without anyone's knowledge or consent is ping everyone's devices that are on them, identify the hardware information on it, and then as you walk through a city and you're walking past these smart lampposts, you're just pinging and you basically have a map of where you're going.
Who knew it's the lamps, huh?
And it's really amazing too when we're talking about these conversations about things like this. We have a test bed in Toronto, Canada, where I'm from, with the Smart City project there, and it's just amazing to see how much information is in fact collected. Where do you see things going from here? Do you see it in a good light or a not so good light?
Give you a wild guess.
I have my hunch, considering you're here at a cybersecurity conference in beautiful Athens, Greece.
It's not magically getting better on its own. No part of the smart cities ecosystem is. Devices that are used aren't somehow getting better. It's taken a long time to make any sort of progress, and there is movement, but not enough, and not enough for all the old devices. Users aren't magically becoming more educated. Companies aren't magically caring more about the security of their products and their services, and governments don't really seem to be either. So I don't see it going well, especially with the growing evidence we have of actual things that are happening, not just on purpose due to threat actors, but also by accident, just unintentionally, or due to accidental insider threats or software bugs that happen. So.
And that's very fair. There was one incident where a student hacker was recently convicted because he accessed the traffic lights for one city that was a smarter city. And the traffic lights, he got tired of them because whenever they'd be going through town, the lights would be out of sequence. So he actually hacked in, resequenced the lights so they would be smoother. So the traffic actually improved, and yet he got charged. So
He did it without permission.
there you go.
That's
And
the
that,
unfortunate part.
absolutely.
Does it differentiate you from a threat actor at that point?
And that's 100% fair. It's just like, what sort of advice would you give for anybody like that person that would be curious to get into looking at smart cities, but do it in a safe and secure manner?
That's a great question. I don't entirely know myself.
That's right.
I've been trying to get in touch with municipalities. I've had some contact with different private companies that are making the infrastructure for smart cities. And there doesn't, at least from where I'm sitting and from the way I'm going about it, be doing something wrong. Always open to suggestions or recommendations, but it doesn't seem like there's that much interest. So I would say the first starting point is, I don't know, your own home base, like your own laboratory, smart city lab, your own, careful scanning of devices in your area. So I would start small and be prepared for when it does become a more serious issue and suddenly they open the floodgates for all the people they need.
Any communities, organizations, maybe that people can get involved with in terms of on the policy side of things to impact more change?
I'm allergic to GRC, even though it would be helpful if I wasn't. But I do know that the EU has a lot of great initiatives on that. I think the only problem is none of them are really standardized or enforced, which makes sense to a certain degree because it's hard to do.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, for European people interested in that, definitely go the EU route.
And thank you so much for joining us. Very interesting topic. We'll be back shortly.
And you've been listening to BSides Athens 2020. And we're back here at BSides Athens 2025. There, I got it in before you can cut me off again. Yeah.
Just a little situation here in the podcast room.
Yeah, we're getting a little loopy at this point in the day, but we have our next guest has joined us in the studio.
Welcome, Efthemia. Talk to us a little bit about your sponsorship. Thank you so much. We couldn't do it without your support. Bronze level sponsor. Tell us a little bit about your company.
Yes, sure. So generally, our company, Enviso, is a cybersecurity focused company. So basically what we do is we provide to external clients cybersecurity services from many, many different aspects of cybersecurity. So it can be just a pen test, but it can also be incident response and structuring the company's policy from nothing, from scratch. So different solutions. The company started in Belgium. So we are here in Greece the last 3 years. And we're still growing rapidly. And that's also a reason why we're here, because it's really important to show the local community that this company exists. We are here to support young professionals, but also people who are in this sector for a long time. And here we are. We also have a close collaboration with an initiative that Enviso is also inside, Cybersecurity Challenge Greece. So we have the support of BSides in that too, and that's really important for us. So yeah, it's like a mutual collaboration.
And that's one of the really amazing things too, is by virtue of the collaboration, you're supporting the community here in Greece. And it's really quite something to see how the security community has grown here, like since my first arrival in 2017. And do you see that same growth as well in the country?
Yeah, indeed. So last year we were here too, not in this room specifically, but in this building. Me, I can really see the difference compared to last year, that more and more young people are joining this field, which is super, because myself as a talent acquisition specialist, it's really nice to see that new blood is joining this field, and passionate people, not people that just heard, cybersecurity is nice, but people who really liked it. So I can really see the difference compared to last year, let's say, and in general in the field too, that more people are interested, and also they are interested in niche fields. So maybe someone is really interested in threat intelligence, for example, and that's cool. Nice to see.
Very nice. You heard that, talent acquisition, and you said you are expanding. So if you want to highlight any future locations, you're welcome to do that. But everyone go follow Efthymia if you need any.
I'm surprised you didn't get an Albania pitch in there as well.
Oh my God, no. It's coming.
It's out. You can find me on LinkedIn.
Albania is a great market and growing.
Canada too. Do you have any challenges with getting talent here, or is it been very easy to get candidates?
So when it comes to the new talent, so the new blood, I feel that people have they have access to information and they have the energy to research. So we have a good tool, a good pool of junior people. Although in their journey in cybersecurity, I feel that sometimes they get stuck, and when we need someone really special on something, it's really difficult to find. So maybe we will have an open position for like 1 year, 2 years, to find a specific senior person for this specific position.
So one last question before we wrap up here. Do you see a lot more roles being remote, or you see organizations pulling them back into on-premise?
I have the feeling that we're in the just in between section of this, these two poles. So I feel organizations, they have the tendency to bring people back in, but not with the motive to monitor, but with the motive to retain the people and build connections. Because the last couple of years, I think the companies felt also that connections between employees, they were not so close. So it's a combination. I feel that we're in a point that we have flexibility in most companies, and that's super nice.
That is definitely better than where it was 20 years ago when I was in the thick of it.
I cannot imagine myself being in the office every day.
No, not anymore. Well, thank you so much for joining us here today. We really do appreciate it. And you're here listening to BSides Athens 2025. I got it in. Ha! You didn't fade me out. We will be back in just a few minutes after I, dunk my head in a bucket of ice. All right. See you all soon. And we're back here at BSides Athens 2025, the podcast. We are having the joy of interviewing all sorts of people today, and we have Stelios here from the Nexi Group. Thank you very much for being here today. And you are one of the sponsors at this wonderful event, and I was wondering if you'd like to say a little bit about your organization.
So, Nexi, we are basically the European paytech. Okay.
Oh, sorry, we had a little bit of mic malfunction, and I think you're good now.
Does it work? Okay, perfect. So, yeah, indeed, at Nexi we are basically the European paytech. We basically provide payment solutions to people, banks, organizations, both public and private sector. And we have presence in over 25 countries, both in Nordics, South, DACH region, and we are expanding. Basically, we decided to sponsor BSides Athens because, first of all, one of our cybersecurity centers is based in Athens, Greece. And we want to show that basically cybersecurity is super important, especially for the fintech industry. Being able to feel safe while transacting with people is important, and Next is focusing on that. Yeah, and this is a great opportunity for us. Thank you.
Oh, and we thank you as well for supporting a community effort like this. So when you're talking about payment systems, are you talking about e-commerce type solutions or something like in Africa, like M-Pesa or stuff like that?
Exactly, yeah. So we do offer back-end solutions for banks. We offer payment gateways. We offer like the 3DS secure thing that when you make a transaction, you are going to receive an SMS code, and it will ask you to enter it into the form, and it goes on. So all this is developed by Nexi, and yeah, and it's a way to make the customers and the people and the banks and everyone feel secure while transacting, and actually try to combat fraud and payment fraud, which is huge.
So one of the interesting things is our last speaker we were talking to was a talent acquisition specialist. So are you taking advantage of an event like this to recruit new staff for your organization?
Yeah, exactly. So one of our objectives here is to try to find talent. We are always eager to find more people. We are always hiring. We are, I think, 10K plus people organization. We are hiring in all countries, Slovakia, Croatia, Greece, Italy, Germany, in the Nordics,
Canada,
in many countries. Yeah. So basically, yes, it is an opportunity to hire people and find talents. If people want, they can also find me here in the event. Also, they can basically go to the LinkedIn page, Nexi Group or Nexi Greece, wherever they want, and try to find their positions or go to the website.
Very nice. Well, you heard where to find him.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
After you.
I was just going to wrap up.
We were just going to have a Canadian standoff there. So yeah, that's one of those amazing things is having an event like this with 1,000 of your closest friends all in the same room. And if you are trying to recruit, this is absolutely a target-rich environment for that sort of thing. So yeah, really appreciate you sponsoring the event. And
yeah, Nexi knows what they're doing. Well, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your time at BSides.
Thank you very much.
Wishing you a lot of success, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. BSides Athens 2025. It has been an absolute pleasure to sweat to the oldies here. I mean, have great conversations with the people that are here. And we have our next guest has joined us here in the furnace. And Liliana, would you like to take this one?
Yeah, I'm actually particularly biased about this one. We have two celebrities in the house, Kat and Sasha. Kat is a speaker and also a review committee member for BSides Athens. But also we have a BSides Chicago representation that Kat and Sasha organize, and they are a bronze sponsor. Welcome to BSides Athens.
We are excited to be here. This is Sasha's repeat trip. She's been back here a few times.
Sasha, I hope you can handle the heat in this room today.
She's doing okay. I don't know about me.
All right, so I know you have a talk coming up, BSides Chicago and Special 8, Error 404, Experience Not Required, when you have a home lab. Tell us a little bit about your presentation.
Yeah, I have that coming up in exactly 20 minutes. And it's so titled Get Your Resume on or Get Your Home Lab on Your Resume, because what I like to tell people is there is so much more that you can do to really improve your career, especially for people that are trying to just get into the career or change from, maybe they're just in IT or they want to get into cybersecurity, but they don't have the experience. So I show how doing projects and things at home, you put that up on your resume and it looks great. It looks like some really good experience. Now you can't fake it, but you have to show that you've really done the work. But that's what this is all about.
You've definitely hit the jackpot there, because I know I volunteered with WeSee Chicago last year at BSides Chicago, and we hosted the Career Village, and a lot of the gaps that we saw was in this space particularly. There's a lot of transitioning members in the cybersecurity industry, but also students that don't necessarily know how to portray that hands-on experience, right? When you're going to entry-level jobs that require 3 years experience, how do you really show that? And then there's a money component and not having the resources, but there's so many options online, and I'm glad you're here to cover that. For those who are not present with us, can you touch a little bit on some highlights or best practices that you're going to go into your talk later?
Well, one of the things that I just added this morning, because I'm always changing my deck right before I give the talk, is essentially about adding AI to some projects. And just last weekend before I came here, or maybe it was 2 weeks ago, can't remember anymore, I set up Suricata, Wazoo, which is an endpoint agent, and then I set up Olama running with the AI, and I used that to analyze my internal traffic of all my IoT devices, and got some interesting insight as to devices where they're communicating, what they're communicating. Found one that was doing some interesting things to a site in another country that I hadn't seen before. So that one is currently turned off until I get back home and do some more investigating to see what it is. It's a certain light bulb, and I'm going, what's this doing? But it's so simple to set up something like this for pennies, for $50 to $100 US. You can do this and get started, and that's what it's all about. Just get started. I've had people come to this talk before, and they'll leave saying, I've had a lab, but I just didn't know what to do with it. And you've given me so many ideas, and that's what this is about. That's all I want to do, is get you thinking a little more.
Yeah, absolutely love it. Thank you for doing a lot for all the community. Shifting gears, I wanted to talk a little bit about what has your experience been like being on the review committee?
Good and bad. I'm on the review committee for several BSides. I run the CFP for Pittsburgh and then of course Chicago, but I love Athens. But any submission where they just cut and paste the description twice, into the same thing. That's not somebody that's interested in really giving back. They just want to maybe get on the stage or something and say they spoke there. But the people that take the time and put a decent abstract in, and then they put the details in a nice outline format with key takeaways, those are the people that have thought this through, and they know what they really want to give back to the community, and it makes it easy for a reviewer to go, "Ooh, this hit all the points. Yes, that's exactly what I'm looking for to be able to do a good review." So to all the people out there that do want to submit to any BSides around the world, put those details in. Give us something that we can really look at and be able to review it.
When you know your own topic, it's easy to get caught up in the, oh, no one is going to be interested. But put yourself in the shoes of the audience. What would they want to know? How would they implement your recipe for success? And get some key takeaways. Well, it was a pleasure having you here, you and Sasha. I'm excited to see you back in Chicago. And
we're excited to have you.
Yeah, we say Chicago in October.
Yeah, 2 days this year.
2 days. 2
Oh,
days.
very good.
Hopefully, BSides Athens will expand next year, because I heard.
Well, I will be back. Well, I'll be back as part of the committee for reviewing, but I'll submit just like everybody else, and hopefully make the cut, because they are anonymous reviews. So I go through it. I have to make sure mine's good enough to be accepted, just like everybody else.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, you and Sasha.
Thanks.
Thank you. And you've been listening to BSides Athens 2025, the podcast. Hey, I got it in. Yay. We'll be back in just a moment. Thank you. Back again here at BSides Athens 2025. I'm Dave Lewis, and with me is
Juliana Seiko.
And we have been joined in the booth by our next interviewee. And welcome, Dimitris. It's a pleasure to meet you. And if you could take a time to, or take some time rather, to explain who you are and what your talk is about today.
So, I'm Dimitris Klinas. I'm the director of Intwave. Intwave is a company that does product security. So we examine the security of technological products, either this being in the design phase or the actual implementation of a product, or product prototype, product technology, and so on. And the talk we did today had to do with SSRF, so server-side request forgeries. So a server-side request forgery is a very common bug pattern in web applications. It's one of the OWASP top 10. And we showed a way where if you can't manage to do something to the application, to the SSRF, let's say, place a malicious call or something like that, you could abuse the SSRF itself to bring the application into a denial of service condition. And in that way, you could more easily convince the developers and the development team to patch this issue, basically showing them that this is something which is not just a port scanner, but rather something you could use to bring down the whole application stack.
Good grief. Yes, and this is one of those things we keep seeing these types of attacks. And I was just looking at the OWASP Top 10, and I think for the first time in 15 years, SQL injection doesn't appear to be on there. I may have just been through it rather quickly. But SSRF being on there, do you see this as a prevalent danger that organizations are having to deal with, or is this something on bubbling under?
Yeah, it's always going to be there because you consume external services so as to be able to do more rapid web application development. And as you consume third-party service, as you have a call that leaves your web application and goes to another resource, there's going to be a flaw there. There might be a flaw there that you can control basically this call being made out. So yes, there are going to be this type of interactivity between your application and some third-party service, and that's why this flaw will continue being there in the future.
And with the type of attack, what is the kind of damage that can be done? Like I understand you can be stealing user data or API keys and things to that effect.
Yeah, so if the call is carrying API keys, you can collect these and so on. What we showed in the presentation is where when you're doing an assessment and you find that this SRF call you have doesn't do this, it doesn't expose a key, it doesn't, you cannot use it to with credentials hit like a microservice and do something useful and so on. How will you make them understand that this is of significant nature and patch it? So we turned this around and said, okay, it's making an outward connection. Can we abuse this fact to eat all of the file descriptors that are there and bring down the web application? And that's why we demonstrated.
Oh, very cool. And I imagine, based on the time of day, you've already given this talk, yes?
Yeah.
Did you have any interesting questions that came out of it from the attendees?
I had some a positive reaction to the fact that they indeed had this problem, that this would come up as a low-risk issue and it wouldn't get patched, basically. And now they could use this tool that we showed, that they could demonstrate that this is actually a medium-risk issue because it lives on the application.
And that's one of those things that I always loved with these reports when I used to get pen test reports, and with low-risk things that I'm like, that can be so much worse. And especially with so many APIs being exposed to the internet, being able to purloin these keys using SSRF as an attack vector, the damage could be so much worse than it may be at this point in time. Well, I really appreciate you taking the time to stop by and talk to us in the furnace here. It's been a lot of fun. And do you have any parting words you'd like to share before we wrap things up?
Just stay vigilant and do spend the time looking at the design of applications and so on, so that make sure stuff are caught on early.
Fair enough. Wise words. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And have a great rest of your day.
You too.
And you've been listening to the BSides Athens 2025 podcast. There, I got it in. We will be back shortly as I'm about to be faded out, and I'm just going to keep talking just to drive that type. BSides Athens 2025 podcast, and I think we should just rename it The Furnace. You are in the furnace. There we go. We have just created the name. This is a seminal moment.
That's our IP, not BSides Athens IP.
Well, this has been an amazing day. We've had a lot of amazing speakers come through and join us. And not to be outdone, we have yet another speaker here. And if you could take a moment to introduce yourself and a little bit about what you're going to be talking about today in about 8 minutes.
Definitely, and thank you. So, my name is Nick, and I work for the Accenture global team of incident response and digital forensics. My prior job was in law enforcement, and I was always covering the cybercrime division, and I was doing some cryptocurrency and blockchain investigations. So I was the lead investigator in cryptocurrency and blockchain. So for today, it is my first talk in BSides Athens, and also my first time that I participate in BSides Athens.
Awesome.
Over in BSides. So it's basically a great experience and opportunity for me to network and also talk about a subject that the topic I really love, about blockchain technology and smart contracts. So basically the talk will be about smart contracts that are based on the blockchain technology, what are the security measures that somebody should consider when deploying writing smart contracts and deploying smart contracts, and also some exploits that could be exploited when you deploy and use smart contracts. So I think that it's a very good topic because blockchain technology overall is one of the newer technologies. I would say not new because for blockchain topic, the talks were about in the 80s and 90s. They were introduced about the technology, but in the theoretical level. But with the Bitcoin white paper, which was published in 2008 by Satoshi Nakamoto, and we don't know who they are. I don't know what to say. Maybe a group of people. So
It was me.
Very intriguing. Sorry?
I said it was me. No.
Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Imagine that I could speak directly with Satoshi. Even that would be a matter. So basically, yeah, it's a very intriguing topic, and I think that most of people that like security would be intriguing from this technology because it uses all the concepts of security in order to make a very secure environment, a very secure network in order the people and the nodes to participate on.
Excellent.
I don't know if it's mind-blowing, but...
Well, no, I mean, it's very interesting to me because I used to do a lot of digital forensics as well, so I'm sure you're well and truly used to the EnCase application.
I use that in school.
You use that too? Oh, God, use it in school. I remember having to use this thing, and it would give you what we call the white screen of coffee. So you get it to start running an investigation, and it's like, okay, I can't do anything for the next 45 minutes.
Exactly. How you use autopsy?
What's that?
Autopsy.
Oh, yeah.
So
wow.
It gives me a lot of these things. So, okay, I will let it run there, and I will be off for 2 or 3 hours.
My goodness, I haven't used autopsy in 14 years, 15, something like that. It's been a long, long time. That's very cool. So you have your talk coming up in about 5 minutes. Very much looking forward to seeing you on there. I will obviously be watching it in hindsight because we're still wrapping up here, but really appreciate you taking the time to be on the show with us. And it's really cool that you were here for the inception of our new podcast name of The Furnace.
The Furnace. Is it something to do about the heat wave?
Exactly. Especially in this room. So yes, we have.
You're giving us
outside and
ideas.
see what's the furnace.
You're welcome to come back as a guest on the podcast.
After the talk.
Yeah.
There you go. If we're still, upright. But so you have about 4 minutes to go, so we won't delay you any longer. Thank you very much for being on here, and best of luck with your talk.
Have fun.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And you are listening to the BSides Athens 2025 podcast, and he's about to fade me out, so I'm just going to keep talking to drive him crazy. And then I'm just going to 2025. You're listening to the podcast that is called now The Furnace, because this is the hottest room I think I've been in some time, and it's not a sauna, and it's not Sparta, or is this Sparta? We have Leonidas in the booth with us here, and I'm going to pass it over to Uliana to start things off.
We can't help with all these hot talks that are dropping at BSides Athens. Welcome, Leonidas. Your talk is called "And Zip It Up, Sneak It In." Tell me more about that. I know you're done with it, right, at this point of the conference.
First, thank you for having me here. Well, my talk was just a few minutes ago, and basically it was describing kind of 9 distinct different methods that Android malware utilizes at the moment to bypass static analysis tools. So essentially, when you're trying to statically analyze an APK, an Android file, these tools break, so you can't really proceed.
Well, hold on a second. What about decompiling them?
Yeah, this is, let's say, a next step. So the first step in this process would be to be possible to unzip it. Essentially, an APK is a zip file. So the first step in the process would be to get out the zip content. So even at this step, there are basic measures that do not work, so you have to adapt. And then at the second step, in order to compile it, one of the key components is the Android manifest, which also presents 7 different evasive methods there to break things, so you have to be careful.
And it's really amazing too when you I wish I could remember. I use a command line tool to decompile these things that is escaping me at the moment. But when I would use it, it would decompile it, and it would be stunning how some of these APKs would be attaching to or requesting permissions for stuff that it wouldn't give it to them in a million years. And one large security conference that will remain nameless was literally asking for permission to access your calendar, to access your email, and so on. And I was like, not a chance. Anyway, is this something that you see a lot of, where these APKs are pretty much over permissioned?
Yeah, okay, let me take it with 2 different approaches.
Sure.
The approach of having to check the security posture of a legitimate application, no, it's usually not the problem to have an application requesting a lot of different permissions that does not actually require. Most of the applications we check in a standard case, it's essentially what they need. But from a malware researcher perspective, yes, 99% malware require permissions that, of course, are dangerous and you should not approve. Another thing that comes to mind as I speak was permissions regarding to microphone and camera, which might be common for chatting applications, for calling and these kind of things. But, of course, this can be leveraged in a weird and a sneaky way by malware. So, yeah.
Excellent. I've had a lot of fun with messing with APKs myself, so sorry if I was a little bit animated on the whole topic there. It's just really kind of stunning. Like a former company we were working at, there was a whole bunch of APKs that people were using that would do very basic things on Android apps. But the other thing it was doing as well was launching a denial of service attack from mobile devices. So we found about 250,000 nodes that were all using it to attack. But the end user had no idea until they got their bill. Yes. Because their data usage right through the roof. And thank you for playing along with our Sparta jokes. We just couldn't resist that today. Thank you so much for being on the furnace with us, or in the furnace with us, I guess is probably a better way to put it. It's been truly a pleasure, and I hope that you'll enjoy a couple of beverages at the after party now, that you can unwind and relax and
Great. Thank
enjoy
you
yourself.
for having me, and I hope you join as well, because I think you're going to need the refreshment.
Oh,
You gotta cool it off.
All right, thank you very much. And you've been listening to BSides 2025 Athens. You're in the furnace here on the... I'm just dragging it as far as I can. podcast. If you don't like it, too bad. It's our podcast. So we have one of our last speakers of the day insofar as coming in to be interviewed with us. We have Guy here. And Guy, could you take a moment to introduce yourself to the listeners and a little bit about what you were talking about today?
Yeah, sure. So, Guy, I'm from Varonis. Varonis is a company that has this product that basically collects different events from assets in the organization and creates behavioral alerts based on that. What I do in Varonis is adversary simulation. So, I go to different customers in Varonis and start to run an attack as I was an adversary. Trying to evade the EDR, stuff like that, basically showing that way Varonis' value. What I did for today is a kind of small research. Basically, I took two ideas. The idea of searching for different info in public Azure endpoints, and the searching for credentials on GitHub, which is a well-known concept for over who knows how many years, since open source is a thing. And the main idea here is to take the data that we scraped from all the Azure public endpoints and get those unique strings that can only appear in an internal code, look at GitHub, go to the search, and pull all the different repositories and pages that are related to that. Those pages are more likely to have secrets than just going randomly.
And that's one of the problems that I've seen a lot too is, secrets management seems to be a very difficult thing for a lot of organizations. And not only on GitHub, but one of the things I always love to do when I have free time is go messing around on VirusTotal, because people upload documentation that, other people can read it. And it's this law of unintended consequences where people are doing things with all the right intentions, but inadvertently exposing that sort of information. Now, what's the juiciest thing you've ever found on GitHub? Like there's that one key that for that one organization that will remain nameless where you're like...
Usually it's just credentials, not like something that is truly juicy. Usually like acting upon it is not that big. You get a credential and you're like, okay, what can I do from here? You can't really access anything without notifying the company. So as you saw in my presentation, I found credentials for Microsoft. I also found credentials for EPAM and I think even Google. Like anything that has this cloud presence, has a lot of like big R&D centers with a lot of developers, someone there is going to upload secrets online. But regarding real finds, I usually don't act upon them. Try to keep it clean.
So what you're saying is you're one of the good guys.
Try to be, yeah. There is also this dissonance when I worked at forensics before that. Mm-hmm. And you always see the attackers, and sometimes you even see ransomware campaigns that are successful. I had a customer that I won't name here, but they had to pay to get their files basically, and they had to pay a lot. And you start to think, it's so easy. It's so easy to do so much money from being the bad guy. You can be the bad guy for a second and you're rich, but that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't think I would do so well in prison. Like the $10 million a year would be nice, but yeah.
Another furnace for you to be.
Moral consequence.
That would be part of the problem, yes. Well, I really have to say thank you so much for being here. Really enjoyed the opportunity to have a talk with you. And when you were doing forensics, did you do NCASE and autopsy and stuff like that?
Yeah, but I did forensics in Varonis. So we just being hit. Usually we rely on Varonis as a data collection tool, but most of the times you have to go out of that box. And yeah, sometimes it goes into everything that is on the disk, everything is on the memory.
I thought you were talking about back in the day. I didn't realize that you were talking about Varonis specifically.
No.
Excellent. Well,
back in the day in Varonis.
Back in the day in Varonis. Well, fair enough. Thank you so much for being here on the In the Furnace podcast. We just named it about 2 interviews ago. I really appreciate that. I hope you're going to stick around, have some fun at the after party. And it's been an absolute treat. Thank you for being on the show.
Thanks for
And you've been listening to BSides Athens 2025 in the Furnace podcast, and I'm fading out very, very slowly. My voice is getting... BSides Athens 2025, and you're listening to In the Furnace podcast. I'm Dave Lewis, and over to
Juliana. Here with us we have Nikos. Nikos, you spoke today about scaling threat modeling with AI, a use case to empower the AppSec engineer. Give us a little overview about yourself, and then you can go into your talk and what you covered in your talk.
Okay. So I work as an application security architect. Today I've been doing AppSec since 2017. Before that I was a developer, and also I was involved with research at the university, also doing security back then. So part of my responsibilities is to do threat modeling, which is the topic I spoke about today. And there we have a very big issue, which is common actually throughout cybersecurity. We are outnumbered. It's really hard to go and keep up with the pace of R&D and all the changes that are happening in an organization. So my talk, the aim of the talk is to investigate and share ideas and thoughts on how you can use AI, LLM specifically, to assist, not replace, assist AppSec engineers to scale and to do this risk analysis more efficiently.
Okay, so let's go a little bit into that, right? A couple of key highlights on things we can implement to use it as a supplemental.
So the two use cases I looked at was, first of all, doing the risk analysis at a fast pace. Keep in mind that as an AppSec engineer or a cybersecurity professional, you usually deal with hundreds of employees versus yourself who's tasked with doing cybersecurity or AppSec security in my case. So one case I looked at is how fast you can analyze the risk using an LLM based on the data, of course, that you have logged in your change management system. As natural language, describing what are you planning on doing during the design phase, and what change are you planning to bring in the product you're working with. So that there, obviously, an LLM can produce results fast and very early and be omnipresent, if I can put it that way. At the same time, you need to make sure that you adjust it and you build the knowledge base properly to reduce the noise it creates. And the second case, besides just running the risk analysis, I tried to use AI to detect where the critical changes are happening in those definitions, those titles and descriptions that you're logging in your change management system for the software. So where is the critical work happening? So implementing a risk distribution for all those logged changes, and with the aim of picking those 10 out of 100 or 150 where you actually need to focus on.
AI, a strategic partner for threat modeling. Any interesting engagement or feedback from the audience on how they are implementing AI into threat modeling?
I didn't get any specific discussions as of now regarding how to integrate threat modeling, but the audience seems to be very educated in the topic of AI, I must say, because they were very quick to pick up, before I spoke about it, on the importance of having a proper knowledge base so that your AI is accurate and not just filling you with noise. So yeah.
And that always is a good thing, because I've seen them actually generate some interesting noise. Thank you so much for joining us here on In the Furnace, or rather not on In the Furnace, In the Furnace. That's what we named our podcast about 3 interviews ago. So I really appreciate you being here as part of the inception for this new endeavor. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and I hope you stick around for the after party. That'll be a fun moment to unwind for everybody. And do you have any parting words that you'd like to share before we close this down?
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for being part of this amazing conference. Looking forward to the next year.
Awesome. Until then, thank you very kindly.
Thank you.
You've been listening to In the Furnace at BSides Athens 2025, and I'm fading out all listening to In the Furnace, the newly born podcast here at BSides Athens 2025. And with us today is Professor Yanakopoulos. Thank you very much for joining us here, and the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, of course the university which provided all this area for this huge event. I believe that the event gave the opportunity and the floor to the tutors to pass their experience and knowledge to all the audience, which is the most important part, because information that remains within you is no information. So all the information should be passed to the next generation. I think that the next generation had the opportunity to see and to approach different things that probably they have never thought about. That was very important, and of course this is the main result of having distinguished guests and let's say people from the area of the cybersecurity who know very, very well what they do. The experience that you pass to the students is given from your own experience. So they gain because they start not from point zero.
So they gained because we suffered. And then we share those stories of all the things we did wrong so they can learn not to do those next time. Is that what you're saying? Oh, yes. It's been a bit of an interesting audio adventure here today. But so we really appreciate the opportunity to be here on campus, and it's a beautiful campus at that. What do you think is the next step for students? Because we've seen the growth of cybersecurity in Greece. We've seen this conference go from a very small iteration back in 2016 to now over 1,000 attendees. Where do you think cybersecurity education is going from this point forward?
I'll start from, as you said, 2016. This program that we offer in cybersecurity, the master's program, had the base in 2016, where the European program started.
Really?
For the cybersecurity. The program finished in 2019, and it was the first year of implementing this program. So since 2019, with an idea from 2013, from another FP7 program at that time related to security, we have what we have today. So about the students now, even this is evolving. I remember that the first 2 or 3 years, the number of students who are attending the program were approximately 20. The number today is minimum 40.
Wow.
This is the evolution. This is the main problem of the nowadays problem. Why I say that? Because I see that everything is related to cybersecurity. The people believe that cybersecurity is something abstract. But the cybersecurity is our everyday life. For this reason, we have to be protected from any threat by all means, no matter whether we know how we are protected or not. So for this reason, we have to follow the instructions of the connoisseur, as we say, and we have to obey the rules. Then it is obvious that in the near future, of course, given the huge amount of information that we have, we must have a huge amount of people who will deal mainly with cybersecurity and all the topics that were discussed today. I mean AI, big data, cloud computing, and we have to have security in every part, in lower level, in hardware level, and of course, lower level, I mean the physical layer, the network layer, and of course, the information, and what else? The software, finally. And the databases.
And to be very succinct too, we have to also keep into mind the human element, which by virtue of education, we're raising all boats in that respect, because any strong security program, the fundamental underpinnings of it is the human element.
Should we rename the OSI layers with a human?
Lord, no, we're not going down that road again. People have tried.
You are now opening a huge dimension of this question. Why I say that? Because I believe that AI and humanity are completely different things.
Oh, that's fair.
So you just raised a topic that was discussed also in the conference, and I believe that the man and the potential of the humans can never be at the same level of a computing system which retrieves and reproduces the information that it already has. The humanity has a huge potential because of our brain, which can move in many directions in a moment. We don't have the speed, so we must use the computer only for speed reasons, to facilitate our life and to give us the opportunity to have more time to spend for leisure, for whatever we like, and really live our life.
Yep, I agree with you. Like AI can do the adequate. For excellent, you need the human. And I agree with you, like with the human being able to think in all different directions at once. I'm lucky I can think in one direction at the best of times, but I do understand and appreciate the sentiment. All right, well, thank you very much, Professor Yannakopoulos, for being here. Really appreciate you joining us and really appreciate the ability for BSides Athens to be here on the campus. This has been an absolutely wonderful event, much to what you're saying.
Thank you for being with us. We have to thank once more the organizers and of course the audience, because we have always both.
Agreed. Again, the human element. Thank you very much. You have been listening to In the Furnace here at BSides Athens 2025, and I'm going back here at BSides Athens 2025. You're listening to In the Furnace. I actually even stopped there. In the Furnace podcast, which was born here today, this afternoon, actually. In fact, that's a longer story. But if you've been playing along at home, you understand why we are talking like that. So joining us here in the booth from Hack the Box is Panos, who is in charge of the community endeavors for Hack the Box. Welcome very much. And thank you for being part of this and being a sponsor here
at. To be here. Actually, BSides Athens was the first conference that I ever went to.
Oh, excellent!
When I was just a student and I was living in Athens. And,
that's a full circle moment.
Yeah, it's nice one. It's affordable. It's everything that needs to be done to be considered. Also, community. That's the way we.
And that's a lot of truth in that. And this is just absolute evidence of how security community can pull together in a very good way. This organization, been here 10 years this year. It's the anniversary, and 1,000 attendees is really quite something. What does it mean for your organization to be, part of the community, to be part of, events just like BSides Athens?
So the reason that Hack the Box is what it is right now is because of the community. Right? It started as a purely community-focused company. It was started as something that was just completely free. And all the work was being done by the community, even now submitting machines, even at the very beginning helping with the support. So we aim to forever be a community company despite all the business endeavors and all the different things that we want to do. So we try to support as many things as we can, and we try to, it's a special connection with Athens, right? Because our office is our main office. We have a lot, but our main office is in Athens. So yes, and whenever I come here, I know half the people outside, so it's always nice. But we try to be in every part of the world that we can.
So we have a lot of audience that are students or those transitioning in cybersecurity. A lot of these audience uses Hack the Box as enablement tool, right? As the first stepping stones into their enablement journey for cybersecurity. Any highlights or insider tips that you want to share with the community that is still maybe new to the platform?
Are you talking about how to use the platform, how to do the job, what kind of tips?
More so, like any insider tips you have to share when it comes to the platform itself.
I'm not sure about the platform. I believe that the platform can be convoluted because we have a lot of different things going on. So probably there are certain areas of the website that you have not discovered yet. So look around.
Any creative examples of maybe the community using Hack the Box that have stood out?
I think there are different ways. If you're in the beginning of your journey, there is the Meetups initiative, which you may not be familiar with. Meetups are local groups of people. We find volunteers in different parts of the world. So we have like the community group in Paris and in Nice in France and whatever, all over the world. Like Australia, Asia, Africa, most of Latin America. So there is a high probability if you live in a big city that you can join a meetup group. So that would be the best option, I would say, because you're getting to know a lot of people and you can always Google for stuff or whatever. But the reason we like to go to conferences as security people is like meeting other people and getting into discussions like, hey, I've been stuck with this or I cannot understand this. And maybe you can have a simple conversation over coffee and laugh, and in these 5 minutes you will have done more job done than if you were sitting on your computer for like 2 hours or so.
And that's one of the really key elements too, is anytime somebody says, oh, how did you get to where you are in your career? So one of the fundamental first pieces to start with is networking with other people and being able to be part of a community. So
security, the most in probably to other disciplines, right? Because everybody in security has a story about I don't know if 10 years ago there was an official pen testing training. Like, okay, maybe, but even that you would require a lot of personnel working on them. So.
Yeah, when I started, it was poke it until it breaks, and that was about as close to a training as we had. Yeah, I just really appreciate you being here. Really appreciate you sponsoring here at BSides Athens and being part of the community. It has been an absolute treat having you on the show, and
we're happy to be here, and we'll be here next year as well, and maybe year after that.
Loyal to the core.
Excellent. Thank you very much for being here. You've been listening to In the Furnace here at BSides Athens 2025. This has been a great treat, and I'm just going to keep talking to Drive, our producer, completely mental until he just fades me out into obscurity. He's going slowly. All right, there we go. 25. You're listening to In the Furnace podcast, freshly named this wonderful, long, hot day here on the wonderful campus at West Attica. And really do appreciate the ability to be part of this amazing event and to have seen it from my perspective since 2017, but it got to start in 2016, to see it grow into the 1,000 plus attendees that are here now. And with us here in the booth, we have one of the original founders and organizers. And if you could take a moment to introduce yourself and a little bit about what it is you say you do here.
Okay, I'm Nico Pisanidis. I'm from Greece, as you understand. I know Greg many years, so all these BSides I see growing from, 80 people, now we are 700. I would like to thank you for your support here with the podcast and the hard conditions they are. Next year we'll make it better, I don't know. Nevertheless, we are a community-based sponsor, and we gather every year successfully. Even in COVID period, we had the hybrid, so we never stop. And I think we have made and achieved to gather all the community in Greece, because we are the only one BSides in Greece. And also, I think we will make it better every year. It's a process that we will start the next week for the next year. So we are all dedicated in our free time. So every Saturday we gather and we discuss and we say how things are. And we welcome everyone to come and join us. I think cybersecurity is, is magic. It's something that never stops learning. And this vibe is also to the community itself. So everybody is giving a hand to each other. And I like that a lot.
What is your favorite part throughout the planning process, and then what is your favorite part during the actual conference?
Definitely the peer reviewing. I mean, to see all the sessions. I like the talks specifically, and I like people that they can perform, because besides it's not academic, you know. We like to have performers here that will entertain our audience and also give them a lot of new ideas how to approach all the cybersecurity issues and make them a network so everybody knows where to address to somebody. So I think we are we have high quality, and this year we even have a better one. I've seen all these years, and also this is let's say the first step for newcomers. So if they have a dream to go to great conferences as Black Hat or something like that, this is their first stage here to address themselves and comfort their fear. And okay, during the process, I know it's 1 week now that it's a hell. It's a hell because we try to keep budget as low as possible. So we do a lot of our own work here. And so this is also on purpose. We like to have the fee so even
so it's accessible.
Yes, it's accessible for us. So I enjoy this moment that everything ended successfly. Everybody's living with a smile, and they promise that will come next year also. And maybe they make better connections, better networking, and I think this is so. Cheers to.
Cheers.
Cheers to that. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to be here to help be part of this. And also thank you on behalf of all the attendees, because I've heard a lot of really great feedback from the people that are being here, just how much they enjoy this conference. And I hope it will continue to grow in the future.
Yeah, thank you also you for your help, and the sponsors and the university. And yeah, maybe next year we'll make it not so hot day.
It still will be called the furnace.
It will be. The furnace will be idling, but it'll hopefully. But yes, thank you so much. For everyone out there, you have been listening to In the Furnace here at BSides Athens 2025. Bye. Are we live? Oh my goodness, you got us with a fast one. All right, we are back here at BSides Athens 2025, and they're wrapping up on stage. You're listening to In the Furnace podcast here, and it is really a pleasure to be here and to wrap things up slowly. But before we do that, we do have another guest in the booth with us here. If you could take a moment to reintroduce yourself to the listeners.
Hello everyone, I'm George Melios from 12cent. I'm a penetration tester there and information security consultant. We ran the SolarWorks and the hardware hacking workshop here today. Everybody was amazing. Everybody enjoyed soldering the parts, even with some technical difficulties. And then we jumped into firmware extraction, hardware hacking. We saw how to dump firmware, how to reverse engineer, looking for secrets, and unlock the secret functionality of our parts.
I really have to figure out how to bottle his energy because mine is gone.
Can I have some of that?
Yeah. Energy for everybody, everything. Just drink some black coffee and you'll be
Wait,
absolutely
frappé
great.
o Fredo Express?
I don't know why you did
here. It's a bit warm here.
Oh, it's a lot warm. That's actually why we're calling it In the Furnace. We kind of earned that title. I was up there earlier and I had a look at the Hardware Hacking Village, and it was amazing to see how many people were engaged there. How many people do you think that were going through over the course of the day?
Okay, so I believe there were like 100 people doing actually the soldering workshop, and then 5 lakh participants won the hardware hacking workshop, where they had the opportunity to go and extract their film from their badges and won the already assembled badge just like this one, has some extra CTF challenge on it. We were gonna drop all the BOM, the Gerber files, and all the whatever you need to go to our GitHub page at github.com/12set and go download the Gerber files for anyone sitting up from home and build their own. So yeah, because hardware hacking is like it's considered a niche topic in penetration testing of security, but at this point in time, especially with the CRA, the Cybersecurity Resilience Act from EU, at the end of 2027, also the hardware devices should have some penetration and some security requirements on them. So it's an evolving field, and I believe in the next couple of years it's going to be a highly skilled and on-demand skill in the field. So yeah, so everybody came along. They had their first hands-on experience. We talk about hardware hacking protocols, serial or asynchronous protocols, UART, SPI, ISP, which somebody doesn't everybody know, which does not find from either service provider in hardware. It stands for in-system programmers, which is a way to program the chip when it is soldered on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Go debug it, extract its firmware, and play around with it. So yeah, it was a fun experience. I really liked the people coming to the hardware village and asked all the time questions, and outside of the hardware, you know, just the challenge of the badge, asking about, industrial, about SCADA systems, about how do I know that this pin does that, and you know, how do I map a hardware device? And it was a lot of fun asking these kind of questions. So yeah.
That's very cool. Yeah, one of the things I've noticed that not just this conference, but a lot of BSides events as well as other events is the badge life following that has really been growing, where people are really getting into it, especially with DEF CON coming up later this summer. The amount of badges and amazing types of badges that I see there is absolutely something else. So, give the attendees here in Athens the opportunity to do this is really quite amazing, and I definitely look to see how that's going to grow in the future for sure.
Thanks. A lot of effort. We pull a lot of effort in this year's hardware hacking workshop. Last year we just had this is the last year's batch, which is basically a spare PCB with some latent resistors. And this year we take it a small step further and put some hardware hacking things to it. Next year we hope that we're gonna bring some of the most exotic type of hardware hacking. I hope so. They're gonna talk about fault injections and injecting a cut for so short amount of time the voltage, so you can bypass if statements and authorization kind of stuff on the hardware level.
Very, very cool. Excellent. Well, thank you so much for being on the podcast yet again today. Your energy is actually giving me a boost. So that's
I know. I feel energized. Wow.
Awesome. All right. So you have been listening to In the Furnace podcast, newly minted today. Here at BSides Athens 2025, we have the closing ceremonies are underway on stage right now. So we're going to be slowly wrapping things up here on the podcast as well. Thank you again for being on, and it's been pretty awesome.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Bye.
Ciao. And you've been listening to In the Furnace podcast here at BSides Athens, and we're just going to say goodbye. We thank you all for listening today. This has been a really fantastic event. As myself at 1Password, I just want to say thank you for being here, and we'll be sponsoring the after party. And Uliana, just parting words.
It's been a true joy. I can't wait to come back and practice my Greek skills more. We love you guys. Thank you for tuning in and following along the journey.
All right. Thank you very much. Ciao.
And go.
All entries inside Discord. We're running the giveaway random selection process. 10 means the ID you see is the ID of the particular prize. And I'm hitting enter now. And I hit confirm, obviously. And ID 10 is the prize. So, congratulations to the winner of the giveaway. Captain. Is Captain here? Captain?
Captain.
No captain?
Oh, captain, my captain.
Shall we give Captain a few moments in case?
No captain? Even a muchos or something?
Okay. protocol, we re-roll. Also, I would give a few seconds. I don't know.
Find the captain.
Okay, no captain then. In that case,
You like it. You're gonna like it. Who liked? Two likes.
no, people are liking.
You need to ask online, maybe?
React by captain.
Okay, so captain has reacted.
Yes, that's the whole point. Run. We're gonna count down to it.
Come to the stage.
15 seconds. At the main stage. No, I don't want him to open his webcam and... I think we are being trolled. With the help of Michael. To come to the stage.
No, nothing yet?
To the stage.
Come on, captain.
Anyone? No one? Someone?
We didn't expect that, showing up remotely.
It's me, captain.
So not EDX?
It's me, captain.
So, yeah. Sorry. So per the rules of how it has been announced, this raffle, if the winner is not present, we re-roll. And since captain is not showing up, probably we only give another person the chance.
Alter ego, captain.
I vote for Salsa.
Okay, I'm gonna roll.
Και να πει, don't be afraid. Και να πει, don't be afraid. Περιμένεις να κάνουμε. Απανοίγω από εδώ. Δεν θα βγεις ακόμα. Hello everybody. Just congratulate you there.
Thank you.
With that. Until Jessica sorts out a few details, are we okay? Are we ready? Excellent. Did you have fun? Did you enjoy the day? Did you like the theme idea of coming into the purge edition? Did you like that? Okay. What would you like to be the theme for next year?
Air conditioning.
The building is not ours. We asked for it. We had the guy until late trying to make sure it's working for the day. There's not.
Cybersecurity. Sponsors, 1 second chance. Trexin has been our diamond sponsor.
A huge thanks to Fredson because the fact that we managed to get all these people, get you all the t-shirts, get all this stuff, it's by having more sponsors contributing, especially this year. So please do get to know Fredson. I know the day was full, but for all the sponsors, especially for Fredson in this case, who contributed, please do give them a warm round of applause for all the sponsors that we're going to show you. And do visit their website, find out what they do. And the companies that are here. If you need to learn anything, if you want to plan an interview, if you want to do any business opportunities, please do get to know them. So please, a round of applause as we go through the sponsors. The two sponsors, the planning, have said, we've seen them before, we've been around supporting us every single year since we started for 10 years in the row. So thank you so much for helping the community. Fortinet first year, thank you so much for being here, for supporting the event. I hope we'll see you again. Alphabet again. Please a round of applause. They also provided last year and this year the special session, the special training on forensics, and this year on Wi-Fi hacking. Accenture, first time, thank you so much. Thank you for engaging with us, thank you for being here, thank you for being part of the community. New sponsors, Pronet, thank you so much for jumping in, coming here. I've learned so much more about Pronet today. I asked about the company, performance as well, a company that I didn't have enough information, and we've learned a lot. Please, again, around the applause for the company that supported and the friends of both for Cybersecurity, Challenge Breeze, and Viso, Nexi, thank you so much, Cyberfleet, and straight from Security, BSides Chicago. So we should all go to Chicago and enjoy the BSides there as well. Now, there are drinks out there. It's an after party, happy hour, a little bit of both. So thank you so much, 1Password, and our host for the podcast, Dave Lewis, who made it happen. So thank you so much. A round of applause for the happy hour. Of course, Hack the Box, again, thank you so much for being our CTF partner since year 2 and for the supporting partner from OWASP London. And all the community, BSides, universities, people who have supported in so many different ways. And our volunteers who have run around to help us today to make you as comfortable as possible. Please do volunteer, please do come and help us. Please come and support because we are making the event better and better and better each year. Being part of the community, join the BSides dark side, or I don't know, the blue or the red, depends. Certifications.
Certificates will be sent to you by email in around 4 weeks long. Please don't send email searching for them. We are going to send them. And this is for you to get your CPE certificates. And the coding, the people who have won it and were notified by email that they would be receiving it, they have all received it by now. Thank you to Griolis.
Anyone missing their coin? They received the email that they are the first 50 people who registered. Anyone missing a coin? No? Okay. So I have a question. What is SSL plus telnet? What is the digit at the end? SSL plus telnet.
Plus telnet.
If you add the port numbers. SSL, sorry, HTTPS, sorry, I was thinking, HTTPS plus telnet, if you add the 2 port numbers.
What's the number?
400? No, I mean the...
Oh, the total number.
Yes, the summary of HTTPS plus telnet. Okay, you get it on. Don't worry. I will be fair.
I got Chicago ones.
Yes, does yours have the eccentric owl on it? Oh, owl can compete with Sasa.
Yeah, I hope you enjoyed the little surprise gift of the RFID cards. I hope you know what they are for protecting your cards and your wallets with the BSides sticker on the side. Also the USBs that you got, the surge protector plus data blocker. I hope you enjoyed that gift as well.
I need a second about the NFT, the proof of participation, that does not replace your CP certificate. That was earlier malfunctioning, but it's all working now. So please take it from, if you are interested in the NFT, just wait for me right after the closing ends. I'll be outside in the drinks area.
Last but not least, Davis and Rosanna Sensko. Please, a round of applause. They were starting a room all day, making sure that we stream everything that we're doing. All the speakers had a chance to speak, all the sponsors had a chance to speak, and of course we had special guests as well. Thank you so much. There are no words to say how much we are appreciative of what you've done today. They both traveled from half around the world to be here today in Athens, so thank you so much. Now, Cybersecurity Challenge, next year, check online, make sure you subscribe, make sure you attend, make sure you hack those challenges, which are the real thing. Thank you to Konstantinos. Is he somewhere in the audience? Papanagno, is he around anywhere? No, he's outside. Thank you so much. Save the date. We think we're going to be doing this.
So, 27th of June 2026. Don't say you're not available. Don't say we didn't tell you early enough. Don't say you didn't know where now. The ticket's getting lost. Do subscribe to our mailing list, but above all, put it in your calendars right now. I told you so.
Again, thank you to Professor Giannakopoulos for making this happen, to make the hostess here, even though the AC was a little bit. Thank you for having us. Thank you for having us. Volunteers, again, thank you so much. Please come, everybody on the stage, to thank them, all of them. I think they deserve a round of applause.
So the after party is right after. Do not disappear. It starts now. But I'd like to invite on stage Theo, Lazarus. Please go to the center of the stage. Uliana, Dimitris, Dave, Anthi, Olga, Tanya, Ray, Nikos, Grigoris, and Arzik, Vasiliki, Dimitris, other and above all, give your biggest clap. The volunteer has been here for all 10 years, since the very first year. This is really Irene. Please take it. Your biggest applause.
You can really thank it. Come on, give the power and come. So, as you can see, in order to make an event for about 12 hours, all these people have worked almost all year round to make sure as much as possible everything was as much as perfect we could today. So, as you understand, this is not an easy task. Thank you so much. Please do deserve a round of applause. And please consider coming on stage next year because we want you to be part of the team. Whatever is your specialty, whatever is your background, please come and join us. You can contribute in so many different ways. Okay? As you can see, we're already making the next generation. So let's go for a way. 1, 2, 3. Oh! Your turn. Oh! This side. Oh! Wake up. Oh! We have drinks outside. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Listen, follow the social media so we can keep it going. Thank you so much.
2026, 27 June. See you again.
Thank you. Thank